The infernal boredom of the underworld comes to an end when a damn god of death realizes the colossal screw-up he made. He simply dropped his one and only work tool somewhere he shouldn't have. After becoming a joke among the monsters of purgatory, the incompetent Shinigami has to swallow his pride and ask the bosses for permission to fix his colossal fuck-up. Meanwhile on Earth, Taro is just a depressing teenager carrying the weight of daily life and wearing the face of an existential failure. Desperate to vent and unable to read the English warnings in the notebook he found, the kid decides to use the artifact as a teenage diary. Using the pages as a dumpster for his hate, the brat methodically lists every bully who abuses him at school, ratting out the idiots who make his life a living hell. The school goes into shock the next day. The principal's office announces that the two assholes who tormented our protagonist died in a bizarre and sudden way during the night. The kid's brain fries trying to find the logic in this. He breaks into a cold sweat trying to process how his abusers evaporated right after his crying session in the notebook. But the illusion of peace fades fast. The vacuum attracts worse sociopaths, and Taro goes back to being the school's official punching bag, suffering cowardly humiliations. Traumatized by the beatings and terrified of becoming a doormat forever, he snaps. In a fit of selfishness, he activates the curse on purpose to delete the new bullies. The news of more stopping hearts pulverizes any doubt in the kid's mind. He feels the absurd pressure on his shoulders of becoming a serial killer of his own free will. His panic rises when he catches the cops shaking down another student. The police have started investigating and are already sniffing out an obvious pattern between the deceased and the bullying victims. Blowing off his family, Taro barges into his own room in a cold sweat. He knows he urgently needs to hide the receipt for his murders. The pathetic relief of hiding the notebook evaporates instantly. A colossal aberration from the beyond invades his room without the slightest manners, making the kid shit his pants. To completely crush his hopes, the apparition confirms the worst shit possible. Taro hears straight from the monster's mouth that this little notepad is a portable guillotine with no undo button. Before he completely freaks out, his mom appears at the door. Taro almost has a heart attack, but swallows the bitterest pill of all. He is absolutely alone carrying this weight on his shoulders. Karma cuts him no slack, and his mom drops a nuke in his room. The police have shifted the investigation into overdrive, and the cops are planted right at his doorstep. The pressure hits the roof in the living room. The kid has to deliver his best little angel performance while chatting with the detectives, hiding his invisibly blood-soaked hands. Trying to save her son, his mother nervously opens her mouth and does exactly the opposite. She word vomits the kid's entire bullying history, handing the cops the perfect motive for revenge on a silver platter. Far from there, the elderly detective drops his kindly grandpa mask. He confirms that the streak of heart attacks throws coincidence out the window, stating firmly that they are hunting a mass serial killer. The macabre puzzle fits together when the old man remembers a case from the 70s. The modus operandi is identical, rubbing it in their faces that the killer notebook has already struck in the past. The suit-wearing dinosaur figures out the weapon's trick. He deduces that the killer is grinding through a battalion of random victims just to camouflage his true target amid the carnage. While the cops close in, Taro melts down at home. The psychological anvil of holding the divine bazooka is grinding his brain to dust under the sadistic gaze of the giant aberration. Reality slaps him in the face, and he wakes up from brutal nightmares. Playing executioner takes a mental toll that this cowardly idiot was not remotely prepared for. Laughing at the emo's despair, the aberration throws him a bizarre lifeline. The monster spits out a cheat code, a magic eraser capable of control plus Zing the dead and wiping the kid's guilt clean. The miracle shatters the laws of medicine, and the dead hack their own graves. The timeline turns into a humiliating circus with the victims coming back to life as if the heart attack was just a tickle. Kicking science to the curb, the police raid moves forward full throttle. The cops pressure the principal's office, demanding to interrogate the resurrected zombies to unravel this miracle. Taro's peace is short-lived as the mental trap beats him down. If the revived dead spill the beans about the school bullying to the cops, our protagonist becomes suspect number one right on the spot. But before the snitching can happen, the satanic bizarriness strikes hard. The heart attacks reset right in the middle of the school, wrecking the detectives and witnesses in a surprise bloodbath. The police's swagger ends in disaster. The death hack leaves a bloody billboard warning that no fake badge flashing has the power to stop this apocalypse. To clear himself of the Shinigami's accusation, Taro swears he didn't activate the guillotine and shows off the intact notepad in his drawer. The meat grinder is now running in unknown hands. The anvil drops when the slaughter spreads across the globe. The serial killer pattern evaporates, proving there's another idiot playing sadistic deity and that the festival of corpses has barely begun. The aberration cracks up laughing and confesses his mistake right to Taro's face. the useless Shinigami dropped a second paper bazooka, which has now landed in the lap of a raving lunatic. In a cold sweat, the emo tracks the second notebook's route through the monster's invisible GPS. To his horror, he discovers that the new psychopath is his little schoolmate. The realization crushes the idiot's mind. He finally connects the dots and perfectly understands which bizarre classmate is using the weapon to grind up the cops. The marathon of despair shifts into fifth gear. Taro runs like a madman down the street to break into his weird friend's room and put the brakes on this apocalyptic shitstorm. Pulling back the window curtain, Taro breaches the hideout in a precise strike. He manages to intercept his classmate's pen in the exact millisecond before another extra bites the dust. To calm the nerves, Taro owns up to it and tells his story, rubbing it in his friend's face that he was the true original architect of that school hell. The friend's truth comes to light. The classmate only took over the killing spree in a schizophrenic survival freakout to protect them both and throw off the investigation's radar. Faced with this colossal clusterfuck, Taro throws his lifeline. He pulls out the magic eraser from the underworld, the only cheat code capable of Control plus Zing this disaster. The classmate accepts the deal and takes the eraser to the lethal page. The hack works perfectly, resurrecting the most recent victims from the ashes. Suffocated by the Shinigami in the room, the two teenagers admit defeat. They agree that the only way out is to turn in the weapon and confess everything to the authorities. At the precinct, Taro puts his neck on the line and tosses the satanic notebook onto the resurrected cop's desk, forcing them to face the madness of that macabre weapon head-on. The bizarre truth finally clicks in the police's minds. The bloodbath wasn't some 4D chess by an evil genius, just pure incompetence falling into the laps of cowardly kids. Noticing the suit's skepticism, Taro bets his own life to prove the magic is real, ordering a live show of the voodoo guillotine. The boy acts as a guinea pig while his friend readies the pen. Death's invisible stopwatch starts ticking with no pause button to crush the brat. The freak show is surgical. Taro suddenly blacks out, proving in the most brutal way that a weapon of global extermination fits in a student's backpack. Scared shitless, the cops and the friend rush in an absurd rally to use the magic eraser on the notebook, humiliating death to save Taro from the coffin. The miracle seals the notebook's fate. Aware of the lethality that obliterates any of humanity's defenses, the cops decide this bizarre artifact must be destroyed urgently. The cursed diary turns into barbecue in the fire. Burning the underworld weapon seals the evidence and puts a definitive zip on the apocalyptic gossip. The little theater of everyday life starts spinning again for everyone. Society sweeps its fragility under the rug of routine, ignoring just how close it came to collapse. With the years evaporating, the apocalyptic truth melts down into a bogus urban legend, trivializing the traumatic events that the human mind refuses to accept. Deep down, the case served as a macabre mirror. It's a sadistic test that rubs in our faces what moral sewer would spout from any idiot holding the devil's scythe in their hands. Two bizarrely different worlds suffer from the same plague, hair-pulling boredom. On one side, immortal gods rotting away in a pointless eternity. On the other, the peak of human intelligence decaying in the routine of a pathetic society. The stage is set for a grotesque clash between human ego and supernatural laziness. A forgotten little tale of an invisible killer notebook is coming back to fuck everything up on an absurdly apocalyptic scale. In the beyond, someone finally decides to say fuck it to this rotten cycle. The bizarre thirst for entertainment crushes this ancient laziness once and for all, no matter who gets hurt along the damn way. The doomsday machine lies on the grass, disguised as common trash. Absolute power waits quietly, drooling to corrupt the first idiot who dares to lay a hand on it. The kid gives in to temptation and picks this crap off the ground. Without having a clue, the fool has just pulled the pin on a nuclear warhead and stamped a demonic contract. Glancing at the manual turns this magic bullshit into an absurdly cold system. The logical little rules force his nerdy brain to swallow death as if it were a little math lesson. The initial denial is pure theater, since obsession has already swallowed his brain. The rules play on loop, crushing his plastic morality and begging for a field test. The last drop of sanity cries in the corner while he laughs at his own stupidity. The seed of evil has taken root, and the little book waits quietly on the desk for the boy's brain to rot completely. 5 days later, the straight-A student costume works perfectly well. Being the national top scorer has literally become the perfect alibi to demand that nobody bothers him in his room. But as soon as the deadbolt clicks, the good boy mask melts away instantly. It's in this audience-free captivity that the real horror show show begins to shine. The cursed book didn't go to the back of the drawer at all. The thing literally swallowed his sanity and became the sun of his bizarre existence. Suddenly, the bill for playing with dark magic collects its interest at the door. The colossal penny drops, showing that this little book came with a freebie that would fry the brain of any normal person. But the kid's petulance completely flips the script. Instead of playing the prey pissing himself in fear, he puffs out his chest to face the freak toe-to-toe. The winged devil quickly realizes he dropped the grenade right into the lap of a genocidal maniac. In just 5 days, the animal pulled off a reckless industrial-scale bloodbath on the pages. The beast explains that bailing out is possible, but it takes a hell of a toll. Total amnesia. Every little memory of the slaughter and absolute power would be wiped from his head forever. From here on out, the little psycho carries a bizarrely lonely secret. The sheep outside keep grazing, blissfully blind to the floating freak breathing down his neck. To put the cherry on top, any passport to heaven or hell was torn up right in his face. The only thing waiting for someone who plays God at the end of the line is a dark, empty limbo. Instead of shitting his pants, the little psycho cracks a sadistic smile. The big monster immediately gets that he didn't hook a crybaby, but exactly the walking disaster he was hunting for. The truth bomb about the apocalypse is that it's all an escape from boredom. The human pigsty, bathed in blood and tears, became the perfect Netflix to cure the monster's millennia-old depression. Looking back at how it started, the dam broke when playing dumb became impossible. Caving into temptation seemed like the only way to prove that the voodoo was just a sucker's delusion. The test dummy fell right into his lap on TV. A fresh piece of human trash was the ultimate lame excuse needed to pull the pen's trigger without chipping a nail. But physics took a bizarre hit when the problem evaporated on screen. The sheer terror crawled up his spine, 100 times more twisted, giving zero fucks about any science. The punch of truth laid the madman out flat. The guilt of flatlining a guy while sitting in his chair crushed his scientist shield and broke his entire spine. To numb the guilt, ice in the veins took the wheel. Fantasizing the murder as a science fair became the perfect painkiller, soon demanding a second kill. Kicking away the school bubble, he hit the streets hunting for bodies to drop. The filter was finding the most radioactive human trash possible, someone absolutely nobody would cry for at a funeral. The guinea pig fell from the sky pretty quickly with a harasser playing the tough guy. He handed over on a silver platter the exact human scum the nerd was drooling to use in the ritual. As a VIP test drive, the sadist wrote the bloody script to kick science in the teeth. He wanted to see if he could bend fate over and force pure bad luck, steering clear of a heart attack. The invisible strike ran over the target with disgusting brutality on the street. Deleting the fool from the Matrix in the blink of an eye, the satanic science fair scored a perfect 10. Hiding after the slaughter, the bill for his sheer terror came at a high price. His stomach churned violently, trying to throw up the brutal tragedy his finger had just signed off on. A blue screen fried his brain. Playing Monopoly with other people's lungs proved to be a colossally heavier grenade than he had calculated in his little notebook. To avoid being chewed up by depression, he canceled the guilt and chose the devil's menu. Empathy was hung in the basement, and the premium psychopath took full control. In his rotten mind, the planet turned into an incurable landfill. The only detergent that cleans this mess up is deleting every parasite that breathes wrong. The bizarre cocoon hatched. The little nerd died for good, spitting out a delusional executioner drooling to shove new rules down the planet's throat. The little science fair literally turns into an industrial-grade slaughterhouse. The moldy bedroom ascends to a headquarters, hacking the entire globe to spin an unhinged game of Russian roulette. The gig now demands that the whole planet smells the standardized slaughter. Every cloned heart attack is a blood-soaked billboard screaming for the roaches to scatter. The attention begs for the spotlight. The real thrill is putting a gun to humanity's head, forcing the sheep to swallow a ghost tribunal without even knowing the judge's zip code. The crosswalk of sanity was shattered. He injected divine steroids and already sees himself ruling on a golden throne above the terrified survivors. The scheme goes viral at the speed of light. The sea of standardized corpses sets off a red siren for the biggest minds in the world, forcing a meeting of pure desperation. The body count calculator exposes a ghost serial killer with infinite tentacles. The Constitution's rulebook became toilet paper against a threat no one knows how to shoot. This teenager's killing routine turns into pure psychopathy. His thirst for extermination borders on the absurd, proving he's thrown his sanity in the trash. He's become a killing machine focused on his own god-complex delusion. But keeping up the perfect student facade takes its toll. Time becomes a luxury. This demands that he plans every second so his sociopathic double life doesn't draw anyone's attention. Meanwhile, this rampant slaughter completely fucks the global system. A bizarre crisis forces suits worldwide to swallow their pride. They must confess that absolute chaos has taken over. The killing pattern soon becomes too obvious. It's impossible to ignore the surgical precision of these deaths. Panic swallows the authorities simply because they have no idea how he strikes. Their helplessness turns into a global embarrassment. The complete lack of control exposes just how fragile the justice system is. It simply crumbles when faced with an invisible threat you can't put in handcuffs. When the police fail this miserably, their only choice is to bow their heads. They have to play the darkest card in the investigative underworld, a legendary detective everyone fears. This legend couldn't care less about laws and governments. He operates outside any rules. With no face and no boss, he's the brilliant mind who solves the messes normal cops never could. The absolute mystery is thrown on the table in the blink of an eye. It rubs it in the cops' faces that they're useless now. The investigation has officially changed hands. On the streets, the public mixes dread with a sadistic relief at seeing criminals dropping dead. And the teenager who caused this uproar walks right among them. He eats up every reaction with a sick smile on his face. At home, he sets up a paranoid hiding spot in his bedroom drawers. It's the perfect trap to hide his lethal weapon. He has to make sure no one discovers the filth he hides in his own bed. On the internet, a cult of worshippers has already taken shape. He stopped being an anonymous figure and earned a notorious nickname. The brat has been crowned by civilians as the bloodthirsty savior of this planet. With this, his god complex goes through the roof. The kid swears he's crushed crime for good. In his head, he's already the king of Earth, ruling supreme through psychological terror. But the world's big shots finally wake up to fight back. The police hijack the planet's TVs with an epic counterattack. It's the beginning of a trap to destroy the false god. The detective puts a stand-in on TV for the world to see. He turns a passive slaughterhouse into a deeply personal feud. The challenge against the killer is issued live. The provocation hits the psychopath right in the gut. With his untouchable god persona bruised, his inflated ego screams in desperation. He can't stand seeing his divinity mocked by a suit on TV. Frothing with rage at the disrespect, the lunatic decides to crush the opposition right then and there. The lethal pen stroke comes out of pure impulse. It's the tantrum of a spoiled child who refuses to be defied. The man on TV drops dead exactly on schedule. Seeing the victim fall confirms that no one can stand up to his magic weapon. His pride swells, thinking he's beaten the great detective, but the trap snaps shut with a vengeance. The real detective takes over the broadcast by voice alone. He rubs it in his face that the dead man was just bait, and the psychopath swallows hard, realizing he's been played for a fool. The punch to the gut comes with a mocking challenge. Daring to be killed on live TV, the detective proves the magic doesn't work on just anyone. It becomes blatantly obvious that the killer needs a face and a real name to strike. His own stupidity dawns on the sociopath. He discovers that the broadcast wasn't global, but sliced by regions in Japan. He got embarrassingly outmaneuvered right out of the gate. The noose tightens when the detective reveals how he found him. He tracked down a local petty crook who suffered a heart attack on the first day of the killings. That detail shined like a neon sign pointing exactly to the city where the killer lives. The vibe in the precinct goes from a funeral to a celebration. The job of hunting across the entire planet boiled down to searching a single zip code. Putting handcuffs on this phony god has become a real possibility. But the initial shock passes quickly. Instead of panicking, the sociopath smiles with sick excitement. He embraces this threat like a glorious and twisted game. In their respective corners, hunter and prey now share the same level of delusion. Both swear to be the true masters of justice. They're willing to commit any atrocity to prove who's in charge. The rules of this war have become absurdly simple. Both need to uncover their opponent's name and face first. The first one to be discovered and expose their true identity dies. For the Shinigami watching, this delivered the pinnacle of supreme entertainment. Seeing two arrogant geniuses fighting for their lives is the perfect spectacle. The sickest cerebral bloodbath on Earth has officially begun. In the Shinigami realm, Ryuki's disappearance is already the latest gossip. The other gods of death finally realize the idiot dropped his little notebook on Earth on purpose. To them, it's just a pathetic way to cure the existential boredom of that depressing dump. Down on Earth, the weight of this divine prank starts crushing the protagonist. Ryuki instantly notices the kid is dead on his feet. Playing vigilante with the greatest detective on the planet breathing down your neck isn't exactly a relaxing hobby. But his psychopathy speaks louder when Light confesses his peace of mind comes from cold mathematics. He's no amateur vigilante. The neurotic nerd is already calculating the worst-case scenario long before the shit hits the fan. Suddenly, the supposedly foolproof script gets drop-kicked by reality. Someone turns the doorknob and shatters the piece of the room. The tension of hiding the worst secret in the galaxy hits absurd levels in milliseconds. It's just his annoying youngest sister whining about teenage drama. His heart goes back into his chest, but it serves as a slap in the face. One slip-up and the whole family finds out the Antichrist sleeps in the next room. The bastard gets exactly 3 seconds to hide the receipts of his Messiah complex. The Devil's Notebook flies into the drawer. The psycho face disappears, activating caring Big Brother mode at the speed of light. The Shinigami finally spits out a rule that almost cost the kid his head. Any primate who touches the notebook can instantly see the Phantom. If his sister bumps into the item, she'll come face to face with the devil. The giant monster finally grasps the level of the kid's schizophrenia. The untouchable pose isn't just to dodge squad cars. Light's ultimate goal is to get in bed with the agency and control the cops from the inside out. Far from there, Detective L's reasoning cuts like a switchblade. He discards the mystical bullshit and finds the pathetic flaw in the target's Achilles heel. The killer is bound by rules, needing to see the victim's mug and know their name to strike. With the squad assembled and L watching everything through the webcam, the blood-stained cards are laid on the table. The cops start connecting the dots between the victims. The goal is to put together a profile of this unhinged serial killer. The icing on the cake of the investigation shows up on the clocks. The slaughter follows a ridiculous schedule. The times of death line up perfectly with the routine of a high school student who just dropped his backpack at home. Even drowning in a sewer of false reports and TV panic, the team's patriarch refuses to give up. Soichiro leads the precinct amidst the chaos. The order is to not drop the ball in the face of the terror planted by the psycho. Before banishing from the screen, the weirdo detective barks out an absolute order. The team needs to dissect every headline the papers published about the victims. He wants to confirm if the executioner really uses the TV to pick his targets. Far from the precinct, Papa Soichiro drags himself home begging for peace. The detective's sweat blood hunting the serial killer. The irony is that the devil he wants to lock up is his own useless son leeching off him under the same roof. Playing the devoted son, the kid drops the bait during dinner. He needs to suck out the police's secrets. The task force leader chewing chicken right in front of him is literally a human flash drive ready to be hacked. Sniffing out the old man's exhaustion, the parasite strikes like a ninja, pretending to be the perfect emotional support. The moron probes the detective to vent his frustrations. It's the perfect psychological grooming to get the old man to spit out state secrets. Pops takes the bait and spills the police's biggest trump card. The guy gives away that they figured out the killer's lazy student routine. The noose tightens around Light's neck, but the villain just got his hands on the leaked script. Back in his lair, reality punches him in the face. The weirdo detective hacked his schedule with precision. The whole thing stopped being a global issue to become an intimate and dangerous deathmatch. To exploit the notebook's glitches, the nerd schedules a queue of soon-to-be stiffs. He hacks the death clock by dropping attacks at random times. It's the perfect maneuver to tear the police's logic right in half. The absurd spam of heart attacks delivers a double dropkick to the team. The casualties popping up around the clock obliterate the student profile. Months of investigation go straight down the drain, planting pure chaos in the precinct. But L's genius brain slices through the mystery instantly. The weirdo figures out that this break-in routine is pure mockery. The executioner realized he was caught with his pants down and kicked the door open, evolving the game into an insane brawl. The deduction sinks the floor of the precinct. The killer rubbed it in everyone's face that he has the police's Wi-Fi password. It's an explicit hate letter, showing that both bastards are hacking the exact same database. At home, Light realizes that leaving the macabre notebook out in the open has become the biggest Achilles heel possible. Now that the squad knows there's a mole inside, the true crime fan story won't fly anymore. To bulletproof his pathetic disguise, the psycho embraces pure insanity. The margin for screw-ups has dropped to absolute zero. The sick bastard already signed off on it. If any relative discovers the secret, he'll slaughter his own family without blinking. Our sociopathic protagonist realizes the noose is tightening. He needs a totally isolated hideout in his room to put his dirty plan into practice. It has to be far away from any snooping relatives. On the flip side, the world's greatest oddball detective swallows hard at the message. The insane change in the murder routine made it blatantly obvious that the psychopath has absolute control over police intel. Trying to be a smartass, our killer gave up an advantage. Now it's become shockingly obvious that there's a giant mole leaking juicy data right from inside the investigation itself. And the source of this leak is homemade. Siphoning this classified data in his pajamas at home allows the kid to weave his traps in real time. All this without leaving the slightest trace behind. The truly disgusting face of this game shows up here, proving that surviving was never the main plan. The real delusion behind this provocation is to force the detective out of the woodwork and crush his head. His victim posture has turned into that of a bloodthirsty hunter. The mental trap is set in everyone's head. The brilliant checkmate isn't about beating the task force to a pulp, but creating a brutal mutiny. He wants to force these cops to devour their own invisible leader. At the precinct, Papa Yagami is left looking like a fool trying to hold the fort, but the grunts completely lose their shit, threatening to hand in their badges and drop off the map if they don't get a magical transfer. The hysterical mutiny is a done deal. The cops put their foot down and swear they won't play disposable pawns on a chessboard anymore. They refuse to bleed on the damn front lines of the unforgiving streets. But stalking this freakout live, the oddball detective doesn't shed a tear. Cold as ice, he just devours the gossip and feeds off the cops' sheer terror to understand the killer's limitations. Meanwhile, our psychopath goes back to his own crib to focus on his protection. He starts setting up that impenetrable hideout for his cursed little notebook. After all, he knows a police raid could bust his door down tomorrow. The base disguise is a little drawer with a flimsy padlock, serving as cheese in a mental mousetrap. The kid's sick mind blatantly wants any clueless sheriff to be able to crack the first layer without breaking a sweat, but hiding the real deal requires a shot of pure, absurd paranoia. The false bottom requires a real key that looks like plain trash to anyone who isn't tripping. It's a bizarre safe that uses pure schizophrenia to shield the ultimate power. Getting into the VIP stash requires a meticulously calculated little dance. Trying to force the drawer open with brute force triggers an explosive mousetrap at the speed of light. The trap sends all the criminal evidence straight to the devil's lap. The most brilliant part is the lame excuse that's already locked and loaded. If shit hits the fan and the little room burns down, the idiot won't be seen as a mystical butcher. He'll just pretend he's a teenager dying of embarrassment for hiding his weird fetishes from mommy. Playing Russian roulette has become a soothing cup of chamomile tea for him. Knowing the evidence will go up in flames is the only safety net shielding the kid from the claws of the law. It's a purely psychedelic logic, but it runs like a charm in his melted brain. Far away from this circus of traps, payback is already in the oven. The oddball detective loses patience with the useless local squad. Behind their backs, he decides to call the big dogs from overseas into the ring. The dirty pact is sealed. While our psychopath snores away, thinking his crib is bulletproof, a swarm of FBI agents begins to close in. Russian roulette just took another brutal spin in this cat-and-mouse hunt. The eccentric great detective decides to tighten the net around the serial killer. His new tactic is to sift through the suspects with the help of FBI snoops. He puts together a VIP list of 141 targets. Meanwhile, our psychopathic student plays his double life to perfection. He goes through his nerdy routine without breaking a sweat, keeping his good guy facade perfectly intact. But his peace of mind shatters when his demon companion drops a bombshell. The terrifying creature blurts out that he has some highly urgent gossip to share right in the middle of the street. The golden rule is laid on the table: absolute neutrality. The monster makes it clear he's not rooting for the psychopath or the detective. He's just a bored bystander who wants to watch the world burn. Then the nuke drops. The kid has had a stalker on his tail for the past 2 days. A professional spy is breathing down his neck, and our useless genius didn't suspect a thing. The shock hits him instantly, and the kid's brain goes into overdrive recalculating his next move. The psychological pressure crushes him with the certainty that his carefree life of freedom is over, but his momentary panic is quickly replaced by an ego the size of Jupiter. Far from backing down, he takes the stalker as a personal insult. His decision is ruthless and instantaneous. This man needs to be taken out immediately. The problem is that for the dark magic to do the dirty work on its own, he needs to dig up the spy's real ID. The little bunny decides to become the alpha predator, but he hits a brick wall without a name. That's when the monster decides to give a bizarre little lesson on his species' biology. He reveals that Shinigami survive by siphoning the remaining lifespans of the humans they kill. It's a zero-sum game where foolish humans always end up in the red, and this grim reality paves the way for the second bombshell of the night, a tailor-made tip to help the kid unlock his problem. This deadly cheat code is ridiculously overpowered. The eyes of this foul race work like a scanner. They can see the name and lifespan of any human hovering right over their faces, with no way to hide it. The final bombshell drops as a tempting, macabre proposal. There's a VIP underworld contract where any foolish human holding the notebook can buy these demonic eyes from the freaks. But the toll it takes on their biological clock is massive. The demonic deal brutally slashes the poor bastard's remaining lifespan in half in exchange for hacking the Matrix. The monster refuses to lift a finger to babysit a human, maintaining his totally neutral stance. He offers zero extra hints about the stalker, leaving the boy genius to sort out this mess relying purely on his own wits. And that's exactly where the devil's seed is planted. The miracle hack to vaporize the spy is flashing right in front of him, promising a fatality with a single glance. The only hurdle holding him back is his reluctance to toss half of his own existence into the trash. With an FBI watchdog tailing his every move, the offer of the Shinigami eyes presents an insane shortcut. This power would be the perfect advantage to uncover the spy's identity on the spot and turn the tables. But the price tag on this supernatural deal is way too steep. Sacrificing half of his own lifespan forces him to use his brain and weigh whether the cost is actually worth it. He quickly declines. His goal was never just to play vigilante. He intends to sit on the throne of a new world as an untouchable deity, and a god wouldn't be stupid enough to cut his own reign short. To avoid any tricks that might ruin his strategies, he demands absolute transparency from the creature. It's impossible to play a deadly game of chess against the investigators without knowing every single damn rule of the notebook. Digging through the revealed rules, the kid's mind races until a brilliant loophole emerges. A new, deadly, and invisible strategy begins to take shape to deal with the threat. But before throwing the FBI agent to the wolves, he needs to run a bizarre experiment. The idea is to test just how precisely he can control a victim's actions before they kick the bucket. It doesn't take long at all for the results of this macabre lab test to roll in. The task force at headquarters receives a frantic, god-awful alert of simultaneous deaths, and a bizarre detail stands out in this new wave of heart attacks. 3 of the victims exhibited completely absurd behavior right before hitting the damn floor. The first inmate slashed his own flesh to draw a pentagram in his cell before dropping dead, a psychotic break so gruesome the police had never seen anything like it. The second guy left an enigmatic suicide note, crying his eyes out. He sounded like a terrified sheep, acting as if he already knew death was knocking on his door. The third guy broke prison protocol, wandered out of his designated area, and walked over to an odd corner just to drop dead on purpose. With the paperwork in hand, the eccentric detective leading the case begins to devour the reports. He tries to dig out the twisted logic hidden behind this circus orchestrated by the killer. That's when the detective cracks the riddle and sends shivers down everyone's spine. He deduces that the killer doesn't just murder his victims, he hijacks their minds and can schedule the exact time of the kill. Far away, the kid checks the results of his dark magic. By hacking into his own father's computer to snoop on classified police reports, he confirms that his orchestrated carnage went off without a hitch. But he also discovers that his demonic toy has its limits. If he demands impossible actions, the magic fails, and the victim simply suffers a standard heart attack, completely ignoring the script. Having tested its limits, the psychopath handpicks a random extra for the next phase. It's the setup for the most sinister part of his ambush against the FBI agent. Back at the precinct, the detective sniffs out the looming danger. He realizes the villain is merely testing his limits, raising a massive red flag that an even worse bloodbath is brewing. The next morning, the kid rushes to validate the next step of his plan. The receipt for the carnage wouldn't come through a computer hack, but printed on the pages of the morning paper tossed at his door. Absolute victory. The paper headlines the death of a mugger in a bizarre turn of events, a surgical hit that perfectly followed the notebook's orders, easily passing as an ordinary fatal accident. With his ego through the roof, he leaves the house. For the ambush to work without raising suspicion, he needs an ironclad alibi disguised as a weekend date. In cold blood, he scrolls through his contacts, hunting for the perfect girl to use as bait. The schoolgirl answers the phone, totally swept off her feet by the heartthrob's call. The poor girl has no idea that this sick kid just turned her into a mere pawn on his deadly chessboard against the investigator. The demon catches onto the brilliance of the plan. A harmless little stroll in broad daylight makes for the perfect disguise. The suited stalker stays right on the kid's tail, thinking he's in control of the hunt, completely clueless about who the real prey is. Then comes the idiotic decision that punches his one-way ticket to the grave. The federal spy decides to tag along and board the bus, diving headfirst into the mobile trap lovingly set up just for him. The wild card of chaos storms the stage. The armed lunatic boards the bus acting like he owns the place. But to the sociopath orchestrating it all, he's just a little puppet clocking in right on schedule. The hijacking is announced and panic breaks loose. The passengers shake in their boots, pulling off a perfect victim cosplay. Meanwhile, the director of this sadistic circus watches it all unfold from the front row. The FBI suit actually starts to break into a cold sweat. Cornered, the idiot has to choose between blowing his cover or protecting the crying extras trembling right next to him. This is when the mastermind makes his move. Faking balls of steel, the nerd plots a silent strike to play hero. He knows damn well the stalker is hawking his every move. His cop instincts kick into overdrive and he takes the bait. The watchdog steps out of the shadows and tells the kid to sit tight. Without firing a single brain cell, the detective serves his own head on a silver platter. The mental mousetrap snaps shut. Pulling a brutal Uno reverse, the kid corners the cop and accuses him of being the hijacker's accomplice. It's pure embarrassment for the Fed, sweating bullets right in the face of his target. The Oscar goes to him. Desperate to clear his name and calm the kid's paranoia, the great investigator makes the fatal mistake. He pulls out his badge, handing his own face and name right into the jaws of his prey. With the genius's ID in his pocket, Phase 2 of the massacre kicks into gear. The sadist forces a fake, humiliating stumble right by the thug. The perfect seed is planted to blow the whole plan wide open. Light sets off fireworks in his own head when the thug takes the bait. The sacred physical contact lands perfectly, and the death timer starts ticking. This triggers a demonic Easter egg no NPC on that bus could ever dream existed. The veil of the supernatural violently rips open right in the criminal's face. He freezes completely upon seeing a giant freak chilling right next to the kid. The unforgettable sight pulverizes whatever loose change of sanity he had left. The insanity hits the roof. The madman cries and shoots blindly, trying to gun down his walking nightmare. He unloads lead into an untouchable ghost, turning the joint into a completely out-of-control madhouse. The sucker jumps off the bus in pure despair, thinking he's finally dodged the Grim Reaper. What the idiot doesn't realize is that this panic is 100% induced. He's just acing the final steps of the macabre script written just for him. And this is when the curse of the notebook swallows the madman without mercy. The human trash's destiny ends beautifully, getting brutally run over on the asphalt, a surgical fatality caused by his own freakout, without leaving a single drop of suspicion on the psychopath. Everything landed on the exact damn second of the stopwatch. The sadist strokes his ego, validating the obscene power of his sick little theater and hitting today's jackpot. With the stalker's real identity in his pocket, the great hunter just became the prey's next meal. Ray tries to come up with a lame excuse to cover up his incompetence. Light, playing the prodigy sociopath, pretends to buy the little story and puts on the mask of a perfectly helpful citizen. To guarantee his Machiavellian plan works, the boy plays dirty and swears to keep their encounter a secret. Mentioning his dad is in the police, he plays the agent like a puppet, making the idiot feel completely safe. Everything goes exactly according to Light's twisted calculations. This little dramatic act not only handed him his stalker's real name on a silver platter, but guaranteed the police would never be able to connect the dots. Thinking he's out of the woods, the agent goes back home and meets his fiancée. Off the streets, he finally lets his guard down, ready to find that safe haven he so desperately needs after all the chaos. Desperate, he spills all the chaos that went down that day, but this little chat sets off alarm bells almost instantly. His fiancée's mind is already processing the mess with a razor-sharp and extremely lethal suspicion. This genius's deduction hits right on the mark. She drops a fatal bombshell. In a scenario where the suspect can control people like puppets before killing them, believing that today's encounter was a coincidence is just plain stupid. But the agent's ego gets the best of him, and the sexist scolding comes full throttle. The idiot tells her to put her brain back in the drawer, forcing the poor woman to play trophy wife just to shield his own stupidity. Far away, our sociopath's cold-bloodedness reaches an insane new level. Just wiping out one enemy isn't enough. His life goal has now become using the agent's remaining time alive to drag all his little friends straight to hell in one fell swoop. To make matters worse, the villain sends a bizarre little letter to the investigation HQ. The puzzle spits out a concept that takes all of the police's logic and throws it out the window: the literal existence of gods of death. Days later, the news drops like an anvil on the department. Dozens of foreign agents playing spy got insta-killed all at once, and the cause of death rubs our serial killer's signature right in everyone's faces. That's when the kid's sadistic brilliance clicks in Detective L's mind. The bastard didn't have to hunt them down one by one. He literally used one of the victims as a puppet to leak all the system's data before dropping dead. The body count got too high, and the FBI officially washes its hands of the case. Uncle Sam refuses to throw any more extras into this meat grinder, and the radioactive bombshell drops entirely into the lap of the Japanese police. All hell breaks loose at the precinct when they find out L had been secretly investigating his own team. The sting of betrayal shatters their trust instantly. Everyone is foaming at the mouth, furious to realize the detective was treating them like the bad guys. Terror takes over and the survival instinct kicks in hard. Realizing there's a giant target painted on their foreheads, the cops abandon the sinking ship en masse to save their own asses and protect their families. But L turns this whole fiasco into his trump card. To pull off this bizarre massacre against the FBI, the killer had to get off his ass, and in doing so, accidentally left a trail behind. And that stupid little mistake is already coming back to bite him. The grieving fiancé connects the dots with sheer genius. Fueled by grief, she instantly becomes the most radioactive thorn in the side of our protagonist's perfect little act. L's galaxy brain fries trying to process the disaster. The weirdo quickly catches on to Kira's trick, realizing this wasn't a random spree, but a methodical heist of classified government intel. Papa Yagami throws protocol out the window. He tosses the rulebook in the trash and confesses to his family that he's the boss of the task force, realizing that playing useless secret agent is pointless with death knocking at their door. Wearing his good boy mask, the kid goes all out and vows bloody revenge if his dad kicks the bucket. It's an absurd game of 4D chess to cement himself as the perfect son, completely above suspicion. But away from his family's deluded eyes, the angelic facade melts away. Light's psychopathy in manipulating his own parents is so sick it actually draws genuine applause from the creepy supernatural beast beside him. To solve the FBI problem, Light steals the show. Playing ninja on a crowded train, he sits right in the blind spot of the agent tailing him, securing a bizarre advantage and perfectly hiding his maniacal face on the down low. Light kicks sanity right out the door. To prove he isn't just playing detective, he deletes a thug from existence right then and there, delivering the grotesque message that the agent has messed with an unstoppable, unhinged demon. The mental trap finally crushes the guy. Light aims right at the investigator's weakness to shred his soul, using his fiancée as the perfect leash to ensure he stays a good, submissive boy. Here, his comic book villain intellect oozes class. Kira couldn't care less about the guy's useless brain, forcing his new lapdog to dig deep into the secret agency's core to hand over the entire roster of agents on a silver platter. The DoorDash delivery of death is complete. This ordinary envelope charade is actually a trap straight out of hell, containing disguised pages of the world-destroying satanic notebook inside. Absolutely macabre. The sheer audacity peaks when Kira makes the guy do his dirty work for free. By forcing the poor bastard to write down the names, he turns a renowned investigator into the bloody butcher of his own colleagues. The dirty work is done, and the return of the cursed envelope goes off without a hitch. The bridge between the clueless puppet and the genius killer is blown up forever, ensuring this diabolical plan doesn't leave a single fingerprint behind. Off the psychopath's leash, the illusion shatters. The agent's sixth sense screams that a catastrophic mistake has just been made, but unfortunately, the cursed game over button has already been pressed. The investigator puts the pieces together ridiculously late. With his last useless breath dropping dead on the floor, the penny finally drops, and he realizes the angelic kid was Kira himself, suffering a humiliating and absolute fatality. Not a single drop of remorse in that heart of ice. For the sociopath watching from the front row, sending the American agency to the graveyard is just a little game of chess where the trap worked incredibly well. Except the sugar-addicted weirdo isn't fazed by this massacre. L's brain kicks into overdrive, and he quickly deduces the dirty magic trick, instantly realizing the killer used an agent as a trained lapdog before the mass culling. And that's exactly where karma comes to collect the bill. The FBI tragedy awakens an absolute monster with brutal training, killer instincts, and pure vengeance running through their veins, who's about to kick the door down and flip the board. Naomi is out for blood. She retraces the route of the bus hijacking, certain that that bizarre stunt wasn't an act of fate. Connecting the dots, she deduces the unthinkable. Kira orchestrated the whole circus and was sitting right there on the bus. If he was there, the sicko takes that route every day, and she's right on his tail. Meanwhile, the vibe is a pure holiday lull. Light perfectly plays the part of a normal teenager at the table with his family, hiding the fact that the world's most hunted serial killer is sitting there eating turkey with them. But playing the golden boy gets tiring. He pulls the classic studying excuse to lock himself in his room and focus on his psycho mind games in peace. Down at the precinct pigsty, chaos reaches a boiling point. The chief drops a bombshell on the squad. The FBI massacre proved that Kira doesn't just kill petty crooks. The old man lays down the law and sets things straight. He warns them that only those willing to die a pathetic death trying to catch the killer should stay in the room. Playtime is over. To the surprise of absolutely no one, a few sheep stuck around. Half a dozen suckers ignored their survival instinct and held on tight to their police badges. But staying doesn't mean kissing L's ass. chaos. The squad flips out when they realize they're putting their necks on the line for an anonymous detective who demands obedience from the comfort of his own bedroom. Their ultimatum is crystal clear. Either this bastard shows his face and mans up to do the job without playing hide and seek, or everyone packs it up and leaves him to fend for himself. And then the multiverse collapses. The most anti-social nerd in the world agrees to show up, tearing up his sacred rulebook just for those half a dozen pieces of cannon fodder. It becomes crystal clear that the mass panic and the walkout were just a sadistic filtering test by L. He needed to purge any cowards from the team who would wet their pants when push came to shove. The weirdo lays down the ground rules for the meeting. He orders the cops to split up and show up in absolute secrecy, kicking off a black ops mission, bowing down to the paranoid detective. The antisocial genius calculates every detail of the clash. He figures out the hellish stalemate. The cops need hard evidence to make an arrest, while the serial killer just needs a name to make a kill. On the other side of town, our sociopath puts on his normal teenager mask and focuses on the next murders. To him, this widespread panic is just a highly entertaining reality show, but the math of the hunt weighs on the kid's mind. He realizes that the FBI's tracking painted a massive target on his forehead just because he's the son of a police chief. He quickly sucks it up with his psycho logic. Guesswork doesn't put anyone in the slammer, and without the macabre little notebook as proof, the cops have absolutely jack shit on him. Instead of backing down, the sicko embraces the chaos. The ultimate clash of psycho nerds is about to kick off, and he's itching to crush his playmate in a mental beatdown. It's crunch time. The weirdo sets up the rendezvous at a swanky-ass hotel, absurdly far from the precinct. The perfect stage to make this invisible little clique official. 0 hour explodes right in their faces. The cops knock on the door holding their breath, about to shatter the biggest mystery on Earth, and finally see the mug of the schizophrenic nerd. The big moment finally arrives. The cops come face to face with the greatest investigative mind on the planet, but the legendary detective shatters all expectations, looking like a total weirdo who hasn't slept in years. The shock of seeing this bizarre figure is absolutely inevitable. The welcome is already a real punch in the face. The weirdo instantly pulls an armed attack simulation on the cops. It's a brutal reality check, rubbing in their faces just how vulnerable and absurdly unprepared they are for real danger. The group swallows the hard truth and accepts the enemy's limitations. The killer's dark witchcraft only requires a face and a true name to kill. This crew's caution now skyrockets to the level of full-blown psychiatric paranoia. To balance this crazy PvP, the detective enforces an insane policy: 0 physical traces. No more notebooks or electronic devices. The entire progress of this mess will have to be saved in their memories to prevent any leaked evidence. Trying to be helpful, a cop suggests censoring the TV, but the idea dies on the spot for a terrifying reason. Cutting off the attention wouldn't make the villain stop, it would just make the maniac shoot in all directions. The risk of collateral carnage against innocents is way too massive. Instead of backing down, the weirdo counterattacks with pure malice and a dirty bluff. He boldly announces an invisible army of investigators, planting a seed of absurd paranoia. Any beggar on the street now becomes a lethal risk in the killer's head. The deduction lesson moves forward, and they drop the real nuclear bomb about the enemy's weapon. The villain's little toy doesn't just snuff out lives from afar, it plays puppet master with the victim before the coffin. Mind control is part of the fatal package. On the tactical board, the guy connects the secret arrival of the FBI agents with inmates bizarrely kicking the bucket the exact same week. 0 coincidence. Those caged bastards were used as lab rats in a macabre test. Using what he learned from these cruel simulations, the enemy set up a flawless, god-tier trap. The investigation itself was forced to spit out the real names of the entire foreign squad. The FBI's death sentence was successfully stamped, but harsh reality kicks down the door, proving that the phony god threw his ideology down the drain. He iced 23 irrelevant criminals purely to create a smokescreen. It becomes blatantly obvious that the target got desperate to shield his own identity. And this cowardly plan has a giant gaping flaw. Since the asshole killer didn't have photos of the foreign squad, he had to mentally hack a single agent to act as a grim Reaper carrier pigeon. Some sucker stepped right into that trap first. The math finally plays for the good guys. The tiny number of suspects that this specific agent tailed in that extremely short time window is laughable. The great house of cards collapsed beautifully right on the culprit's little head. Taking the rap for the FBI bloodbath, that heavy guilt turns into pure nitrous for the detective's engine. For the first time, the untouchable genius sticks his own neck in the guillotine. He makes an absolutely unbreakable promise of a crushing victory. But the pants-shitting terror returns in a second with a huge bucket of cold water. The weirdo enforces a heavy security dictatorship by tossing out that the mole is sitting right there in the room. Every sucker on the team now has to prove they aren't the maniac in disguise. That's the exact moment both masterminds tune their genius to the same frequency. The weird nerd and the phony god reach the same terrifying conclusion. This beef isn't going to end in a Hollywood shootout. Whoever makes the next ridiculous slip-up is meeting their maker. But while these two peacocks calculate their next move, a surprise NPC spawns and kicks over the board. A completely off-the-radar woman holds privileged insider info about the routine of one of the dead agents, putting together a puzzle the cops couldn't even dream of. Bitten by the vengeance bug, this snoop shreds the villain's golden rule by finding out about the secret tests. Not giving a shit about the absurd danger, the girl skips the bureaucracy to drop this nuclear bomb right in the cop's laps. The false god's little house of cards is at a nasty risk of collapsing. The widowed fiancé of an FBI agent decides to go rogue. Carrying the pieces of a puzzle the police ignored, she marches straight into the precinct. Her theory about the recent deaths is the key that could turn the investigation upside down. Meanwhile, our sociopathic protagonist savors the triumph of his latest crime. Wiping out the federal agents was a masterstroke. He thinks he's an untouchable god, completely unaware that a loose end from this operation is about to walk right into that very police station. Blind to the danger, the kid ignores common sense and walks straight into the lion's den of the national police. The plan is to play the police chief's harmless son to snoop on the task force. And right in the middle of the reception area, the universe pulls the rug out from under him. The protagonist bumps face first into the investigating widow. By pure karmic bad luck, the serial killer and the woman ready to ruin his life are breathing the exact same air. The bureaucrat at the front desk tries to shoo the woman away, promising to pass on a message later, but she's no idiot and knows that a simple sticky note could never handle the atomic bomb she's holding in her hands. That's the exact second the psychopath strikes. Selling the image of a good Samaritan with a free pass to the chief, he offers himself as a VIP shortcut. In reality, he just intercepted his biggest threat. The kid doesn't blink. Seeing that the reception area is a risk, he rubs his daddy's genetic credentials in her face to siphon her trust. The goal is to drag the poor woman away from any useful cops before she spills the beans. The board flips in this sadist's favor. Dragging the woman out of the building's safe embrace was the master key. This way, he ensures no useless cop eavesdrops on the atrocity that is about to unfold. It's time for the fatality to claim his prey. The kid spits out his own identity without breaking a sweat. Flaunting his own ID creates a massive social obligation for the other person to make the same dumb mistake. And the woman caves, handing over her name. In the arrogant villain's empty head, victory is already his, but his sadistic little smirk hides the humiliation. The investigator is no fool, and she just fed him a fake name. But the conversation turns into a live grenade. The bombshell that she figured out the pre-death mind control punches the kid ruthlessly in the face. This woman is smart as hell, toxic, and way too dangerous to keep breathing the same oxygen. Our sociopath's brain connects the dots, and his blood runs cold. That woman right in front of him is the direct link to the FBI agent he dispatched days ago. The noose is tightening around the kid's neck in a way that's absurdly off-script. The bus hijacking trap, which the idiot swore was a brilliant masterpiece, is completely blown wide open. The widow dismantles his little theater, proving she figured out it was all a setup just to siphon the names of the foreign feds. And then the atomic bomb finally drops. The widow spits out that she figured out the killer's VIP rule, the overpowered ability to control his puppets before flatlining them. The psychopath's dirtiest trump card just fell right into his enemy's lap. The leak happened due to the pure stupidity of the dead agent himself. Blinded by love, the guy broke protocol and spilled mission secrets into his fiance's ear before dying. An absolutely pathetic and lethal security breach. Wearing the mask of a super attentive partner, the grim verdict in his head is already set in stone. The sheer magnitude of the lethal intel this woman holds in her chest is far too toxic for her to keep breathing. The dirty trap closes flawlessly. Selling the illusion of a makeshift Justice League, he embraces her theory and fakes an alliance. The prey continues walking hand in hand with her executioner, having no idea about the monster right beside her. An evil sigh relieves the kid's sick heart. If this crazy woman had spilled everything to any cop inside, it would have been game over on the spot. A stroke of cosmic dumb luck dropped the bomb right into his lap, and now all that's left is to trigger the final slaughter. Our favorite psychopath knows he is totally screwed. The widow walking beside him carries the only piece of information capable of destroying his empire. fire. Letting this woman breathe means the absolute end of the line for him. Pulling a cheap trick by pretending to recruit her for the investigation, he acts like he wants her help. The cynical bastard creates an absurd sense of urgency just to stop her from spilling the beans to the cops. Pretending to write down her info for the fake recruitment, he plays his final card right in the middle of the sidewalk. Killer coldly writes her name in his deadly notebook without her noticing a thing. The clock starts ticking in his head. He smiles on the inside, counting down the final seconds before the demonic power forces the puppet to take her own life. But the time limit runs out and absolutely nothing happens. Everything remains perfectly normal, and the woman keeps standing there, casually chatting beside him. It hits him like a ton of bricks. The name she gave was completely fake. The depressed widow built an impenetrable wall and played the greatest killer on the planet for an absolute fool. Watching the kid's despair, the god of death whispers in his ear, offering a magical shortcut. With this deal, he would be able to see the woman's real name floating right above her head. But this egomaniac's ego speaks louder. He would rather die than slash his own lifespan in half just for this thorn in his side. The cheat code is tossed in the trash. Things get incredibly desperate when the woman says her goodbyes and decides to walk away alone. Either he pulls off a smooth-talking miracle right now, or she vanishes into thin air to hand his head over to the cops. Meanwhile, back at the detectives' little club, the squad is looking like a bunch of zombies. The weirdo boss breaks the ice and admits that the mental torture they just went through was nothing but a loyalty test. To prove he trusts the approved investigators, the weirdo lets his right-hand man into the room. It's the legendary Invisible Fixer showing his face in the flesh for the very first time. To seal the partnership, the genius detective hands out fake badges to the elite squad. He's already figured out that the magical psychopath is completely useless without the target's real name, creating the ultimate idiot-proof shield. Back on the street, our sociopath tries to hold back his panic as he watches his doom approach. He knows that if this unlucky woman spills the beans at the station and spouts her brilliant theory, his master plan will turn to dust, and the countdown to doom starts ticking, with headquarters mere steps away. Our psychopath has a pathetic little window of time to whip up some mind games and extract her real name, or his whole charade falls apart completely. While Kira is on the run to avoid getting caught, the reclusive L sets up his secret base. Knowing that showing your face is asking for a headshot, he forces his team to use fake IDs. It's the first shield against the Death Note. The weirdo's paranoia is so intense that the team gets a disguised safety belt. With a real-time GPS planted on them, L tracks his allies every step. The idea is to prevent these incompetents from becoming easy prey without leaving a glowing beacon on the map. To keep the circus burning without exposing himself, L drops a bait at the police station. He sells the sweet illusion that the official police force is still operating in the same old place. What no one knows is that the building has become just a ghost theater. And guess who's knocking right at this ghost station? The FBI agent's widow. If this woman steps foot into that building and spills her wild theories, Light's cover goes down the drain. Desperation fries the kid's last brain cells, and he needs to act before it's game over. With no room to screw up, our fake god steps in front of her to cut off her path. It's a massive bluff, but he needs to strike up a conversation and take control of the script. If she reaches the front desk, his charade ends right there. The bastard spews big words and corporate jargon to play the part of a hardened investigator. Poking at the wound of her dead fiancé, he goes from looking like a meddling brat to the friendly neighborhood pal. The gaslighting hits maximum level to make the poor woman doubt her own safety. The maniac throws caution to the wind and steals his worst enemy's authority. Lying through his teeth that he's L's partner, he pretends to be the magic shield she wanted. The kid becomes the VIP Uber straight to the operations headquarters, blowing away any of the widow's suspicions. But he finds himself in deep water when the woman casually mentions she's had coffee with L in the past. This ex-Fed flex justifies her unbearable bloodhound instincts. The psychopath realizes he's dealing with a human time bomb ready to blow his lies wide open. It's time for the manipulative fatality. The professional sociopath makes an offer she can't refuse, inviting the widow to the secret investigation club. He serves the life goal she's been so desperately seeking on a shiny gold-plated platter, promising her the chance to strangle the culprit. The bait works, and the woman confesses she's been using a fake name this whole time. It's make or break time, so the kid asks for her ID with the most innocent face in the world. He makes up a rule that official identification is mandatory to join the secret task force, and the winning ticket is handed right to him. The blessed real name, the final nail in the coffin he needed, shines on the ID plain as day. The chess match is simply over in the serial killer's favor. The slaughter happens in broad daylight right on the curb. As they walk, the junior psychopath uses the fool's obliviousness to scribble her passport to hell in the notebook. The kid's audacity is on hard mode, sending the widow straight to the afterlife surrounded by people who have no idea a crime is happening. The brat's massive ego takes the wheel and he insists on gloating in the face of danger. Rubbing his true identity in her face, the bastard makes sure the woman's last memory is absolute panic. She realizes way too late that she left herself wide open to the trap of the exact monster she wanted to hunt. The macabre clock hits 0 and the notebook's brainwashing kicks in instantly. All that fiery drive to avenge her dead hubby evaporates and she turns into a mindless zombie. The master code to off herself in secret hacks her brain, deleting any reaction of shock. The most cunning and lethal widow to ever step into this show walks like a zombie straight to her grave. Her track record evaporates, and the brilliant theories that would crush the villain rot away in the coffin with her. Our sociopath's dirt remains safely swept under the rug in a 100% flawless cleanup. The pathetic anti-Kira task force keeps pretending to work. Behind the scenes, the vibe is basically a funeral for losers dealing with the stress of the case. Throwing a pure stress-induced tantrum over the idiotic tip-offs, Matsuda goes completely rogue in a 0% professional way. The idiot simply yanks the phone cord out of the wall to get his 30 seconds of peace. The asylum doors are blown wide open by the population's paranoia. Old ladies call in crying, confessing to being the killer out of pure delusion, slowing down the traditional police, until the pathetic monotony is shattered amidst the useless calls. Someone finally calls in swearing to have some real, juicy gossip, throwing gasoline on the investigation's fire. Meanwhile, in the Nerds VIP Club, L's little crew has set up a Batcave. They are entirely focused on sniffing out every dirty trail left in the FBI agent's bloodbath. The detective's massive brain lights up when he finds a bizarre loophole in Agent Ray Penber's schedule. The time the dead guy spent riding the train has a completely inexplicable black hole. The little pieces of humiliation finally click for L. Kira used that sucker Penber as his lapdog to leak the identity of all the agents before going in for the final kill. Watching the deceased's final spasms spits out the golden clue. The shocked face he makes before kicking the bucket screams that the psychopath was breathing down his neck. Watching the little show from the front row, L hacks into the sadist's mind, figuring out his massive inflated ego. Getting off on watching his own massacre live completely exposes the maniac's narcissistic personality. On the other side, the prep boy is frying his brain testing the notebook's magical limits. He wants to poke around and see if he can set a paranormal alarm clock for the poor bastard's doom months in advance. But the kid's mental vacation ends quickly when he digs into the hacked files. He finds out that the police's data faucet has been shut off the hard way, plugging the information leak. This door slammed in his face triggers the alarm siren. Our favorite sociopath quickly realizes that the weirdo put a chokehold on the task force and clogged up any gossip drain. To never be caught with his pants down, he fries his neurons putting together a rigged contraption in his room. The goal is to keep his little death list stuffed in a hiding spot at all times. At the police base, the shit finally hits the fan for the dopes. They discover the existence of late Penber's fiancée, who was playing tourist in Japan while her husband dropped dead. L spots right away that the armed tourist used to be his lapdog on a leash in past investigations. This dark, intimate tunnel could tie up the loose ends the college kid hid around the city. Knowing the chick is a focused ex-agent, the creep tosses the suicide theory in the trash. He'd bet both his arms that her grief turned her into a vigilante hunting the killer all by herself. This kicks the investigation's door wide open, shrinking the target pool to a tiny little club. The noose finally tightens only around the poor bastards the late agent was breathing down the necks of during the week of the slaughter. The zombie goes crazy and suggests an underground Big Brother. The absurd idea is to shove cameras into the suspects' own homes and spy on their private lives non-stop. Faced with the team's shock at the crime, L crushes everyone's pride against the wall. He forces the cowards to choose between their guaranteed paycheck at the end of the month or risking their asses to investigate. The bomb explodes right in the boss's faces. The only victims of that fatal stalking would be the deputy director and the great chief Yagami himself. With his pride trampled in the mud, the old man swallows his fatherly instincts and presses the green button. The gavel comes down hard, and the Yagami family is going to become the star attraction of a bloodthirsty reality show. To play the flawless tough guy, the old man himself demands extreme espionage in his own house. He orders them to shove cameras even in the toilet lid, eliminating any blind spots. hours. The home invasions go down in the dead of night. The team milks every second of the ridiculous little window of time when everything is wide open to plant their espionage toys. Our favorite sociopath goes back to playing the normal teenager. He hides his bloodthirsty psychopath brain behind the mask of a boy genius without dropping any hints to his mommy. Except the little genius doesn't realize that every time he scratches his balls, it's being broadcast in HD to the cops. The creepy zombie's trap just bit the kid in the ankle. In his room, the oh shit alarm blares loud. A strategic little hair left on the door signs the panic warrant that some wise guy popped his room's cherry. The mental heart attack hits hard, but he focuses on keeping his poker face. Without showing his pissed pants terror to the voyeurs, the actor goes to check the damage, forcing the absolute serenity of an innocent man. Through the screens, the zombie tries to decode his rival's coldness while fiddling with the door. The sour suspicion even pops up that his own daddy leaked the Big Brother setup so his kid could prepare. Far away from the bugged little house, the prep boy finally spills the beans to the demon. Keeping his mouth shut wasn't just him trying to look cool, he just needed to make sure nobody intercepted their gossip. The pretty boy explains that the baits on the door were a microscopic mechanical trap, a trick that's physically impossible to undo without tampering with the crime scene, and screaming that he was broken into. Since the notebook didn't fry in the fake hiding spot, his dark trump card remains intact. He realizes the surgical break-in reeks of the brilliant weirdo, turning their oddest cockfight into a purely mental asylum. Except the cursed Big Brother cuts off the gravy train of juicy apples. If little fruits start evaporating out of nowhere in front of the cameras, the virgin student's little act collapses instantly. The forced diet causes a violent withdrawal freakout for the big monster. Begging for food, this panic of starving turns into the sickest secret weapon in the sociopath's little hand. Using the crackhead demon as an invisible errand boy for the cameras, he gains a monstrous hack. The boy continues his cynical good guy soap opera while the creature does a sneaky sweep on the down low. The demon embraces the mission of hunting down the cameras, just so he can bite into his juicy little fruit later. With this invisible hack, the big boy marches back smiling, thirsty to turn the zombie's big brother into his own cynical stage. Our sociopathic protagonist wastes no time and puts the apple-munching demon to work as a slave. With his house under surveillance, he plays the only tactical card in his deck that the useless police could never sniff out. Behind the monitors, the kid's cheap little show generates some delicious second-hand embarrassment among the cops, but the weirdo detective keeps devouring the scene with his eyes, too paranoid to swallow this dime store soap opera without throwing up. Meanwhile, the demon's phantom X-ray spills the beans. Without moving a single muscle in his scrawny frame, our evil genius starts mentally mapping out the massive pit of cameras he just walked into. The monstrous scheme takes shape in his mind. If the bad guys keep dropping dead the exact second he's caught on camera scratching his belly button in his room, the golden theory of these hack detectives will melt like ice cream. The family nest turns into a literal amusement park. Drowning in a sea of small talk and trash TV with his relatives, he cements his illusion of being a useless teenager, plugging any holes for the cameras. But the weirdo's trap blows up right in the middle of family dinner. An apocalyptic news flash spews across the TV, shattering the piece of the house in the blink of an eye to test if the kid slips up in front of everyone. The dinner's Russian roulette failed, so our killer pulls that legendary bluff of pulling an all-nighter to study. He grabs some snacks and bails to his room, a ridiculous theatrical act that fits the evil he's planning like a glove. It's crunch time with the bizarre creature, who drops the bomb that he's only going to spit out the spy's locations one damn time. The sociopath has to burn this floor plan into his brain on the first try if he doesn't want to wake up behind bars. The stalker's neurosis is so bad that even the supernatural beast's apples are embargoed by the cameras. For our proud psychopath, this farce proves his rival is a compulsive maniac, but he's going to keep rubbing terror right in the face of the law. The psycho arts and crafts kick into action, hunching over and using the clutter on his desk to block the electronic eyes. The madman forges an invisible little shield where a sneaky hidden screen spews out the faces of his fresh new victims. The midnight snack becomes the ultimate weapon. Disguising a routine case of the munchies, he dispatches the pawns by ripping a tiny scrap off the dark diary, turning his homework into a silent bloodbath. In the voyeur's hideaway, the lie goes down smooth. The phony SWAT team breathes a sigh of relief watching the kid sweat over his studies, completely clueless about the meat grinder operating right under their noses. Suddenly, a collective pant-shitting floods the cops' room. The perfectly synchronized downpour of dead bodies rubs the impossible right on the screen, exposing that spying on the kid's family didn't do shit. The emo detective's brain rejects the pillow. Even knowing the kid had no way of sucking information from the TV, this flawless cover-up borders on alien and reeks of a sadistic love letter dropped right into his lap. As the sun rises, the glorious time to burn the evidence arrives. What looks like an overgrown baby taking out his own trash is the ultimate cremation of proof, sending the gizmo that violated their surveillance straight down the drain. For this egocentric robot, blowing his allowance by trashing tech is chump change to keep breathing free. The useless virgin certificate is stamped, and round one of this intellectual cockfight crowns our little genius with flying colors. Stepping outside, the boy's paranoia hits absurd levels. He checks the perimeter like a bloodhound, knowing that the psychological torture of being watched demands military discipline. Any slip-up on the street would be his one-way ticket to hell. The operational method will need a brutal upgrade to avoid leaving a trail. Using the original tool has become an idiotic risk under that family roof. A new, ridiculously ingenious scheme quietly goes into action. As soon as the door opens, the psychopath's act is flawless and sickening. The persona of the harmless virgin student dominates the scene without showing a hint of fatigue. It's a fake performance worthy of an Oscar. To clean up the mess and clear the suspicion, he brazenly invents a fake pattern. By deliberately taking out 2-bit thugs, he shatters the logical connection that would put a noose right around his neck. This stroke of genius goes beyond the walls of his cramped room. By setting up the kills in advance, he makes the casualties pop up at erratic hours. With this move, his alibi becomes an impenetrable fortress of innocence. The official paperwork finally clears the suspects, kicking the surveillance to the curb. You can practically smell the relief in the police squad room, with everyone celebrating the fact that their relatives made it off the death radar in one piece. But no brain can turn off a maniac's intuition. The detective pours cold water on the little party, warning them that zero evidence on video doesn't mean a stamp of innocence. This guy's lunatic obsession with keeping up the hunt is rock solid. The investigator knows damn well there's no freaking god operating here. The surgical slaughter exposes the real profile behind the deaths. The target is nothing more than a spoiled teenager swallowed by pathetic delusions of grandeur. Tired of hunting ghosts in the dark, the game flips upside down. The detective realizes the only play left is to corner the bastard and squeeze a confession out of him right at the moment of the kill. It's a kamikaze mental ambush. On the flip side of the conflict, the bizarre silence inside the house draws attention. The boy instantly realizes that the sick invasion of privacy is finally history. The good life is back in full force, and the boy's ego breaches the stratosphere. In his sick head, crushing this annoying detective is just squashing another pathetic insect before stealing the throne of the planet. The calendar turns, and the damn college entrance exams arrive. The perfect little nerd act needs to run smoothly at the university. The circus has to go on without anyone catching a whiff of the carnage. Except the boredom of the perfect exam goes straight down the drain. Some random nonsense shatters the zombie vibe of the entire room, turning the boy's head. The robotic atmosphere gets jolted by something bizarre in the air. A total lunatic in the room spits on the basic rules, rubbing an invisible "fuck you" in everyone's faces. The protagonist realizes right away that this weirdo plays his own game of chess, not giving a shit about the useless pressure of that academic system. That preppy little theater instantly turns into a mental cockfight. The weirdo didn't set up that circus for nothing, and the gloves come off, signaling that the virtual hide-and-seek is dead and buried. The blanket of anonymity has just been torn away. The safety bubble is ruthlessly crushed, with the kamikaze detective sticking right next to suspect number 1. Our genius feels his guts twist with this deadly embrace. The cockfight has turned into a head-on brawl, and any stupid misstep will get his head chopped off. April rolls around and all hell breaks loose. The cat-and-mouse game between our killer and the cops officially moves to college. It's a brand new map, jam-packed with idiotic rules and risks this moron never even dreamed of. Zero surprises on the freshman podium. Busting his ass to keep up the golden boy facade lands the guy right at the top. Being crowned king of the campus is the perfect ego rub for his raging god complex. But the script flips and the throne is shared on stage. On one side, the perfectly groomed rich kid. On the other, pure unkempt chaos incarnate. It's a clash of opposites so absurd it hypnotizes anyone trying to process this glitch in the matrix. The academic circus wraps up, but the real survival test kicks into high gear. Walking down these steps marks the end of the harmless theater. It's the trigger to a sick psychological ambush our protagonist hasn't even realized he's walked into. And then the plot drops a nuclear warhead right in our laps. The weirdo rips off his own invisibility cloak and drops the bomb that he's the archenemy. Plain and simple. It's a suicidal leap without a parachute that flips the power dynamic in a split second. The self-proclaimed god of the new world completely short-circuits. The mousetrap snaps on his tail in a way he never calculated. He can't pull a weapon in a crowd, and he knows that breathing too hard is basically a confession. Instant checkmate. The psychological snare hits a strategic climax. Playing it too cool and failing to react like a normal person just turned into cyanide. By trying to hide his panic, any robotic response practically hands his opponent the smoking gun needed to hunt him to the ends of the earth. To make matters worse, stealing the name of that washed-up pop idol is an absurdly brilliant bulletproof vest. Trying to write that name in the notebook would kill a random innocent and stamp a certificate of stupidity on his forehead, with all evidence pointing straight back to the golden boy. The detective fading into the horizon is a slap in the face, flexing the massive VIP fleet protecting the guy. This isn't some old folks game of checkers. It's going toe-to-toe with a white-collar mafia backed by an infinite budget. The train ride home turns into a silent purgatory. Surrounded by peasants in the carriage, the anxiety of processing this bombshell makes his blood boil. He's draining every ounce of his willpower just to keep from snapping and screaming in front of everyone. The second he locks the door, the dam bursts. With no audience around, his bottled-up rage spits fire everywhere. The fury is fueled by the absolute certainty that he just got played for a sucker in an incredibly humiliating game of 4D chess. Reality hits like a freight train. His own inflated ego was the knife in his back. Too focused on playing the untouchable mastermind to the world, he fell asleep at the wheel and took a fatal hit. Being at a disadvantage swallowed him whole, but instead of crying uncle, the psychological bullying just lights the fuse. The panic melts away, making room for that deliciously toxic arrogance. This idiot realizes he's completely turned on by the challenge, and pure adrenaline is rushing to his head once again. His mental Xanax comes from a brutal piece of logic. If they had a single shred of evidence, the SWAT team would have already thrown him in the back of a squad car. The fact that the weirdo had to resort to this stunt proves the cops are flying blind and have absolutely nothing on the golden boy. Our arrogant genius leans into this waltz of deceit, laser-focused on a purely demonic endgame. This fake bromance is the master key to hacking the investigation from the inside out. He's going to siphon his rival's trust, steal his real identity, and send them all straight to hell in one fell swoop. While the human world is literally on fire because of Kira, the crowd in the Shinigami realm keeps rotting away in the same old circle jerk. The boredom in this gothic dumpster is absolute and unbearably pathetic. Tired of living on gossip alone, one of these vultures turns on the pay-per-view to the human world to see for himself. He decides to investigate who Ryuki's supposed sugar daddy is, proving that the owner of the macabre little notebook is already drawing the attention of much worse crowds. Back to our space sewer, Light's sick plan is already in full swing. He and his archenemy are strolling side by side around campus pretending to be bros, warming up for a little ball game that's actually a mental minefield ready to blow. The detective throws out the first poison bait and Light immediately smells blood in the water. The eyebag panda dissects everything in his own disturbed mind, coldly calculating whether he's dealing with a virgin freshman or an arrogant serial killer in disguise. But the kid with the dark circle shows he didn't come to embarrass himself. The violent smash of the first serve exposes the sick level of the game, making it crystal clear that the hunt for the killer is going to be aggressive, dirty, and without a drop of lube. In a heartbeat, what was supposed to be just a gourmet criminal interrogation turns into the college's Cirque du Soleil. The chaotic energy attracts a bunch of nosy busybodies, turning our two psychopaths into the true Kardashians of the Japanese academic world. Ignoring the surrounding hysteria, L knows perfectly well that Kira's inflated ego is his weak point. He uses the rallies to test his rival's vanity, provoking that sick instinct to crush the enemy that these two unhinged freaks love to carry around. The penny drops and the false god realizes the trap, figuring out that playing the pushover would reek of guilt from a mile away. Completely blinded by his own inflated ego, our sociopath decides that the only tolerable way out is to seek the absolute massacre of his opponent. It's a sick catch-22 that fries both their brains. To invade the HQ and dominate everything, Light needs to play the Good Samaritan and beg for friendship. Meanwhile, L uses this pathetic hunger for attention to try to leash the killer with his own little lies. The weak hesitation evaporates, crushed by the fury of a domineering brat going on the attack. The dirty fetish of annihilating the hunchback comes to life, rubbing it in their faces that the perfect slaughter doesn't waste a single syllable, just raw violence. The sugar addict is crushed to his physical limit, throwing himself in the dirt like a beggar scrounging for change. The psychopath's math was perfect, and the sick aggression pays off. The hunchback's untouchable pose finally melts in front of everyone. The physical beatdown seals Light's victory, who upholds his disgusting good guy mask with a cute handshake for the crowd to drool over. Except, for the crackhead detective, getting his ass kicked on the scoreboard doesn't matter, because this entire humiliation was just dirty foreplay to tenderize the meat. The hunchback doesn't waste a damn second and immediately takes control of the leash away from the extras. Without the slightest shame, he uses the post-game sweat to spit in his rival's face that the little match didn't prove shit about his innocence. His paranoid instincts remain hard and throbbing. And that's when the psychological terrorism reaches its climax, with the worst of accusations vomited right into the preppy kid's face. A black hole-sized pressure swallows these idiots, because any weak little flinch now signs a confession of guilt. The yellow ball went to the trash, and the real cockfight for survival has been blown wide open. Light realizes his best defense is to not give a crap about the accusation. He puts on his perfect charismatic student mask, knowing damn well that freaking out would be signing a confession. Our sociopath's brain goes into overdrive upon hearing the proposal. He takes in his enemy's sheer genius and instantly realizes he's been completely cornered. If he refuses the VIP invite to help with the investigation, suspicion turns into absolute certainty on the spot. With no way out, the arrogant prick is forced to dive headfirst into the lion's den. Meanwhile, at police headquarters, paranoia goes through the roof. The department's unhinged rules make it glaringly obvious that there's an absurd level of distrust regarding the loyalty of every officer inside. The real reason behind all the secrecy blows up in their faces. The surveillance dragnet is laser focused on a single point, proving that the serial killer is sleeping under the same roof as a cop. Far from this circus, the arena for round 2 of their duel is hand-picked, a neutral, bulletproof spot ensuring no outside idiot can crash the mental autopsy between these two. L sets a trap disguised as a friendly chat. The detective creates a pressure cooker scenario where the kid has to spew sheer genius, without letting slip anything that only the killer would know. To maintain his nerdy choir boy facade, our sociopath spits out some absurdly good logic. Using only public breadcrumbs, he deduces the killer's need for a name and a pretty face to commit murder. With the initial test out of the way, the real mousetrap snaps into place. The madman puts all his cards on the table, handing the investigation's dirty little secrets straight over to suspect number 1. As he takes the paperwork, the kid's brain melts into overdrive. Now he's forced to play the expert on crimes he committed himself, sweating bullets to hide the fact that he already knows everything. Analyzing the data on the dead FBI agents, Light's answer exposes exactly how the names were leaked. He solves the riddle of how the suits passed the gossip around among themselves. The tension freezes when the weirdo zeroes in on the letters left by the victims. He throws right onto the table the ridiculous joke about gods of death that was shoved between the lines of the messages. That's when the detective throws a bizarre curveball, completely pulling the rug out from under the kid. He presents a supposed 4th message, turning the chat into an interrogation about friendly little ghosts. The mental gears click into place, and the slick bastard catches the surgical trap. He knows the 4th clue is total fake news, but throwing a fit to point out the mistake would be a straight-up confession that he's the killer. Swallowing his massive ego, our boy puts on the ultimate poker face. He plays the insufferable skeptic and completely brushes off the mystical BS, proving he processes info just like any normal nerd. The plan backfires beautifully. Our golden boy instantly realizes that acting like the smartest guy in the room on every single test gave the detective the exact resume he was looking for in a prime suspect. The mousetrap snaps shut with a venomous VIP invitation. By pulling the golden boy right under the investigation's wing, keeping a close eye on his every breath becomes a total piece of cake. The kid decides to play his final card. Playing it totally safe, he demands a VIP look at the faces and badges of everyone on the team as a security guarantee, making the kid practically crap his pants. The request is approved without breaking a sweat. The detective puts the life of the boy's own father on the line as collateral, setting off a million alarm bells. Just as the tension reaches its absolute peak, reality dropkicks the door. Their mental knife fight is abruptly interrupted by a massive problem dropping right into their laps. The hype of their little cockfight is brutally killed by an apocalyptic dramatic phone call. The frantic voice on the other end announces that the police chief just collapsed from a massive heart attack. The news hits the kid like a freight train when he hears his dad is on death's door. Behind his good boy facade, he knows this tragedy is going to look incredibly bad for him. The shit absolutely hits the fan, considering that a heart attack is the killer's trademark. The weirdo instantly turns the dying father into a brand new mousetrap, testing to see if the dutiful son will trip over his own lies. While the police sweat bullets over the investigations, the vulture media sniffs out carrion. The case of the mystical serial killer is an absolute pot of gold for ratings. However, the cops keep their lips sealed and leak absolutely nothing. But cutthroat capitalism screams louder. The network bosses throw ethics out the window and decree that, without official news, they are simply going to blatantly make everything up for profit. Far away from this television madhouse, reality kicks the door down. The focus falls squarely on the aftermath of a bizarre heart attack that put the entire police investigation on ice. At the hospital, the tension gets as thick as lead. The sociopathic protagonist needs to keep up the charade of a crying son, knowing that the greatest mastermind in the world is right there, cruelly dissecting every millimeter of his reactions. The bizarre detective lays the truth on the table with zero social filter. He points to the kid's father as an obvious target, using this coldness on purpose to test the limits of the brat's rehearsed fake grief. Breaking the tension, the barefoot weirdo pulls a rabbit out of his hat. He calmly reveals that he has already laid bare his secret identity to the police, crushing any chance the sociopath had of trying to manipulate them against him. From then on, the giant trap is set. With devastating logic, the investigator brings up the leak of confidential files, proving that the serial killer has VIP access to police reports. Without beating around the bush, the sugar addict drops the final bomb. He ties the slaughter of the FBI agents to the boy, tightening the net and nailing the young man as suspect number 1 in this lethal manhunt. Under pressure, the genius student plays a manipulative card. He uses his own father as a stepping stone, inventing the tearful excuse of wanting to clear his family's honor to try to infiltrate the task force directly. To test this audacity, the sneaky detective prepares another sharp bait. The challenge now is to make the kid draw up the psychopath's psychological profile, forcing the killer to describe his own sick mind. Swallowing hard, the kid unleashes his ego and delivers the demanded report. He coldly dissects how the culprit acts, driven by a savior complex, unknowingly handing over a detailed self-analytical statement. The detective embraces the theory with surgical sadism. He uses the outlined profile to purposely trash-talk the serial killer, offending the murderer and calling him a childish, spoiled loser at the top of his lungs. To fake an immaculate innocence, our little psychopath goes all in. He suggests being locked in a hole of total isolation, coldly calculating that the police would never accept something so extreme. The weird mastermind rejects the madness, but casts his own hook. He uses the father's fresh heart attack as a lame excuse to pretend he deleted the boy from the suspect list, creating a fake truce. This peace treaty, however, is a complete joke and they both know it. The weirdo's radar is going off non-stop, while the student fries his brain focused on finding out his rival's real name. Far from the prying eyes of the police, the bastard embraces his messiah complex hard. Playing hide-and-seek with death carries no weight at all. For him, it's the golden ticket to sculpt the future of humanity his way. The apple-addicted demon cracks up at this absurd arrogance. He finds it hilarious how the teenager sees himself as an invincible god, even while recklessly playing with lethal supernatural forces. Thirsty for chaos, the madman shifts the fighting ring. The battle jumps from the police offices straight to the bizarre and sensationalist TV circus, where a new seed of panic is planted. An anonymous package is delivered to the network with a pants-crapping warning. The lunatic demands to turn the TV into a private circus, promising to spill fresh blood live for any curious onlooker who wants to watch. And the suit's response to this macabre little letter is bizarre. Instead of calling the police, they throw any morality in the trash, seduced by the disgusting guarantee of skyrocketing ratings with a televised carnage. The hunt for the ex-FBI agent goes completely cold. Their only useless crumb of a lead is gone, leaving this incompetent task force running around like a bunch of headless chickens. Until all hell breaks loose. The killer ignores the useless cops and kicks down the front door, hijacking the TV broadcast to start his own sadistic reality show. The psychological blow hits hard. The villain those loser cops wanted to keep under wraps just spat out the rules of his game on national television. It's a direct hit to the detective's ego. The psycho decides to brutally mock him, ripping off his tacky little font to send a message. The tables have turned, and this party demands fresh meat. To leave everyone paralyzed with fear, another poor bastard is tossed on screen like a cow in a slaughterhouse, proving he's not bluffing. Boiling with pure rage and stupidity, one of the detectives pulls the absolute dumbest idea out of his ass. He says screw the orders and decides to play lone hero, heading straight for the broadcast station. Stupidity hits a new record on the streets. Our rogue cop sneaks up to the building, swearing he's gonna pull the plug on the broadcast by force, completely ignoring his lack of backup. That's exactly when the bill for his stupidity comes due with interest. Playing a lone Rambo and rushing in blindly blows up right in his face, getting him gunned down on the spot. Back at their private little club, their buddy's pathetic sacrifice is broadcast live. This useless squad's absolute incompetence is rubbed right in the whole world's face. Rage triggers a suicidal instinct in the rest of the team, but the nerd detective's cold logic shuts down the meltdown. He makes it clear that charging in like idiots right now is just buying a VIP ticket to the morgue. The pieces of the puzzle come together in a speed run. To land such a perfect shot, the psycho has to be physically holed up in the station's control room, drooling over the front entrance security feeds. Meanwhile, the whole shit show reaches the police chief recovering from a heart attack in the hospital. He's forced to watch the TV show his useless badge being used as toilet paper. The old geezer refuses to play the useless grandpa and hits the fuck it button. Even though he's falling apart, he decides to rip out his IVs and head straight back to the circus right now. His family nearly shits their pants in panic when they realize the old man bailed. Seeing cops get turned into Swiss cheese at the station's entrance on TV, they realize he ran straight into the meat grinder. But the old-timer pulls a cheat code out of his pocket to glitch the whole thing. Hiding behind a heavily armored SWAT truck to create a blind spot, he breaches the station through sheer brute force. It's a classic do-or-die move to rip the plug right out of the wall. Straight from headquarters, the tension has everyone shitting bricks. The killer's horror livestream gets interrupted by a totally random brawl. It's the start of Chief Yagami's kamikaze plan, leaving the investigation nerd's jaws on the floor. The brilliance of this OP move is obvious right away. Any idiot knows the villain needs a face to send you to the shadow realm. Kicking down the door from inside a blind metal box completely wrecks the killer's advantage. The grandpa cop invades the den of these TV bloodsuckers with murder in his eyes. Yagami isn't there for a coffee break. He's fueled by the fury of a desperate father who wants to cancel this nationally broadcasted bloodbath yesterday. It's a straight-up clash between the old man who actually cares about human lives and the shameless scumbags farming views off a tragedy. The old-timer's order is loud and brutal. He wants to rip control of the broadcast right out of the hands of these cowardly suits. The police intimidation tactics work perfectly to break their cowardice. A gun barrel to the face easily beats the imaginary fear the villain put in them. The director's tough guy act melts like ice cream, forcing the wimp to bend over and hand over the prize. The holy loot finally shows up. Those sketchy tapes are the physical connection between the untouchable edgy teen and the real world. It's the first concrete clue capable of giving our killer a massive headache. Meanwhile, the police bosses are freaking the hell out over this suicide mission, terrified of becoming a laughingstock. But L's mysterious voice on the call bulldozes through the red tape. He tells the board to shut their little mouths so he can hijack the steering wheel of the crisis right at the peak of despair. Back at the TV station, the 200 IQ escape plan goes into action, exposing the edgy villain's biggest flaw. By forming a wall of visored helmets that hide their very souls, the squad completely neutralizes the psychopath's visual radar. It's basically a red carpet to walk out right in the face of danger. They speedrun the escape route on hard mode, tearing through the lethal blockade thanks to this OP strat. The first solid kick to the nuts against the ego of this edgy teen playing God has just been successfully delivered. But once they hit the safe zone, the old man's body finally reaches its expiration date. The Red Bull wears off, collecting the toll for that adrenaline rush. The fragile shell of the old guy who hit a heart attack in his pants just to play hero finally gives out. The scare passes, and their mindset flips from sheer terror straight into revenge mode. With the magic tapes in hand, their hate-fueled vow is to weaponize this suffering. They want to shove this right up the killer's ass and flip the board on his stupid little game. A full day of pure terror goes out the window, and the nerd squad sits their asses down to process the issue. The rotten contents of this cursed unboxing are finally going to be puked out onto the table of the untouchable suits. And the crap recorded on the tape goes way deeper than it looked. The psycho set up a sadistic RPG, forcing the police to swallow their pride on live TV. The options were either to become the villain's lapdog or to face him head-on, and each choice came with a pre-scheduled fatality. Since the badass raid on the TV station already served as a giant middle finger to the killer, the squad has no choice but to tank the damage. The guys fast-forward the video to see what absurd fatality they're about to take for not giving a shit about the pathetic rules of this little game. That's when the shit hits the fan right in the boss's face. As a tax for their rebellion, the villain demands a VIP blood toll. A bitter ultimatum demands that either the police chief or the lead investigator sacrifice their glorious lives to save the rest of the pawns. They're backed into a ridiculously tight corner. If anyone uses a stunt double or tries to pull a fast one, it'll trigger a massive lethal ban wave on the cops. This clown wants to see the biggest thorn in his side cry uncle in the most embarrassing global spectacle in history. The kid's level of arrogance with this move is honestly disgusting. The mastermind behind this whole mess swears he's playing 4D chess with untouchable pieces. With the bomb timer ticking, this loser sits in his gamer chair waiting for the cops to cry, absolutely convinced the trophy is in the bag. Light instantly picks up on the bizarre message hidden in this televised trash. Some random lunatic out there hasn't just bought into his psychopathic delusions, but is absolutely desperate to be the official cheerleader for this killing spree. The kid makes up his mind in the blink of an eye. Instead of whining about unfair competition, he realizes he's just been gifted a disposable pawn. Now he just needs to figure out how to make this puppet work for free. But the paranoia kicks in when he analyzes the twisted rules of this circus. The copycat literally sold their soul to get a cheat code the original doesn't have, surpassing their own idol in pure, unadulterated carnage. The tactic now requires sticking close to the task force. Using his own family as a shield, his plan is to become the police's official intern, keeping the eccentric detective and the killer cosplayer on a very tight leash. Meanwhile, the media freaks out and the public eats up the hot gossip on TV. The cheap threats make the cops wet their pants, to the point they decide to hand over their greatest genius on a silver platter just to dodge the slaughter. But the biggest brain in the room crushes this pathetic surrender plan by pointing out the obvious flaw. To be killed, you need some brand recognition, and the psychopath out there is way too paranoid to accept some random nobody on TV as a trophy. That's when an atomic bomb drops right in the task force's lap, bringing everything to a screeching halt. This bizarre murder wasn't a technical glitch. It makes it blatantly clear that there are now two psychopaths on the loose, and this little game has turned into total chaos. The manhunt exposes a bizarrely twisted sense of justice. While the veteran operates methodically to cleanse the planet, the copycat is out here killing absolute nobodies over petty tantrums, completely ignoring their idol's methodical playbook. The criminal profile for this new headache basically writes itself for the team. We're dealing with a complete moron about as skilled as a potato, with the brain of a spoiled brat, the exact opposite of the original paranoid robot. This sheer stupidity is so massive that physical evidence practically jumps into the cops' laps. This monumental screw-up shatters any lingering illusion of genius behind the copycat's mediocre executions. The task force's strategy takes a violent U-turn. The new goal is to absolutely crush the useless fanboy, using this sucker as a doormat to get straight to the untouchable throat of the mastermind behind this bloodbath. To win this sick race, the eccentric detective makes the most kamikaze bet possible. Out of desperation, he literally pulls the arrogant teenager, who he is absolutely sure is the killer, right into the police's inner sanctum. The net stays absurdly tight behind this golden bait. The dirty play here is to drain the kid's massive brain for the investigation, keeping the prime suspect on an invisible leash of absolute paranoid surveillance. The ultimate trap requires hiding the existence of the rookie lunatic from the boy wonder. It's a sadistic test to see if this preppy kid slips on a banana peel and spills details that only the original killer would know. Far away from there, the dirty details finally expose the second lunatic's motive. This cheap knockoff is just the mental breakdown of a needy fan. A glorious bloody tantrum thrown simply to make the murderous senpai notice their pathetic existence. To score this soap opera level meet cute, this creature threw their normal life in the trash. The chaotic move to the capital and the bizarre hijacking of a dying broadcast network were all calculated tricks by a lovesick psycho. Except this deranged stalker has an absurdly overpowered cheat code up her sleeve. She unlocked a visual upgrade that puts the veteran's powers to shame, and if these two lunatics ever bump into each other, the supreme nerd is the one who will be begging for his own life. The task force decides to use the handsome suspect as a lap lab rat. They set a dirty trap, hiding the detail of a second killer on the loose to test his logical skills without the pretty boy noticing. There's always a card up their sleeve in this hunt. The new killer's pathetic devotion to her original idol is a massive weak point, and the genius tactic is to use the enemy's own poison as a bizarre antidote. That's exactly where the trap crushes the kid's throat. If he really is the serial killer, he'll be comically forced to play against his own team and save his worst enemy's skin just to keep his good guy act intact. The top secret instructions fall right into the protagonist's lap. This VIP invite is exactly the golden ticket the maniac needed to completely bust through the police investigation's defenses. The handsome suspect storms the room, officially stepping right into the face of danger. The theoretical hunt dies here, and the mind game turns into an absurdly tense face-to-face showdown. The bizarre investigator doesn't beat around the bush introducing the extras, but one detail sets off alarms immediately. Everyone is using fake names. The kid instantly realizes he's surrounded by a bunch of untraceable ghosts. The moment of truth arrives in this mess. The weirdo boss throws the confidential documents on the table and orders the rookie recruit to dive headfirst into the clues and nonsense sent by the killer fangirl. An idiot alarm goes off in the kid's ear as he stays quiet, staring at the papers. The poor bastard realizes that if he doesn't open his mouth and spit out some pure genius right then and there, this pathetic silence will sign his death warrant just like a confession. He throws caution to the wind and makes the most suicidal and fantastic decision possible. By dropping the nuke that there's a second killer on the loose, he leaves the extras dumbfounded and plays right into the detective's sick script. To earn his Oscar, the narcissist flips the board and corners the weirdo, calling him out for testing him with outdated info. He celebrates internally since he not only escaped prison, but also completely crushed their first deadly trap. Then the detective drops the ultimate fatality in this mental circus. He asks the suspect to cosplay as the original killer on TV to fool the fake. It's the cosmic irony of forcing the serial killer to hunt his own fan. The fake draft is ready, full of brilliant BS spewed by the brand owner himself, but the weird detective rubs salt in the wound, pointing out a suicidal detail, the blatant authorization in the text to put a hit on the investigation's own head. The circus catches fire when the evening news is hijacked by a breaking news bulletin. The masses fall into widespread panic upon discovering the police caved in and handed the mic over to the serial killer to send a little message on national television, and the cosplayer swallows the bait, hook, line, and sinker. The absolute lunatic fails to sniff out the police's manipulation and swears her ultimate crush just sent her a live little heart. Bathed in the illusion that she's become the first lady of crime, the fangirl decides to return the favor to her master. She gets all dolled up, ready to say screw it and take the next suicidal step in this lethal psychopath Tinder. An unexpected miracle happens amidst the postal service's garbage. One of the extras finds a bizarre pattern in the handwriting on a box, proving the hook tore through the fish's mouth absurdly fast. They hit play and the seized video is a bizarre show of submission. The cosplayer bows her head and throws herself on the floor like a doormat, desperately begging to be her master's docile and obedient tool, but then the shit hits the fan. In her ridiculous thirst to score an in-person meeting, the crazy girl blurts out a radioactive secret, exposing a magical weakness to the whole squad that no one dreamed existed. Spitting on secrecy, the poor girl suggests using the invisible monsters as an ID card on a blind date. The fool throws the serial killer's superpower in the trash just to get a whiff of her idol's neck, not giving a damn about the cops watching. The protagonist melts down inside, seeing months of acting evaporate because of a fangirl who won't shut her trap. He realizes he needs to put a leash on this idiot yesterday, while the weight of this information crushes the investigator's skulls. The police's logical ground simply evaporates in front of the screen, having to swallow the fact that ghosts and monsters are walking around fires a bazooka right into everyone's sanity in the room. The little rules of Earth have been torn apart, and the circus has just turned into an irrevocable hellish party. The world's greatest detective finally hits a wall his brain can't process. Accepting magical little ghosts means throwing his entire grip on reality in the trash. The game just got turned upside down. Down at the task force, our useless mole has to step in and school everyone. He tries to make sure this second nutjob's profile stays as far away from the originals as possible. It's all a desperate maneuver to save his own skin. The imposter's ultimate fetish is out in the open, shifting the team's focus. The task force finally grasps the real danger of the situation. A true apocalypse will go down if these two psychos magically managed to cross paths. In a dirty trick to deflect suspicion, he comes up with the genius idea to treat all this supernatural BS as just a metaphor. The kid suggests it might just be a secret password for the lethal power. Distancing himself from this Hogwarts magic is vital to protect his dark little secret. Then comes the most suicidal play of this dime store investigation. The preppy detective decides to sit his ass down and turn the two psychos into bait for each other. Forcing them to make the first move is absolutely brutal psychological torture. This dumpster fire becomes pure ecstasy for the weirdo investigator. He realizes the newbie's monumental stupidity is the police's best weapon. By pushing the narcissistic genius to the edge, the fatal screw-ups are gonna beautifully pop off. While the two nerds wage their little mental war, the cutie responsible for this hell is just chilling, completely oblivious to the danger. Her blind ignorance to the incoming shitstorm is surreal. This whole mess becomes an atomic bomb ready to obliterate everyone. Far from there, the true origin of the deadly new toy is revealed. The bombshell doesn't stem from some cliché murder, but from witnessing pure absurdity. A god bit the dust, and his magic tool was left just lying around for any opportunist to snatch. Everything revolves around a massive simp of an entity who completely ignored the underworld's HR department. This weirdo developed a sick stalker obsession with one incredibly specific human girl. Down on Earth, the girl's death warrant wasn't gonna be the flu, but some completely unhinged human stalker. A trashy encounter in a nasty alley turned a random late night into the stage for a massacre. The psycho decided they were both gonna kick the bucket together. In that second of pure panic, the magical voyeur absolutely loses it and throws caution to the wind. He uses his little notebook of death not to slice the scheduled victim, but to erase the stalker from existence and play the hero. Cosmic karma collects the check in milliseconds for extending a mortal's lifespan. The punishment is an instant permaban from the universe. The simp monster gets vaporized on the spot, turning to dust and dropping his macabre weapon on the ground. The tea hits the blonde right in the face like a flying anvil. The suicidal sacrifice and the giant monster turning into glitter over a massive crush. It was all for her. The radioactive weapon in her hands is now the macabre inheritance of someone who got hit with the celestial banhammer. Instead of fear, the needy fangirl can't hold back and demands to meet her idol right freaking now. The ugly beast spits out the tutorial on how to delete a dark god for her. A weapon of mass destruction is now in the hands of a completely brain-dead TikToker. Before our genius mole can even cook up a plan, the copycat prematurely blows her load again. Another massive pile of crap lands on live TV, this time with a ridiculous intimate diary as a bonus. The blonde's stupidity just shifted the apocalypse into fifth gear. The golden boy's brain decodes the circus in the blink of an eye, realizing it's a tactical nude disguised as an invitation. Since mortals are blind to magic, finding each other in the herd would be a piece of cake with the hack turned on. The crazy chick just locked in an IRL match on the calendar. While the fake saint chokes on the audacity, the anvil of reality crushes the weirdo detective's skull. Realizing they're hunting an unhinged teenager with zero functioning brain cells completely flips the investigation on its head. The absolute randomness of this new psycho leaves the genius genuinely shitting his pants. Rem reveals the gods of death's golden rule to Misa. Whoever uses the notebook can't see the lifespans of other owners. The girl instantly realizes that this factory defect is the perfect radar to find the original Kira in a crowd. Meanwhile, Light has already cracked the riddle left by the second Kira on TV. What the police think is just a useless teenage diary reveals a secret message to him. He figures out that the psychopathic fan has set up a meeting. On the other side, L admits he was put in a strategic checkmate by the new killer. The biggest problem isn't the public panic, but trying to predict the unpredictable steps of a lunatic on the loose. Determined to turn the tables, L pulls the trigger and leaks the diary. He turns the threat into a colossal trap, setting up a circus to secure the event and force the killer to show their face. During the investigation, L makes a massive leap of deduction. He suggests that the encrypted messages are about invisible demons. This accurate theory sets off major alarm bells in Light's head, and Light takes another hit. L dissects the rest of the diary and discovers the real meeting locations. With the smokescreen gone, the police are going to raid the exact right spots. The sociopath's brain melts with anxiety. With the cops sniffing around the right place, he concludes he needs to tag along on the mission, pretending to help. If the second Kira gets caught, he is willing to slaughter every cop in the room. Seizing the wide open door, the cynic volunteers while playing innocent. Using the excuse of being a normal college student who would draw less attention, he snags a VIP spot to hunt down the sick fan before the police do. Light's reasoning is sharp. His worst nightmare would be the police getting their hands on this walking copycat and discovering the notebook. Infiltrating the field team is the only play to prevent the apocalypse. But L's paranoia doesn't make things easy. He orders the cops to shred their IDs before the mission. Everyone needs to drop off the map like ghosts so they don't end up as dead meat. Light catches onto the trick immediately. The detective deduced that this new serial killer doesn't need a full name to snatch a soul. L is playing hardball to protect his team. Later, locked in his room, Light's sadistic smile returns. Away from the cops, he finally sits down with the apple-eating demon to orchestrate the final blow and use the imposter as a doormat. The problem is that the demon refuses to help. Left hanging by the supernatural, the sociopath swallows hard and realizes he'll have to hunt the enemy like a mad dog, without any magic radar to warn him of danger. The day of the hunt arrives and the camouflage shines. Light uses the task force as a meat shield, strolling through the area with the police extras to secure a titanium-clad alibi. The math is diabolical. If the copycat takes the bait in such a large group, it will be impossible to know who he is actually following. This blinds the rival and bypasses L's surveillance. But the blonde's cheat code breaks the game. Parading around with a wall of cops is useless when Misa has demonic eyes that scan everyone. The genius's arrogance gets a slap in the face with this ultimate cheat. Noticing the missing expiration date on his forehead, Misa discovers exactly who her idol is. And while she snags the prize with surgical precision, the clueless protagonist keeps strolling, thinking he still runs the game. The new owner of the killer notebook now has the ultimate cheat in her hands, the target's real ID. This stalker cross-references the data at light speed, completely drooling over the exclusive VIP name she just dug up. Meanwhile, genuine despair is frying Light's brain. He tries to rack his brain and finally realizes that the enemy has an insane tracking hack. This mysterious power completely tears up the rulebook the idiot had memorized. The bombshell hits everyone like an anvil when the crazed fan goes on national broadcast. On TV, a message announces that the dirty work paid off. The VIP target has finally been found. But the police find a glaring loophole to act on. A ridiculous little tweak in the wording of the TV message turns the game upside down. It becomes obvious that the bloody union between the two killers hasn't happened yet. Racing against the clock, the desperate police hijack the TV channels. They strike back immediately to try and cut off the communication. The goal is to stop these two maniacs from ever matching up. The stalker's suicidal plan goes into action. Completely throwing common sense out the window, this crazy girl decides to march right into the devil's lair. She goes straight to ring the doorbell at our untouchable Light's house. Using a BS excuse about returning a notebook, she plays the family for fools in 2 seconds flat. The dumb little sister swallows the whole act and goes to call her brother. Completely oblivious, she offers coffee to a serial killer sitting on their couch. Right in the middle of the hallway, the crazy girl rubs the truth in his face. She practically shouts to the universe that she's the cheap Kira knockoff. The ridiculous game of hide-and-seek has just escalated into a full-blown ambush inside the sociopath's own house. And the slaps in the face don't stop there. Seeing a new ugly-ass demon floating around completely wrecks all the little rules of the board. This macabre sight flushes down the drain every delusion of control the idiot swore he had. Cornered and breaking into a cold sweat in front of his family, Light makes a bizarre move, dragging the lunatic straight into his bedroom. It's a ridiculous kamikaze move. However, letting this chick open her mouth at the dinner table would be 1,000 times worse. Finally alone in the room, the crazy girl rubs a humiliating weak spot in his face. The satanic pact comes with some damned fine print. This rule gives the blonde a visual cheat code, granting her the technical upper hand over this sucker and revealing exactly how she found him. Instead of making threats, the crazy girl shocks the mastermind by begging for a leash. She drops her life right into his lap, swearing to be his perfectly trained lapdog. It's a sociopath's wet dream, a walking bazooka that now only wants to obey his every whim. To seal the insanity, she offers the ultimate trophy standing between Light and victory. This stalker has the exact magic trick needed to unmask the annoying detective hunting him down. It's simply an impossible freebie for a megalomaniac to throw away. The nerd points out the risk of physical DNA left behind. He panics thinking this absolute genius might have left a single hair on the TV tapes. If there's any trace, the lab rats must already have her entire family tree mapped out. To calm the genius down, the crazy girl reveals her crime outsourcing scheme. She used random contacts to mail the tapes from far away. This geographical shield creates the perfect fake alibi against the police. At this moment, the crazy girl goes all in to prove she is a massive simp. Not giving a damn about her own neck, she hands over the key to her greatest weapon of mass destruction. The little notebook lands right into our sociopath's sweaty little paws. The nerd doesn't mess around and double checks to see if he's been hit with some mind control hex. He throws his suspicions in the trash and swallows the harsh reality. This girl's sick obsession with him is 100% authentic and straight up asylum level. The root of all this simping stems from a heavy trauma, she recounts. The justice system spat on her after a bizarre tragedy in her past. The poor girl was left to choke in a puddle of impunity and absolute despair. That is, until the false god decided to act and take down the criminals. That wasn't just justice for the blonde. It was her instant psychiatric cure. From that second on, the fangirl mutated into an unbreakable one-woman religious cult. Light plays his final move by using this sick neediness as leverage. He sells her the exact illusion of romance the crazy girl is begging to swallow. This little act turns a cheap crush into a pair of indestructible handcuffs. The pact is sealed with crumbs of fake affection. Our psychopath puts the VIP leash on his personal bazooka, scoring the biggest hack in the universe without breaking a sweat. The brainwashing is an absolute masterpiece, making his control total and complete. Our favorite sociopath has already mapped out the girl's ultimate fate. All this fake affection is just a cheap act to suck up her devotion, find out the damn detective's name, and kick her to the curb. Totally cold and calculating. To completely dominate the girl's needy emotions, the manipulative genius sets a bizarre boundary, proposing they start off by just faking a fling. It's the perfect bait for her to build up hopes for a romance and keep barking obediently on her leash. The unholy pact takes shape. The idiot finally grants VIP access, showing off the little toy that guarantees his godlike power. It's the crazy chick's rite of passage into his mass murder club. The magic show is a hit. The touch expands the weirdo's vision, uniting both sides of this macabre alliance. They confirm the presence of other phantoms in the room, putting absolutely every piece on the doomsday board. Galaxy Brain gets a slap in the face with the new revelation from beyond, while our genius processes the size of the trump card he just scored and the weakness of these monsters. The crazy girl keeps drooling over her own teenage romance fantasies, wonderfully warped priorities. Far from this teenage circus, the weirdo detective embraces mom's basement levels of isolation. The guy's logic is surgical. He set up a bizarre mathematical trap to rub our killer's identity in everyone's faces, and that's the exact second he makes his master move. Reading the suspect's mind, the surveillance is updated with spies totally invisible to the target. This intelligence web tightens around the kid's neck from afar. Back at the doomsday daycare, the final piece of the macabre puzzle clicks into place. The kid realizes he just hit the jackpot. He didn't just get a weapon, but a free demonic bodyguard who can be forced to bite the dust for him. Our psychopathic nerd digs through the rulebook and confirms how this magic vision works. He finds out that looking deep into the eyes is mandatory, but sunglasses won't save anyone. This is literally the glitch in the matrix the genius needed. Putting on his Mafia boss badge, he brings order to the pigsty and orders the evidence wiped. The guy commands a total cover-up, zeroing in straight on the rookie mistake, that gross DNA the crazy chick left on the crime scene items. The dictatorial rule goes into effect. If the cops close in, the supernatural diaries in the kid's face must go to the grave along with the crazy chick. The dumbass swears obedience, embracing the human shield vacancy without even realizing she just threw her own life in the trash. To burst this teenage fanfic bubble and force the useless girl to wake up, he drops a bombshell. The bastard warns her that the most OP detective on the planet has already painted a giant red target on his forehead. The danger isn't in the future, the noose is already around his neck. The little boss details the detective's absurd armor, total anonymity. That's why our sociopath has to beg for the girl's ocular x-ray. Without a first and last name, the kid's Einstein IQ is absolutely useless. The sly bastard convinces the chick that flaunting a little romance in the streets is the only possible bait to slaughter the detective. He hacks the system and uses her acute neediness as bulletproof camouflage for this carnage. A phenomenal bucket of ice water is dumped over our prodigy. The huge nerd understands once and for all that she was never into the bloodbath of the cause itself. The girl is just thirsty for him, blowing all the logic of the plan out the window. When the flawed little act falls flat, the sociopath decides to play dirty. He pulls his most cowardly card from the deck and drops a nice little death threat to show who really owns the playground. But the seesaw drops, and the phantom lays down the law. Finding out the monster would commit suicide to save the brat, clips his wings on the spot. The manipulator just became a hostage in a ridiculous ambush he planted himself. The impending funeral vibe gets run over by an interruption, and the choir boy mask is glued back on his face at the speed of light. The sly bastard goes from threatened psychopath to mommy's little angel with an ease that would scare the devil himself. Alone in his mental sewer, he chews on the bitter taste of the flop. Instead of recruiting disposable trash, the genius tied himself to radioactive dead weight, forced to play trophy boyfriend while an invisible monster holds a bazooka to his forehead. Our favorite sociopath is already frying his brain trying to escape this blackmail. He realizes the goth god of death's weak point is being a total simp for love. Trying to wipe out his crazy new little girlfriend would be sheer suicide, with the ugly beast watching his every step, just itching to punch his ticket. Doing some basic stalking on the girl's background, the results hit like a swift kick to the balls. His new partner isn't just an absolute psycho, she's a famous idol who lives for the spotlight. Associating his image with a paparazzi magnet is like painting a giant neon target on his own back, but his psychopathic mind quickly shifts gears. Instead of seeing the crazy chick merely as a deadly liability, he decides to turn the girl into a weapon. She has the exact power to vaporize the weirdo detective out of his way. The plan now is to milk her usefulness for all she's worth and then toss her to the curb. With the plan set, the focus returns to the main beef. Walking straight into the lion's den and strutting through the police station alongside his greatest enemy requires titanium-level self-control. It's now or never to test if his good boy act actually works on the cops. The dirty little plan kicks off on the investigation screen. A fake tape recorded by the crazy idol drops in the room, spitting out the exact script he wanted. The message fabricates that the new killer has turned into a submissive simp and wants to quietly follow the original's rules. But the bag-eyed detective ruthlessly stomps on the kid's ego. Instead of swallowing the tape's cheap fanfic, the guy deduces at the speed of light that there's something hugely rotten going on. Without skipping a beat, he firmly states that the two psychos have already matched and met face to face. The detective's brain pictures the cowardly tactic in 4K, realizing this sudden silence is pure self-defense from someone running scared. The mental noose tightens around the pretty boy's neck. Sweating bullets, he realizes his lame excuse about submission has flopped miserably. But by the biggest stroke of dumb luck in the universe, the weird genius's own logic saves Light's ass. The cops soon realize that, with cameras even in the kid's bathroom, it would be physically impossible for him to have sneaked out to hook up with the copycat. With that, his name gets a new lease on life on the suspect board. The tension breaks when the weirdo drops a cute declaration of friendship in the middle of the room. Everyone is left dumbfounded by this brain fart. It could be the most vulnerable thing the detective has ever done, or just the sleaziest lie of the century to make his enemy lower his guard. The fake golden boy plays along and returns the cute little promises, but the whole thing reeks of a graveyard. They pretend to set up a tennis match for the future, but the hidden message is screaming in their faces. For this date to happen, one of them will have to dump the other's body in the woods first. But Murphy's Law strikes, and the shit hits the fan at the speed of light. The impatient idol appears out of nowhere, and the cops themselves catch the two of them chatting on the street. It's the perfect nightmare right under the police's noses. Cornered, the genius needs to put out this fire yesterday. After hiding the crazy chick in his own room, the reckoning arrives. The flying demon's face shows up to throw all that beyond the grave terror at him. The protagonist needs to slam the brakes on this terrifying pressure before his empire of lies crumbles for good. The ugly beast lays down the law and makes it clear how much of a simp it is for the girl, and the warning comes with a knife to the jugular. If the kid dares to make her suffer, he'll catch a divine one-hit KO without warning. In a split second, the arrogant serial killer becomes a hostage inside his own room. But this sicko's gift is exactly turning atomic trash into gold. He finds the perfect loophole in the monster's logic. Since the creature's only goal is to see the blonde happy, he can use this supernatural simping to hack the system and come out on top. The master trick doesn't miss a beat. The kid bluffs like crazy, warning that if the police even lay a finger on him, the idol will end her own life out of grief. It's such an absurd blackmail that it forces the dark creature to become his criminal errand boy just to avoid the worst. Checkmate is on the table. Since the ugly beast is disgusted by the kid, killing the detective to save him doesn't break the underworld's rules. The most impossible victory just fell into the sociopath's lap like a Christmas present. Thanks to this, the world's best investigator now carries a colossal invisible target on his forehead. Light realizes he can't just wipe out the weirdo detective any old way. He decides to hold off on the execution, situation, buying time to craft the perfect plan. The focus is on maintaining absolute control of the situation, forbidding his new ally from acting on her own. The model surprises him by revealing her own security setup. She hands him a burner phone to create an invisible communication network. This B-list celebrity tactic fits their criminal scheme like a glove. As soon as the deluded girl is gone, the mask drops. Smiling, he admits it was all a cheap act to enslave the poor girl's mind. The goal is to turn her into a lethal and completely disposable tool. Meanwhile, the rival detective's massive brain is working fast. He perfectly deduces that the two killers have finally joined forces. The police force's worst nightmare has just been confirmed in his mind. Sniffing out the danger, the sugar addict secures his ultimate life insurance. He drops a bombshell on the cops. If he dies in the next few days, they should all point their guns straight at the Wonder Boy. A perfect posthumous trap. Unaware of this, our little angel of death puts up his deceptive social armor on campus. He uses college to forge an unbreakable facade of a mediocre, perfectly harmless student. But the hunchback isn't about to let the mass murderer breathe on campus. He simply kicks down the door to the student's comfort zone, intercepting the kid right in the middle of his normal guy act in a direct psychological confrontation. The investigator drops the grenade right into the preppy kid's lap. He rubs the suicide plan he set up with the police in his face, making it clear that killing him today will result in immediate and humiliating imprisonment for the killer. The surge of paranoia crushes the urge to kill. The kid puts his tail between his legs and backs down, realizing the risk of that bear trap. The weirdo survives another round purely for having planted this radioactive idea. Suddenly, the boy's worst logistical nightmare explodes in the middle of the courtyard. The surprise invasion by his blonde lackey puts the second supernatural threat sitting at the exact same table as the hunter detective. But the kid's slick mind turns panic into solid gold upon remembering the macabre power the girl holds in her eyes. She can see people's true names. What smelled like prison turns into the lethal weapon to gun down the weirdo. The investigator notices something and decides to press everyone's minds at the table. He makes it clear that this little model show is a mistake, turning the courtyard into a minefield. Any slip up there is the proof the police needed, until her minor celebrity status vomits a massive distraction onto the campus. The herd of hysterical fans floods the place, destroying the heavy vibe of the telepathic interrogation and snatching control of the situation right out of the two rivals' hands. In the midst of the chaos, the hot breath and the mockery cement the truth in the villain's mind. The risk has skyrocketed. Enough with the master game clowning around, the death sentence is passed right then and there. The detective is dead meat today. The cynical little waves end the spat, and the group separates into the crowd. Each marches to their own corner, selling the cheap facade of a normal college student. But beneath this crappy act, the lethal trap has just been set. When the weirdo turns his back, the grand finale kicks into action. The underworld burner phone will plug the two accomplices together. The cremation of the police's biggest pest is just a button push away. The kid's inflated ego goes through the roof. Convinced he just humiliated the greatest mind in the world, all that's left is to punch in the little numbers on the phone and suck out the final piece of info. The great detective's grave has been successfully dug. Our sociopathic protagonist thinks he's finally going to checkmate the weirdo detective. The smug bastard was super meticulous, setting up a trap weeks in advance to secure an untouchable alibi for himself. But the plan falls apart when he finds out the barefoot detective tapped his main line of communication. That absurd advantage the protagonist thought he had just brutally backfired on him. The pieces click together in our manipulator's head with a bitter taste of despair. If his main connection is down, it means his most juicy trump card is completely exposed out in the open. The police raid on his accomplice is executed with an absurd level of efficiency. Leaving no room for guesswork, the arrest relies on a bizarre mountain of physical evidence that crushes any lame excuse. Cornered, the genius realizes he can't run, and the detective eagerly twists the knife. He tests his rival's reaction, forcing the sociopath to fake an empathy he clearly lacks. Far from this nerd showdown, ethics are thrown in the trash by the police. The captured girl is thrown into insane sensory deprivation, treated like a sweating nuclear bomb that could go off at any second. The brutal focus of the interrogation isn't just about locking the prisoner in a cage. The police's life mission is to squeeze the girl until she spits out the true identity of the original serial killer. The walls close in even more when our protagonist is banned from the investigation's little club. Without free access to the data, he can't sabotage the interrogation that threatens to put a noose around his neck. A cold sweat finally drips down our arrogant protagonist's neck. He has no idea when his ally will break, and trying to wipe out the witness now would just be signing his own death warrant on the spot. In captivity, the torture doesn't squeeze out any dirty little secrets, but it breaks the girl's brain. The crazy chick completely snaps snaps and begs to be put out of her misery just to end this disgusting suffering. The macabre detail the dumb cops don't catch is who she's actually talking to. Her suicidal little act is a desperate cry to dark magic, preferring to be wiped out rather than ratting out her little boyfriend. And wouldn't you know it, the gothic death monster actually feels a punch to the gut. Seeing the girl begging to bite the dust just to protect a wannabe sociopath shatters the creature's entire cold posture. With the crying turning into a suicidal attitude, the crazy detective throws a massive fit. Terrified of losing the biggest spoiler of the case, he falls into a paranoid delusion that the protagonist is mind-controlling the poor girl from afar. Meanwhile, the macabre fairy godmother pops up in the protagonist's room. Tired of the bullshit, she drops a nuclear bombshell that turns the game upside down, pulling the rug right out from under our grand strategist. To save the girl, the beast forcibly severed her supernatural connection. The result is that all the bloody memories and the detective's true name were wiped out, leaving the protagonist naked on the battlefield. But the guy's sick brain doesn't stop, and he rebuilds the plan right on the spot. He realizes that a partner with a wiped hard drive can't confess to anything, turning what reeked of failure into the perfect defense. Peace, however, lasts exactly 5 minutes. The shoulder demon drops a brutal ultimatum. Either the smartass finds a way to get the girl away from the cops, or he becomes fertilizer himself. With a scythe to his neck, the wannabe god stitches together the most psychopathic strategy of all. The plan requires kicking his own supernatural power to the curb, taking a massive leap in the dark just to make it out of this alive. Our favorite sociopath takes the first step in his suicidal little plan. By giving up ownership of the Death Note, he severs his VIP connection with the creepy Shinigami, a crucial trick so the pieces can move on their own without his brain remembering the truth later. The boy wonder's next step is to forge his life insurance. He hides the main weapon in an obscure hole where the incompetent cops would never find it. This way, he ensures that absolute power stays tucked away, quietly waiting for his return. To avoid any monumental screw-ups, our genius creates a ridiculous verbal password. He'll only fry his memories and become useless once he barks the exact command. The timing of this little stunt has to be surgical, or everyone dies. Meanwhile, in her cursed captivity, the brainwashing works beautifully. With her memories of the murders completely wiped, the airhead comes up with the most unhinged excuse possible for her kidnapping. She's absolutely certain she's been taken hostage by her psycho fan club. The girl's blank stare is so genuine that it proves every cop's worst nightmare. All the sweet suffering of the past few days has been completely wiped from her mental hard drive. The plan backfired, and the idiots just lost all their damn progress. A sudden noise cuts through the heavy tension in the detective cave. The idiots haven't even processed the model's freakout when the phone rings. Our sugar-addicted detective instantly figures out the tables have turned, and the call is from none other than our sociopathic protagonist. The squad of imbeciles goes into shock, completely lost. Nobody understands why the hell the super detective gave his personal number straight to the prime suspect of the biggest global slaughter. The ring is finally set, and the prodigy invades the enemy's lair. The vibe in the room gets heavy as lead. The doting dad watches it all in a cold sweat, knowing full well that one wrong sneeze and his little boy goes straight to the electric chair. That's the exact moment the kid drops a nuke right on everyone's laps. The cynical bastard plays the crazy card and admits he might actually be the magical serial killer. The confession tears through the room, throwing all the cops' defensive bullshit straight into the trash. The super detective ruthlessly lays the inconsistencies on the table. He rubs it in their faces that the police are useless without hard evidence, and the little girlfriend hasn't squealed a single peep. Therefore, this remorseful sob story reeks of an Oscar-worthy cynical trap. Right here is where this circus gets 1,000 times more macabre. The new fanfic he shoves down their throats is about a sleepwalking massacre. The bullshit excuse that the atrocities happen while his conscious brain is shut off ties the Stooges' minds into a cosmic knot. The mind games reach a stratospheric, asylum-worthy level. Backed into a corner by his own lies, the protagonist puts on a masterclass acting performance, whining about his own sanity. He ponders if this feigned innocence is just his brain covering up sadistic mass killings. The sugar-addicted neurons fire up, and the investigator figures out the play. It becomes crystal clear that this cheap redemption arc is just to forge a get-out-of-jail-free card. If the kid gets locked up and the bodies keep dropping, he comes out looking like a saint in the end. To run over this little theater act, an absurd bureaucratic torture is tossed onto the board. The move is total captivity, caging the spoiled brat in a bottomless pit of invasive surveillance. They strip away the playboy's right to even breathe without a cop breathing down his neck. In a sick twist, the crazy cage gets a standing ovation from the victim himself. The solitary confinement isn't seen as torture, but swallowed like a magic pill to cure the investigation. It's a grotesque mental gymnastic routine by the villain to cement his fake sainthood. To cement this circus without any meddlers, family ties are shamelessly blown to bits. A shady fanfic involving cheap romance drama is stitched together to perfection. This is how they cover up the voluntary kidnapping from damn normal society. The little playboy goes from untouchable to a caged worm. His daddy's boy privileges are gladly ground to dust. The trickster is tossed to the bottom of the pit in the purest state of vulnerability and absolute humiliation. Even with the little bird crawling in its cage, paranoia eats away at the supreme leader's brain. There's a nasty, lingering feeling that this miraculous imprisonment is nothing but a setup. The detective squad seems to be marching like blind cattle straight into the enemy's den. And just as the lights go out, the sociopath skins everyone alive with his ultimate trump card. The whole obedience circus was just dirty theater. The kid speaks the password and gladly hits the irreversible reset button in his own head, fully triggering the real trap once and for all. The first day in the cage begins, and our sociopathic protagonist knows the seed of his psychotic plan has already been planted. He just needs to sit back and wait for the amnesia to hit hard to secure his perfect alibi. But pulling a fast one on the world's greatest detective is tough. The sugar-addicted weirdo keeps his eyes glued to the screens, paranoid to find out how deep the prisoner's web of lies goes. The pressure of isolation fries the team's brains, especially the kids' dads. In an act of pure desperation to keep from snapping entirely, the old man demands to be thrown into a cage and locked up with the scum. The detective doesn't blink for a second and grants the request on the spot. The bastard had already calculated all this drama, leaving a tidy VIP cell ready to lock up the police chief himself. And with the duo locked up, the numbers make the shit hit the fan. The dry spell of corpses on the outside surgically matches the exact second of the arrest, rubbing a giant piece of evidence in their faces that no one can ignore. Trying to hunt down crumbs to figure out what hole he dug himself into, the kid gets sharply shut down. The weirdo decrees an absolute information blackout, ensuring the suspect stays blind as a bat. Until on the 7th day, the psychopath's plan goes into action. By ditching the evil notebook, the kid hits the nuclear button of the rules, triggering an instant reboot in his own brain. The magical leash breaks, and the creepy monster leaves. Without the demon and the murderous memories, the connection to the supernatural world goes up in smoke. The mystical lobotomy happens at the speed of light. His cold-blooded killer face evaporates, and the guilt of 10,000 corpses is deleted, letting the kid wake up in a completely terrified body, having no idea what's going on. Pissed off and confused by this inexplicable cage, he goes into attack mode. The pretend time is over, and now he demands his freedom at the top of his lungs, swearing with a pure soul that he's never killed anyone. But there's no escaping the damn numbers. The weirdo pours cold water on the kid's tantrum, reminding him that the exact pause in the graveyard still points the bazooka of justice straight at his mug. With his brain wiped clean of evil, the nerd concocts the only theory that makes sense in his head. Now he's absolutely certain he was the target of a conspiracy, and that the real villain framed him. Days go by until the unthinkable happens and blows the whole investigation wide open. The team freezes when they discover a steady stream of fresh bodies dropping out of nowhere, watching their foolproof plan go down the drain. For the suffering dad, this bombshell tastes like pure relief. Criminals dropping like flies out there while his son rots under cameras is the get-out-of-jail-free card he had been begging for. But the fanatic detective refuses to admit defeat and keeps the information under lock and key. Telling him the massacre has returned would give the prisoner relief, so this forced amnesia continues as psychological torture. The treasure hunt shifts its crosshairs to the crazy sidekick in the other cell, and the failure repeats itself. The psychopathic profile evaporates, proving the amnesia blue screen of death hit her little head hard too. For the first time in history, the detective's intellectual machine short-circuits. A wall of cosmic bizarreness breaks all the perfect math of the investigation, throwing the case into a black hole of insane mystery. Light's plan keeps rolling smoothly, but the Death Note has found a new owner. A suit uses the magic notebook to wipe out criminals on TV while lining his dirty pockets. And to the bizarre Shinigami watching, the sole purpose of this switch is to ensure Misa's survival. At the precinct, the sanity of Light's dad finally goes down the drain. His logic is obvious. If people have been kicking the bucket out there for a month, his locked-up son is innocent. He puts his foot down, demanding the detective admit his mistake and end this useless torture. Inside the cage, Light himself feels the unbearable weight of rotting in there. Completely reset and with no memory of being a serial killer, this absurd punishment makes zero sense. To the mind of this innocent prodigy boy, it's purely sadistic psychological torture. The whole squad turns against the weird genius's inflated ego. They throw it in his face that he's locking up innocent people just because he can't handle admitting his theory was wrong. The know-it-all needs to swallow the harsh reality that his giant vanity destroyed the operation's moral compass. But signing the release papers would be too easy for the sadistic detective. Instead, he sets up one last desperate circus, calling the suspect's father into the room. It's no kindness. It's the bizarre foundation of a macabre little theater planned to melt the prisoner's brains. The hope for a happy rescue vanishes when the duo finds themselves totally tied up in the backseat of the car. Blind optimism gets drop-kicked by harsh reality. The memory of the accusations explodes in the girl's mind, proving that the threat of getting shot remains painfully real. The nightmare gets worse when the old man driving drops the bomb straight up. The fantasy of going home takes a sledgehammer to the face. Finding out their destination rips away their cute relief and shoves down their throats the cold sweat of knowing they're biting the dust today. To screw things up further, the detective's plan demands the father put his own neck on the line as collateral. This dramatic sacrifice trashes the idea that it's just a little theater to drag out a confession. The pointed gun stops being a bluff and turns into a brutal promise. The sick promise to kill his son and then blow his own brains out shatters every last drop of sanity. It's the fatal cut to the happy family strings. The cramped back seat turns into a pure slaughterhouse of meat and traumatizing tears. Spitting logic becomes useless in this rolling madhouse. The inescapable stench of tragedy dominates the space, blowing wide open the climax where the little psychological test crossed all lines. The breath of the two idiots now depends entirely on a trembling finger on the trigger. The old man cranks the clown show to hard mode, screaming that they're totally screwed. He sets up the genius mousetrap where, if they really had dark powers, they'd unleash hell to survive before the bullet pierced their skulls. The crushing of their mental sanity is absolute. The gunshot tears through the face of silence, giving everyone a heart attack. If they had a dormant supernatural demon, pulling out the ultimate defense magic needed to literally be right now. But nothing bizarre flashes to stop the speeding bullet. The dust settles and the dull thud of the shot leaves the idiots pinned to their seats, intact. Nobody turned into mincemeat there. They try to process that the hellish theater was just a bluff with blanks, an extreme plan that worked perfectly to test their innocence. The crying old man's outburst hits like a wrecking ball. The massive dose of sadism only served to shove their innocence down the suspicious police's throats. It was the hellish ticket to get his son out of jail and prove by force that neither of them has the killer instinct. Behind the scenes, the verdict pops up from the detective with the deep eye bags. The alien brain swallows the result of the psycho prank and gives the green light. The brilliant thesis was proven. No sicko with infinite power would sit there tied up with crossed arms to take a bullet to the forehead for free. The prison opens, but the suited stalker keeps full watch on the girl. The fake pardon from the military base flows freely. Even though she's released, she still has a nice, shameful monitoring leash tied around her neck, guilty by the remnants of her previous track record. And that's where the final sadistic wildcard plays out beautifully. The weirdo detective invites the rich former suspect to the official investigation theater. But there's a nasty catch. From today on, hunter and prey walk handcuffed together like Siamese dogs. The rich kid accepts on the spot, kicking off the sadistic Psycho Tom and Jerry-style brawl. The geniuses hold hands glued together, faking a harmless and beautiful friendship for the official facade. But in the dark behind the scenes, the pavement sizzles in a silent and brutal mental carnage. Misa thinks the only downside to having a freak detective chained to her boyfriend is not getting any privacy to make out. Elle obviously couldn't care less about this teen drama, putting up with the girl's tantrum without giving a damn about the yelling. The protagonist then decides to hit the brakes and give the blonde a reality check. He reminds the girl that the mountain of evidence against her is massive, and that not rotting away in a filthy cell right now is pure charity. But this trashy reality show argument hands the detective pure gold. the weirdo catches a blatant slip-up amid the yelling and realizes the model's romantic excuses are hiding some absurd timeline holes. That's when the sugar addict delivers a ruthless checkmate. He tears apart her pathetic reasoning, proving it's humanly impossible to bump into a random guy and just guess his name, snapping the psychological mousetrap right around her neck. Tested on her morals, the girl's answer is the biggest shot in the foot in history. Jumping for joy, she fully embraces terrorism, proving her morality is just as rotten and extreme as the wanted mass murderers. Except the emo's overdeveloped brain short-circuits precisely because of that. The girl spoon-fed him such obvious evidence that, to a guy addicted to puzzles, this blatant bullshit screams of a meticulously orchestrated setup. To keep a tight leash on this circus, the cheap luxury hotel illusion turns out to be a police big brother. It's just a heavy surveillance trap, making sure the criminals are metaphorically naked in a fishbowl. The detective then unleashes a bizarre and calculating plan. Basically, the idea is to mess with the crazy idol's fragile mind, using her genuine thirst as a torture tool to extract the cheat sheet for the mysterious deaths. Except the amnesiac boy, flaunting an unbreakable moral compass, spits this dirty tactic back with pure disgust. The ridiculous gap between the wanted serial killer and this Boy Scout shatters the detective's logic, making his brain glitch as he wonders if he's staring at the biggest hypocrite on the face of the earth. Sick of hotel hopping, the weirdo flexes his infinite money cheat code on a megalomaniacal new HQ. It's an armored fortress worthy of a supervillain, locking everyone inside to breathe a 24/7 surveilled investigation. The irony is that the handcuffed playboy's moral outrage perfectly aligns with the detective's lethal hatred. The two share the exact same bloodlust against the mystical killer, forming a sick buddy cop duo dying to lock up their target. While those two play house in their armored fortress, the terror outside has left a student's dark bedroom and leaked into corporate glass skyscrapers. Death is no longer a mystical crusade. It's become an Excel spreadsheet run by disgusting suits. A board meeting straight out of hell has convened in the comfort of air conditioning. The mystical gift of murder was hijacked by greedy, disgusting old men, downgrading the divine art of death into a dirty trick to bankrupt their corporate rivals. Instead of breaking a cold sweat over the sheer absurdity of it, these scumbags just see dollar signs. Someone at this fancy little table took up the lethal pen, selling out the vigilante ideals for a mountain of cash to line the corporate group's pockets. The little corporate meeting mutates into an Uber Eats for corpses. The suits pick victims like they're ordering sushi, mercilessly taking down elderly rivals and staging disasters with a straight face just to dominate the stock market. Terrified the police might sniff out their magical trail, they go full scorched earth on the investigation. The scheme is to burn the company's bottomless vault on a mercenary detective for hire, putting a bullet in whoever is hunting their invisible serial killer. While these high-class playboys drool with excitement at the idea of having a lethal ghost as a bodyguard, the ugly Shinigami watches it all in absolute silence. To the bizarre creature, the real monsters aren't urban legends. They're the rotten, greedy souls of these filthy rich guys squeezed into that expensive little room. The squad of useless cops finally spawns in the new Batcave, funded by L's bottomless pockets. The joint was built from scratch in the blink of an eye, turning into a paranoid bunker right in the middle of the city to ensure the new Kira doesn't blow anyone up. Getting to the top requires a ridiculous VIP pass and an invasive full-body scan. This unbearable routine became the only way to keep the gang breathing and away from unwanted prying eyes. Inside, L kicks the police plebs to the lounge and locks himself in a dark VIP area. The goal is to personally stalk the most unhinged suspect of the mission, making sure the poor girl doesn't even take a breath without him taking notes. The big screen shows the tactical bizarreness of the genius spying on the captive couple's romantic date. Since he trusts them less than politicians, he decides to just sit there wasting oxygen to see if the two will spill the beans. The blonde tries to play dirty, offering some ridiculous crumbs and begging for 5 minutes of peace. But trying to seduce an autistic detective hyper-focused on justice is the biggest shot in the foot imaginable. L crushes the poor girl's hopes by laughing in her face, warning her that taking 2 steps back doesn't erase the 50 cameras in the room. Foaming at the mouth with rage, she immediately starts plotting schemes to trick the omnipresent big brother. But the tables turn when the pretty boy focuses on his rival's melting mental health. The preppy guy realizes that in the middle of this billionaire Batcave, the brilliant brain of the operation is looking like a depressed emo teenager. The depressed genius finally speaks up and admits defeat. The couple's amnesia and their shift into little angels put his grand theory through a blender, sending his hard-on for the case down the drain into a pit of self-pity. Suddenly, the weirdo weirdo's brain short circuits and a bizarre epiphany hits. L drops the theory that the gift of killing might not be exclusive to a single owner, turning it into a hot potato that any idiot can hold. Staring at this broken Rubik's Cube, the brilliant mind simply goes into airplane mode. Unable to prove that the villain passes the ability from hand to hand, the huge nerd stays sunk in the mud of his pathetic depression and crosses his arms. Hatred overflows among the team as they watch the sinister executioner turn into a crybaby. Their thirst for justice rips off the handbrake, and their rage spews out into an animalistic assault to resolve this ridiculous inertia. The pacifist nonsense melts away completely, and the official boxing ring is inaugurated right there in the middle of the control room. The payback comes as a phenomenal kick, proving that, underneath the emo layer, the beast still knows how to bite. But the smackdown is interrupted by a punch of reality, reminding them that the earth is still spinning. The Bills and the spoiled girl's diva behavior start pounding on the clubhouse door, demanding that the precinct stop screwing around. Karma bites back hard, since locking the blonde in a cage generated some bizarre social media engagement. This turned into a nuclear bomb of cancel culture that the cops don't have the cash to tank, forcing everyone to change their plans. Leaving the suffocating sewer of the police behind, the stage suffers a violent reboot. The camera pans up to the snake pit of suited-up millionaires who are now calling the shots. The new wielder of the power dropped the angelic justice talk and turned into pure murderous loan shark instinct. The game now is to stack up the bank account through shady deals, building an empire using the corpses of executives as bricks. The entire planet gulps hard as they realize the massacre has returned. The slaughter piles up bodies and creates a bizarre panic, making the herd fall in line, shitting themselves in fear that the invisible ghost will grind their organs, until the dust at the useless squad's base finally stirs. Playing the Boy Scout cop on the computer, our suspicious protagonist cross-references some useless paperwork and bumps into a bizarre shower of money always flying into the exact same high society pockets. L's emo moodiness evaporates from his face the moment his two brain cells start turning the gears. The delicious irony of this whole circus is that it was exactly his worst enemy who rubbed the treasure map in his face to reignite the game of death. To seal the comeback, the stress kettle boils over, and the protagonist smashes the cowardly detective's face with punches. It's an insane UFC-style beatdown to crush the stupid self-pity and drag the weirdo genius back to the board, no matter who gets hurt. Light throws a wild theory on the investigation table. He realizes that this new killer's methods completely break the pattern they've seen so far. Detective L puts the pieces together quickly. This madness points straight to a third killer who isn't an idealist, but rather a group focused on lining their own pockets. Using the team's supercomputers, they filter the data from the recent deaths. The system spits out a bizarre pattern of heart attacks targeting the big fish of the corporate world. The detective maps out the financial fallout, and the damage is sickening. While rival companies' stocks plummet following the deaths of their CEOs, one group's profits are skyrocketing non-stop. Yotsuba. Far away, the real culprits are popping champagne. The Yotsuba executives hold a secret little party, celebrating the absurd ease of turning business rivals into dead meat. But during the meeting, their bickering reveals that their magic weapon has limits. They realize that if they demand outlandish and impossible accidents, the supernatural force simply causes a standard heart attack. Back at Police HQ, the tension is thick. The corporate theory has been terrifyingly confirmed. Yotsuba is gunning down the competition to boost their stock prices. The big question lands on the team's table. Is the killer an employee of the month or a hired gun? The invisible monster now has a clear corporate target on its back. To make a move, the ragtag squad needs to infiltrate the Yotsuba empire. The detective reaches out to a secret underworld contact to rip open the corporation's guts and dig up their dirt. Meanwhile, Chief Soichiro takes a massive blow to his career during a meeting with the authorities. The government's top brass has simply thrown in the towel, deciding to abandon the case for good. The sickening truth blows up in his face. It was blatant blackmail. The psychopath threatened the elite, offering immunity to politicians on the condition that the police call off the manhunt. But bowing down isn't in Soichiro's playbook. He kicks down the door of this cowardly system and demands to know the price if his team continues the hunt on their own. The state's response is brutal and blunt. If they want to keep up the fight against government orders, they lose their paychecks and badges, becoming underground vigilantes. Back at their makeshift HQ, despair runs rampant. The squad anxiously awaits the news Soichiro brought back from the top brass. The team's hope is swiftly crushed by the bombshell from the meeting. The chief reveals that the corrupt system has ordered everyone to stand down, officially abandoning the hunt to save their own skins. This is when Soichiro goes completely rogue. He presents the team with the only suicidal path left for those crazy enough to still want to catch the maniac, hand in their badges, and destroy their careers. The demand is insane, and the old man knows the weight it carries. He spits out the harsh truth, warning them that playing the hero of justice now will directly affect their families' livelihoods. The astronomical weight of this cursed mission falls onto everyone's shoulders. The manhunt will now operate in pure illegality, demanding absolute sacrifice to hunt down the killer in the shadows. L decides to give this team one last chance to jump ship. Knowing that they'll now be playing outlaws, the weirdo detective offers to carry this weight on his shoulders. He suggests the suits return to the safety of their mediocre office lives if they don't want to risk it all. Aizawa throws a fit over this sudden change of tune. The harsh truth crushes their brains once and for all. Playing civilian without a badge changes the whole team dynamic, turning their access to precious government resources into pixie dust. The reality check leaves the whole room with a heavy, funeral-like vibe. The invisible cost of this war doesn't just screw over the grown men in there. It becomes clear that this choice directly condemns the families relying on a financial stability that is about to be incinerated. The atmosphere weighs a ton when the spotlight aims right at the only guy sweating with uncertainty. A gut-wrenching internal conflict fries Aizawa's brain. He needs to balance playing the hero against the murders with the paralyzing terror of leaving his own wife and kids destitute. The detective's wall of ice proves completely impenetrable to their doubts. In a last surge of desperation to not walk away and keep paying the bills, a crazy idea pops up. He tries to suggest acting as a mole planted inside the government machine to keep his paycheck, but the moral torture ends up being called off unexpectedly. The former chief puts his hand over his heart and frees the crybaby from his consuming guilt. He admits that no one can demand the guy drag his own family through the mud, unlocking the door for him to leave. Suddenly, an absurd truth blows up in everyone's faces. It turns out the freaky boss had already set up a secret infinite money glitch. He had guaranteed that the wives wouldn't starve if their husbands lost their police jobs. The blow lands right between the eyes, with no sugarcoating and no apologies. L confesses that their psychological suffering was just a dirty little loyalty test. The detective calculated everything with ruthless robotic logic and zero empathy for the team's real problems. This cold revelation is the final drop in a cup of poison. For Aizawa, seeing L use his little kids and human desperation as pieces in a board game crosses an unforgivable line. Outrage takes over as he realizes the sickening manipulation. With his conscience clear and filled with hatred, he finally walks out. The little club officially loses a member, crippling the team. All of this happens thanks to the absurd paranoia and psychopathic methods of their own weirdo leader. Even with a reduced team and their sanity going down the drain, the hellish wheel keeps turning. A new pattern of murders pops up on the screen, breaking all the rules. The killer now starts shitting all over everything they knew about the original psychopath. A deep dive into the investigation shows that the new villain is just a slave to capitalism. The data reveals that he doesn't play God all day. On the contrary, he's a wage slave trapped in an office who only gets to slice people up during the weekends. The target quickly gets slapped with a label, the Yotsuba Group. But the hellish task of investigating becomes a colossal nightmare with a short-handed team. They have to snoop through the lives of all the corporate drones to find out who is using black magic to close deals. To cover the lack of cops, the cavalry L calls in gives everyone a stroke. The reinforcements aren't Boy Scouts with degrees, but true underworld rats. They are expert criminals operating on a level of illegality that makes the task force break into a cold sweat. Even gagging on the inside, the bizarre pact with the devil is sealed. The squad accepts the humiliation of tucking their tails and working alongside criminals. They finally understand that the ethical lines have turned into foul-smelling ashes flushed down the drain for good. Far away from the freak show HQ, the bill comes due for the guy who chose the brats. The choice to jump ship and leave his friends behind leaves a massive, bitter taste in his mouth. Aizawa feels a black hole in his heart that a civilian life will never be able to fill. A desperate Father of the Year theater act starts playing out at his house. He performs emotional gymnastics trying to romanticize his own safe and peaceful life. The idiot sweats blood trying to convince his reflection in the mirror that his cowardly retreat was a mature decision. But the house of cards comes crashing down hard, and the sheer weight of the guilt shatters any fake happiness. Putting food on the table ended up blowing his own dignity to pieces. The pain of turning his back and abandoning his partners with no chance of return is pure, absolute hell. Misa tries to make herself useful by focusing on her acting career, serving as the perfect cover for the team's investigations. Watching the others from afar, Matsuda Matsuda feels completely useless. His desperation to prove he isn't just dead weight starts to override what little common sense he has. His chance to shine comes when he cross-references some data and discovers the exact time window for the corporate murders. The clock is ticking right at the start of this critical period. Taking advantage of the chaos, he makes the worst possible decision. Without telling anyone and acting on pure impulse, Matsuda rushes out to play the lone hero. Meanwhile, the investigation advances when the enemy makes a mistake. A parallel network picks up that the target is trying to hire private detectives to find out who is hunting them. Following this trail of dirty money directly exposes the top brass of a major corporation. Their guilt becomes evident, handing the investigators a prime target on a silver platter. Oblivious to all this, Matsuda marches blindly right into the lion's den. He assumes the colossal size of the corporate building will camouflage his solo infiltration. Back at HQ, the lead investigator reveals an absurd trump card. He has simply monopolized the identities of the world's top detectives, ensuring that the company's request fell right into his own lap. Back at the building, blind luck saves Matsuda. He eavesdrops on some hallway gossip about a top-secret meeting of suits taking place at that exact moment. Putting the pieces together, the task force locks onto their target. The villain finally gets a name and address, confirming that the corrupt corporation is the true staging ground for the murders. To make matters worse, a spine-chilling theory emerges. The power to kill might not belong to a single person, but instead be passed around among the executives. The orders at HQ are crystal clear. No one is to act alone or jeopardize the plan. The golden rule is to stick to the shadows and gather evidence before any confrontation. At that exact moment, Matsuda disobeys orders and strikes gold. He locates the fancy boardroom where the executives are secretly planning their next moves. Pressing his ear against the armored door, he catches some heavy talk leaking out. The executives are openly discussing the killer and planning future murders, handing over the investigative jackpot. But his luck runs out at the speed of light. His hero act crumbles when someone suddenly appears in the hallway, catching the amateur spy red-handed in the enemy's lair. Far away at HQ, the alarm goes off. Matsuda's panic button has been triggered, forcing the leadership to act fast to contain this colossal screw-up. The carefully laid chess game is jeopardized by sheer stupidity. The team is forced to halt the operation, knowing full well that anyone who uncovers the company's secrets won't live to tell the tale. Anger explodes at HQ over the stunt that just blew up their investigation. Cornered and breaking into a cold sweat, Matsuda finally realizes that playing the lone hero has only earned him a one-way ticket to his death. Matsuda's snooping goes horribly wrong when he gets caught red-handed. With the suits demanding answers, he realizes his head is on the corporate chopping block. Behind closed doors, paranoia runs wild among the suits regarding how many of their secrets have leaked. The group's consensus is simple and deadly. It's too dangerous to let this intruder leave the building alive. Meanwhile, the task force checks his schedule and realizes Matsuda dove headfirst into the target's den without warning anyone. Tension skyrockets with this breach of protocol. Right at this tense moment, Matsuda's phone rings. With the villains breathing down his neck, he knows any slip-up during this call will guarantee his one-way ticket to the afterlife. He plays along with the charade and answers, forcing a relaxed tone. This exaggerated calmness is exactly the code his team needed to realize his neck is on the line. In a desperate bid to buy time, Matsuda plays the Misa card. He promises to bring the famous model to the meeting, and the greedy execs take the cheap marketing bait. With the executives listening in, Matsuda calls Misa, carefully choosing his words. He tells her exactly where to show up, praying the blonde catches on to his lifesaver of a lie. Back at headquarters, L coldly analyzes the circus and declares that the model is the only miracle capable of saving Matsuda. The detective pressures Light, forcing him to risk the girl in this game of Russian roulette. The stunt comes to life when Misa shows up at the villain's HQ, facing the executives head-on. Matsuda pulls the model by the arm, cementing his cover story as a showbiz manager. Matsuda's next move is to take the corporate boys to a private room. He catches on to HQ's plan. By dragging the villains to a location wired with L's cameras, his getaway ticket will be guaranteed. The impromptu party works, and the relaxed vibe softens up the suits. The task force watches everything through the cameras, relieved that the blonde's over-the-top acting is saving their colleague's life. In the middle of the party, Matsuda manages to tip off L that the suits are using Kira's power to kill off the competition. L celebrates the discovery, but warns him that there's still a target on his back. L processes the intel with a suicidal idea already in mind. Since the sadistic old men want to rub him out, Matsuda needs to stage his own tragic death before they can cross his name off. Back at the party, Matsuda takes the absurdity to the next level on the balcony. He pretends to be blackout drunk, convincing the big shots that he's just an idiot about to cause a freak accident. He then takes his grand, pathetic leap of faith, falling off the building. The choreography of the ridiculous accident convinces the fat cats that the nosy intruder has met his end. But the fall was a meticulously scripted stunt. The task force catches him as he plummets a few floors down, hiding in the shadows so none of the rich execs see that the rescue was a success. The cabal of tycoons freaks out at the sight of the fall and flees the scene at the speed of light. As far as they're concerned, the annoying spy just sent himself to the afterlife in a highly convenient accident. The next morning, the blatant lie makes the tabloid headlines, wiping Matsuda off the face of the earth. Now, he is free to spy on their game from the shadows. Thanks to this near-death performance, the task force hits the jackpot. They are now absolutely certain that the new Kira is hiding among those 8 Yotsuba executives, and the real hunt begins. With useless Matsuda safe, the task force focuses its attention on Yotsuba's upper management. The net closes in with absolute certainty. The bastard new killer is hiding among these 8 arrogant suits. The team's brilliant stroke of genius is figuring out the group's scheme. The power to kill is serving as a bizarre corporate bulldozer to inflate their bank accounts and obliterate anyone trying to compete in the market. But hunches don't throw anyone in the slammer, and these suckers' routine gives them away. Every single Friday, their competitors magically bite the dust in a predictably disastrous script. To force an error, a ghost call shatters their peaceful corporate silence. What seemed like just another annoying telemarketing pitch turns into a kick down the door straight into Yotsuba's most rotten secrets. Panic sets in instantly. The guy on the other end claims to be the most overpowered mercenary detective on the planet, the exact same freak these idiots secretly hired to hunt down the cops. In reality, the whole extortion gig is just theater put on by an undercover cop stealing the detective's identity. The guy is having a field day with the target's mind, playing puppet master with the suit from miles away. To put a leash on the victim, the fake mercenary drops a masterful bait. He warns them he only works with face-to-face negotiations, forcing the rich boys to burst their safety bubble. The real kicker comes in the fine print. Either they pay a fat toll to keep his mouth shut, or they'll have their ugly mugs exposed on TV. It's a disgustingly brilliant checkmate. The choked back tears ride the elevator up and explode right on the boss's desk. The terror-inducing plan works beautifully to crumble any shred of trust between these idiots. In desperation, they set up an emergency gossip session, tossing security out the window. By forcing this little night party, the cops push these blind rats right into the slaughterhouse with a smile on their faces. The black hole truly reveals itself. The nightmare isn't emptying their wallets to pay the fortune, but watching this sewage leak to the world and completely sink the company's little glass buildings. The suckers swallow their dry tears upon realizing no one is escaping this. Playing psychopath covered everyone's little hands in eternal blood, leaving them no choice but to face the monster head-on. Psychopathy totally takes over the room. Instead of paying an endless allowance to the blackmailer, the genius idea that pops up is to bleed the guy dry and toss him in the trash later, erasing the witness. At the end of the day, their obsession with cash eats their fear of death for breakfast. These guys would rather burn in hellfire and seal a bizarre pact, as long as they keep ruling over the whole damn world. And the madness is made official. The mission now is to buy and enslave the fake detective's mind. Turning this guy into an attack dog becomes their new holy grail for survival, no matter the cost. The fancy gold collar is approved with a disgustingly fat advance payment. The play is to shove so much cash at the guy until he loses all shame, putting the dog under the corporation's absolute control. On the other side of the board, the trap shines. The troops of justice wire up directly to their spy who just kicked down the enemy's pathetic security. The conman's mind explodes with pride as he reports the filthy profits of the blackmail. The guy has the nerve to use the millions stolen from the rich boys to fund the next phase of his little theater. To fish out Yotsuba's pearls of rot, the task force summons a professional cat burglar to gut the building's fancy walls. The corporate stage turns into a veritable big brother of carnage. With the green light, the cops are chomping at the bit with pure hype. They know the Gothic Friday Tea Party is the big window to hear the killer puke his secrets right into their laps. The little club locks themselves in the luxurious room, swearing they're swimming in a leak-proof vault. They are blind to the fact that their macabre gossip is already rolling on the cops' screens for free and in 4K. The trap runs smoothly with the cops spying live, but soon the script falls flat on its face. One of the suits is missing. The empty chair freezes the cops' souls with the chance that the villain sniffed out the trap. And while the clowns in suits fake being calm, the killing machine keeps slicing everyone up in the shadows. With the circle incomplete and time breathing down their necks, this game of hide-and-seek explodes to a level where sneezing wrong is a one-way ticket to hell. The long-awaited Deadly Boys Club finally begins. The task force watches everything in real time, certain that one of these Yotsuba suits is Kira. The sweat level at the HQ is palpable. Without any beating around the bush, the bloody agenda is put on the table. They need to choose the next victim to guarantee astronomical profits for the company. Everything is cold, calculating, and focused purely on lining their own pockets. It becomes obvious to everyone that the recent deaths were a calculated little message from the Kira hiding among them. An incredibly brutal warning to show what happens to any idiot who dares to even think about bailing on this mafia. The meeting moves forward, and they start dissecting a report bought from some detective named Iraldo Coyle. The document drops the exact bait the task force planted. The board of idiots swallows the fabricated story hook, line, and sinker. And bingo, the report's trap is successfully sprung. The text throws the stupidly obvious pattern of weekend murders right in their faces. It makes it blatantly clear that the deaths are connected to their little company. Fear makes this board of suits change their routine to avoid getting caught. They decide to bet on varied causes of death to try and throw the cops off their scent. This becomes a hell of an obstacle for the investigation to make any real progress. Their new target becomes the head of a rival foreign insurance company. The strategy of these sociopaths now is to forge bizarre accidents outside of Japan. This way, they make sure absolutely nobody in the universe will connect the corpses back to the Yotsuba group. On the other side of the cameras, the detective knows his theory was 100% right. Yotsuba's modus operandi is completely unmasked. But there's a serious problem. To get decent evidence, the targets actually have to bite the dust. The moral shock hits the police right away. The agents freak out over L's dark pragmatism. For the task force, letting innocent people turn into corpses in the name of a successful investigation is crossing too heavy a line. All hell breaks loose when the wiretap makes it crystal clear that the next murder is scheduled for the next few hours. The ticking time bomb is activated. The little moral speech turns into absolute desperation against the clock to try and save the victim. Thinking fast, Light connects the dots like a genius. He concludes that the killer relies on some tangible, magical tool to kill. This proves that the hidden Kira can sweat bullets and make serious mistakes under pressure. The kid sketches out a crazy idea to break the group from the inside. Since the killer is a coward hiding in their little circle, calling one of them out of the blue would throw everyone into a panic. It's cold math to back a spineless suit into a corner. The stage is set, and L puts Light on a secure line that nobody can trace. The noose tightens, and the lucky suit chosen to participate in this gossip Russian roulette goes by the fancy name of Namikawa. The bombshell drops like an anvil during the meeting. Light casually drops L's credentials in Namikawa's ear with theatrical arrogance. The executive sweats cold, processing the terror of having a chat with his company's sworn archenemy. With the little rat cornered, the kid gives the order: freeze the group's slaughterhouse for an entire month. Sweating cold, the suit listens to Light's magical proposal. He offers total immunity in exchange for blind obedience. The seed of betrayal sprouts in Namikawa's head. Becoming a double agent takes the noose off the executive's neck and awakens his cheap greed. His selfish instinct speaks louder, and he accepts the dirty deal, coldly calculating how to postpone his trip to the graveyard. Playing the good boy for his new invisible master, Namikawa starts manipulating his little buddies around the table. He injects fear into the entire mafia, convincing the group that they should pause the murders temporarily. It's the perfect cunning lie. The pressure cooker finally cools down in the meeting room. The audacious bluff worked absurdly well, and the corporate carnage has been stopped in its tracks. It's a brilliant tactical victory, buying the precious days the police need to set up the next trap in the game. L drops a bombshell, admitting he could drop dead at any moment, and offers his world title to Light. But the kid flat out refuses the drama. He pulls the crew back to reality, reminding them that they only have 30 days of peace to find definitive proof against Kira. While the task force is sweating bullets over the investigation, the detective drops a psychological grenade on the table. Out of nowhere, the madman casually suggests the student should inherit his mantle if he ends up kicking the bucket. Spotting the psychological trap, the boy spits on the offer, using the very handcuffs binding them as an excuse. The logic is bulletproof. If the detective ends up in a coffin, he's going down with him, completely wrecking any chance of becoming the big boss. The mind games peak when the detective surgically outlines the perfect crime. Without a shred of evidence, he accuses the boy of outsourcing the blame, playing the saint, and planning to reclaim his murderous magic in the future. The verbal beatdown is delivered without an ounce of filter or pity. The detective doesn't back down, spitting in the kid's face that he sees right through his pathetic straight-A student mask to the disgusting darkness and evil lurking underneath. The pressure cooker finally explodes. Unable to process the accusations, the boy goes full apeshit, landing a clean punch to his face to vent all the pent-up hatred stuck in his throat. But payback comes just as fast. A brutal kick to the face proves the weirdo is nobody's punching bag, trading nerdy chess for a savage brawl and pure insanity. With tempers cooled, the talk about the murderous corporate group resumes. They nail down the theory that the real serial killer is too slick to get his own hands dirty, locking their sights on the corporate playboys. The task force cops think they've found a magic pill for their problems. Their collective delusion is to send in the riot squad and arrest all the suits at once, hoping to halt the murders without spilling any more blood. Sick of this self-righteous bullshit, the detective flips the table and splits the team in two. If the good guys want to stick a band-aid on it and arrest pawns, fine, but he's going to keep wallowing in the mud to chop off the head of the real murderous snake. The clock immediately starts crushing everyone. With their tactics now divorced, the detective puts a knife to their throats, setting a ticking countdown of a measly month to solve the whole riddle. Going on the offensive, the scumbag duo invades the blonde girl's room without the slightest ceremony. The naive fool opens the door, swearing blind it's just a slumber party, completely oblivious to the landmine they just planted on her bed. The detective corners the blonde in a psychological dead end. His dirty trick is to completely fry her brain, demanding she make a choice right then and there. Either side with the love of her life or protect the mystical serial killer. The mousetrap works, and the cage slams shut with a vengeance. The detective weaponizes the girl's own romantic bullshit, tying her loyalty to the investigation and turning the poor thing into a police bloodhound. The weirdo designs the perfect guillotine, using a phony modeling gig to throw the poor girl right into the corporation's lap. The plan is to intentionally leak to the suits that the blonde has inside info on the manhunt. The student tries to halt the insanity with a heavy punch of logic. He reminds the geniuses that the killer can control their victims' actions before burying them, meaning that throwing the girl in there is just handing all their intel to the enemy. And that's when the detective shuts him up by flashing a leaked scrap of paper outlining the rules of the enemy's power. The manual proves the villain can't use mind control to force elaborate confessions, ensuring the blonde won't become a talking puppet. The girl's fanatical obsession overrides any survival instinct. Her ridiculous phobia of living in a world without her trashy boyfriend has the poor girl practically drooling to embrace the suicide mission. The brainwashing triggers the sickest possible mutation in her mind. Completely fearless, the girl actually starts bonding with the very detective who sent her to the slaughter, forging a bizarre and schizophrenic friendship. Cornered by the detective's chess game, the boy mourns his ego, realizing he has no choice but to back the plan. Crushed by the system, he swallows his wounded pride and decides to dive headfirst into this mud pit with them. While this insane throuple accelerates toward the abyss, the geriatric police force outside keeps slamming their heads against the wall of bureaucracy. The righteous path has completely dead-ended, proving once and for all that the detective's twisted and crazy chess game is the only way to crush the final boss. To save the operation, the investigation team decides to split up and work in isolated groups. The risky plan throws the girl right into the lion's den as bait, leaving everyone on edge about the mission. At the headquarters of the suited villains, the entire board of directors freaks out. They discover that the newly hired model might have a close connection to the serial killer they idolize, making everyone break into a cold sweat from paranoia. The rich guys decide to keep the girl in the marketing campaign, but with a dirty ulterior motive. They plan to milk every drop of information out of the model to achieve the ultimate power they so desperately desire. Paranoia infects the group of executives as they notice how suspiciously convenient it is for the model to drop right into their laps. They finally realize they might have walked into a trap, with no idea who's pulling the strings. In an attempt to regain control, the board summons the mysterious private detective to attend their meetings in person. The plan is to force their ally to get his hands just as dirty as the criminals. On the flip side, the detective uses a masterstroke to dodge the trap. He plays the mercenary card, charging an absurdly high fee just to show up, tossing the hot potato right back into the laps of the rich guys. Among the executives, the real infiltrated killer digs through the clues, and it clicks. He realizes the blonde model had been locked up by the police and had her brain completely wiped, turning her into a massive security breach. One of the sadistic executives plots a low blow to completely control the girl through a fake marriage. From the shadows, the bizarre creature of death instantly catches on to the dirty web being spun around the model. In an attempt to save the blonde's skin, the bizarre monster makes a radical and suicidal decision. Planning to use a piece of its deadly weapon, the creature prepares to step in and fix the bait's hollow mind. At headquarters, the plan moves forward, strictly forbidding the model from walking into the lion's den alone. To play babysitter, the brains of the operation decides to drag one of their most uptight cops straight into the mission. The mastermind behind the plan oozes arrogance, ordering the cop to drop his stiff posture and act like an obnoxiously loud businessman. Flushing his dignity down the toilet becomes the bare minimum required to fool the villains. The duo finally comes face to face with the executives, and the cop completely buries his dignity. His over-the-top, ridiculous performance works like a charm, short-circuiting the rich guy's analytical brains and breaking the ice. The outrageous act is convincing, but the villains use corporate red tape to kick the disguised babysitter to the curb. The prey must now march completely alone into her interrogation at the luxury slaughterhouse. The interrogation hits fast and dirty. Not giving a damn about protocol, the rich guys dump the trauma of the girl's murdered family right onto the table, trying to snap the poor girl's mind in half in a matter of seconds. The psychological torture ramps up when one of the suits spits out a bizarre, intimate secret of hers. Sheer terror sends shivers down the model's spine, and she watches her entire rehearsed act melt away in the face of pure, manipulative horror. The sadistic old men push her to the edge, warning her that cheap talk won't save her skin. The girl realizes she's screwed and will have to spill her hidden secret, or she'll lose the biggest contract of her life. Squeezed like a lemon, the model opens up about the time she was arrested by the police. By spilling the beans in the criminal's den, the girl paints a massive red target right on her own forehead, with her brain begging for mercy from the extreme stress. The girl pleads for a quick break to catch her breath. The hellish trial hits pause, buying her a few minutes of peace to pull herself together. Away from the blonde, the evil boys club pops champagne, celebrating their successful psychological torture. Armed with proof that she has the cops on her tail, the suits agree that the girl is the perfect shovel to unearth their ultimate rival. Crying alone in the fake VIP lounge, the girl finally relaxes, thinking the worst is over. It's in this exact second of false peace that the invisible monster decides to tear through the fabric of reality. The creature of darkness brutally crashes the scene and gives the girl a macabre nudge. The monster's actions completely scramble the model's empty mind, dragging this pathetic game of survival into a deranged game of Russian roulette with no turning back. The goddess of death tries to warn the blonde that the corporate suits are lethal, but it's hard to trust this alliance when the warning comes from a giant gothic specter that pops out of nowhere. Far away, the police task force is sweating bullets over the girl. However, the weirdo detective ignores everyone's despair, treating the model as just another disposable bait for his genius trap. Meanwhile, the psychopathic boy genius stumbles upon a colossal flaw in the investigation. He notices a bizarre gap in the behavioral pattern between the older murders and the most recent ones. To the playboy, it becomes obvious that this new owner of the magical toy is just a wannabe killer, someone completely devoid of that crazy ideological purity that drove the original legend. The realization hits him hard. He figures out that the weirdo detective kept quiet because he already noticed this difference in the profiles, betting his soul that the original killer is Light himself. Back in confinement, the Spectre decides to shatter the amnesiac blonde's pink-tinted world. The brutal revelation about her boyfriend's true murderous identity is laid out on the table, but the girl's reaction is the exact opposite of what was expected. Instead of being terrified of the planet's biggest genocidal maniac, the heavy gossip only serves to officially seal her sick devotion to him. With her mind racing, the blonde solves the riddle in a snap. She figures out that this whole circus is a sneaky infiltration, perfectly calculated by her boyfriend to put the enemy right in his lethal crosshairs. She processes the trickery through the notebook's golden rule. Throwing the weapon away wipes your own memory. This extreme tactic creates the perfect alibi to fool any police investigation. The plan's breakdown is blunt. The playboy's goal is to touch the imposter's notebook. He needs to get his hands on the weapon to force a brain backup, even with the dark rules getting in the way. The problem is that the monsters can't simply cheat at the game to help. Extending a human's expiration date is the ultimate taboo for the cursed species, instantly turning the guardian angel into ashes. Even with that risk, the gothic creature draws a line in the sand to protect her ward. If the genius tries to use the girl as disposable trash, the spiritual axe will fall without mercy, wiping the kid out on the spot. That's when the blonde pulls out her trump card. Her spiritual connection with the monster acts as an unbreakable hacker radar against the big shots, setting up the perfect, deadly mousetrap. The sly girl understands that revealing this advantage would be suicide. If she spilled the secret to the group, both the boy genius and the detective would fry their brains with suspicion. The best move is to keep up the act. Before returning to the scene, the Spectre lays down a supreme law: keep her mouth completely shut. Any mention of the magic notebook on the police wiretap would give the game away to the weirdo detective, blowing up the pretty boy's lies. At the last second, the blonde realizes she needs to memorize the exact identity of her new ally. That's when the sick friendship gets a definitive seal, with the monster revealing her name is Rem. Armed with this secret, the diva struts back into the room full of Sherlocks. She puts on a splendid performance as a clueless airhead, making fools of the geniuses without leaving a single suspicious trace. The magic happens with the invisible radar effortlessly bugging the targets. In the blink of an eye, the board flips completely in her favor. The blonde establishes herself as the only mortal holding the reins of the whole game from the shadows. It finally clicks for the blonde. The corporate killer the cops are hunting so hard is exactly the creepiest suit in the company. The walking nightmare is confirmed right to her face. Meanwhile, things heat up among the detectives at HQ. The idea of using the girl as bait causes a collective meltdown. Throwing the blonde to the lions becomes an absurd risk that splits the team in half. The grim pact is sealed with a ticking timer on everyone's foreheads. They get exactly 30 days to solve this mess under the radar. If things go south, everything leaks, and the clock starts crushing the team's minds. Back at base, she plays dumb and hides her hand. The preppy girl changes the subject with useless gossip to fool the detectives. No one there even dreams she's already spinning her own spider web. To escape the constant supervision, she goes into full meltdown mode. A cheap, confusing little scene completely short-circuits the cop's brains. Using this smokescreen, she struts freely out of the room. The hustler already had the script memorized to ditch her security guard outside. Tapping into the D-list celebrity underworld, she recruits an identical body double. This tactic is all she needs to drop off the radar. Completely free on the streets, she sends a direct message to the villain. The dumb suit takes the bait immediately. The chance to go out with her inflates the guy's ego so much he forgets all caution. On the date, the flirting magic goes into overdrive. She pulls an Oscar-worthy performance of a clueless, defenseless damsel. The tactic is perfect to make the drooling idiot drop all his corporate defenses over drinks. Far away, the police nerd puts the pieces together and panics. He realizes the diva has completely ghosted the team. It becomes obvious she went on a hardcore kamikaze mission, not giving a single crap about protocol. Her plan dives straight into the volcano. The blonde finds herself completely isolated with the city's absolute worst human trash. There's no police shield if the farce blows up in her face right then and there. That's when the chick mercilessly summons Exodia on the table. Throwing caution to the wind, she drops the dumb act and spits out her real criminal record. It's a suicidal all-in to crush the fool and force an alliance. The snob picks up the pieces and realizes the girl's insane potential. He sees she could be the perfect lethal partner to maintain his perks. Putting a leash on her loyalty becomes the scumbag's ultimate goal. Except the babe doesn't eat out of a loser's hand and pulls a reverse Uno. She demands a real villainy resume right there on the table. To seal the deal, she throws it in his face that he needs to prove his macabre powers first. The choice of guinea pig for the test is cold as ice. They decide to delete a direct work competitor as a little magic show. It's the perfect victim that won't blip on the FBI's radar. The target's obituary pops up fresh and undeniable on the screen. The shock of seeing the lethality work live melts away any doubts. It's set in stone that the suit's power is absurdly real. With the trick validated, she delivers a flying checkmate. She manipulates him into bending the world order of mass deaths as final proof. Altering the global pattern of murders becomes the only signature that he truly runs the show. The mind-blowing halt in the global body count rings straight into police HQ. This blackout of tragedies stamps the gold certificate. The suicidal madness the bait was flying blind into worked beautifully. The sassy spy's triumphant return shatters the funeral vibe at base. A feast is served with the juiciest possible confession from the villain. Her little manipulation act extracted exactly the proof they needed. The atomic bomb of this whole mess completely resets the investigation. The case focuses the sniper's lens onto a single, undeniable shiny forehead. The endless BS of flimsy theories turns into a direct, lethal manhunt against the suit. Misa lays the damning tape on the table, proving that suit Higuchi's guilt. If the corporate killings stop, the audio makes it obvious who the killer is. Not only did she drag a confession out of him, but she also trapped the scumbag with undeniable physical evidence. But Light instantly sniffs out the danger of this stunt. To get this proof, the girl acted on pure impulse. She threw herself to the wolves, confessing to being the second Kira straight to their target. But cuffing the killer right now would be incredibly stupid. The absolute focus shifts to figuring out what kind of witchcraft he uses to kill. Jumping the gun before understanding his secret weapon would throw their biggest chance straight into the trash. The task force realizes the girl just slapped an expiration date on her own forehead. When the suit stops killing because of their deal, the lack of new corpses will catch up to him. That will turn her into the maniac's main course. Since the psychopath's house is completely bug-proof, the team goes after the only crack in his armor. The order now is to rig the rich guy's entire fleet of luxury cars with tracking bugs. The tactics shift entirely. The task force decides to corner their prey by forcing the psychopath into trying to kill someone. It's all going to go down inside a perfectly staged charade orchestrated by the police. Passing on the murder weapon had nothing mystical about it. It was a surgical calculation by the original killer. A panic button smashed right when the walls started closing in. The stage for the final circus is being set. The idea is to set a trap that corners the sucker with his own guilt. The goal is to make the bastard reveal the secret behind the murders, live and in living color. A trashy TV network that profited off spreading panic becomes the perfect bait. It's the ideal coliseum to hypnotize and pull the maniac's strings without raising suspicion. To convince the suit to attempt the assassination on TV, the bait needs to be vulnerable. This sadistic plan calls for a kamikaze martyr willing to broadcast their real ID on live television. The team realizes the juiciest piece of bait is already breathing right there in the room. Since the killer believes this target faked his death after uncovering the corporate crimes, using him as a decoy will make the psychopath lose his mind. With the announcement that the villain's identity will hit the big screen at the end of the show, panic sets in. That sheer terror will drag the fool into making a grotesque mistake as he desperately tries to silence the witness on live TV. The team predicts he will use his deadly magic against the bait's fake name. When the attack fails, sheer frustration will pathetically blind this psychopath. All alone and running out of time, the clown will be funneled into his only viable option. He'll have to personally dig up the target's real name at a washed-up modeling agency. A red carpet for his break-in will be rolled out on purpose. The team will deliberately cripple the building's security, tearing down any hurdles. The idiot killer will dive into the room smiling, completely oblivious to the glowing mousetrap. This is the real jackpot of the entire mission. The police don't just want to lock the door with the rich guy inside. They want to spy on the exact little dance he does when he reads the piece of paper, finally solving the riddle behind his witchcraft. But the genius of this plan hinges on a lethal game of roulette. If the killer can pull off a murder just by staring at the victim's face on a TV screen, the bait is going to drop dead of a heart attack on live television. The glorious time has come to rip off the useless background extra costume. Stepping up as the key player to crush this bizarre hunt justifies the sadistic madness of offering his own jugular to the psychopath on a silver platter. The madness is slammed on the table with zero hesitation. The team swallows the suicidal pitch. The sadistic ring for this insane final battle begins to raise its steel cages. Hiding like rats in suits, these corporate fat cats set up a secret meeting away from the spotlight. They realize they need to take the reins of the corporation before a bomb goes off in their faces. It's the beginning of a game of survival. The atmosphere in the room grows heavy, and the golden rule is broken. The hard-to-swallow question everyone has been choking down over the last few weeks of slaughter is finally spat out into the open. These cowards now have to name names and figure out who the psychopath is. The realization hits the group like a meteor. The conclusion is unanimous. They are all just puppets in suits and ties. They realize that the pact of silence within the company is kept purely out of the sheer terror of becoming the next victim. The group's cold analysis finally paints a target on the forehead of a single unlucky bastard. The disgusting greed and hypocrisy of one of the directors hands over whoever is behind this on a silver platter. His goody-two-shoes act has pathetically miserably failed. Right at this moment of clarity for the board, the bubble bursts. An unexpected eavesdropper shatters the isolation of their secret meeting. Tension instantly hits the roof with this mysterious outside intrusion. Catching a whiff of his own salvation, one of the suits decides to play double agent. He agrees to team up with the investigators and act as a mole. This betrayal becomes the ultimate weapon to implode this cheap empire of terror from the inside out. The suit puts his brain to work, pieces together internal gossip, and spills the confession the police wanted. The target now has a definitive name stamped on his forehead, Higuchi. The official manhunt starts to take shape. With the monster in their sights, the tactic shifts to a frontal assault. The plan now is to use the media to back this piece of shit into a corner. They set up an insane expose that's going to fry the target's brain with sheer panic. The deal with the devil is sealed, and the detectives hijack the steering wheel of the operation. That whole untouchable board of directors is reduced to a bunch of harmless extras. Now they're just going to sit back and eat popcorn while the world comes crashing down. Meanwhile, the villain celebrates, drunk on his own arrogance. The moron maps out his master plan to become king of the company, convinced he's untouchable. He's completely blind to the guillotine already brushing against his neck. The roasting happens live. A media circus takes over every TV screen, shoving a bizarre threat against the killer down everyone's throats. The psychopath's mental torture shifts into high gear in front of the entire country. The villain's brain short-circuits on the spot as he watches TV. A stiff he was absolutely certain he had put 6 feet under rises from the ashes and appears alive on screen. The face of the snitch absolutely crushes his sanity. His despair boils over when he realizes he fell for a con. His killing magic doesn't work because the witness's name broadcast on TV is fake. This animal realizes he needs to plug the hole fast before the whole ship sinks. In sheer panic, our genius makes the monumental blunder of calling for help. He reaches out to the exact same corporate lackeys he was planning to stab in the back. On the other end of the line, the bait is already perfectly set. The weight of his own filth crushes the killer's back. He figures out that asking his partners for help is like stamping guilty right on his own forehead. Isolated from everyone, he realizes he's 100% cornered. The fatal flaw in his power acts like a jackhammer on his brain. Just picturing the bastard's face isn't enough to kill him from a distance. This limitation shreds his shield of invincibility, forcing him to take action in the real world. Out of nowhere, they dangle the perfect bait for his desperation. The delusion of grabbing a magical flash drive containing the witness's true identity is the tipping point. The sucker swallows the lie hook, line, and sinker, and decides to go after this information in person. The fool takes the bait completely and drives straight into the eye of the storm. He digs his own grave by abandoning the safety of his air-conditioned office. The invisible mousetrap finally snaps shut around him. The chaos in the psychopath's mind reaches the stratosphere. Unable to use his magic from a distance, he grabs his guns, promising to settle things with hot lead if it goes south. It's the ultimate proof that his brain has completely melted. The battle of wits officially devolves into a street chase. The trap went off without a hitch. The fat cat comes out of hiding and the cops floor the gas pedal right behind him. The game of chess is over. The brutal manhunt has begun. The rat hunt goes into hard mode. The cops finally corner their target, watching his every pathetic move on the monitors without him even suspecting the trap. The idiot takes the bait perfectly. Glued to the TV screen, he breaks a cold sweat and swallows the fake story planted by the police, dancing right to their tune. Panic goes through the roof when the fake witness on screen threatens to spill all his secrets. Sensing his trick is about to be exposed, kicks the killer's desperation into overdrive. Through the cameras, the police catch the weirdness of the century. Seeing the target chatting with thin air blows the detectives' minds, making it clear there's a supernatural element at play. Desperation makes his dirty little secrets slip out. Talking to himself about how he controls his victims hands the mechanics of this bizarre power on a silver platter to the task force listening in. The mental torture works. The target realizes his ambitions will go down the drain if he doesn't silence the snitch on TV, feeling completely cornered by the situation. With no way out, he gets off his ass and goes to fetch the target's files himself. The cops watch from the front row as the sucker dives straight into the spiderweb they spun for him, and the dumb fish bites the bait hard. Breaking into the place, the criminal finds the ID carefully forged by the cops, planted there just to test the limits of his power. On the monitors, the plot twist hits the cops right in the face. The killer's ultimate secret weapon is revealed. He literally just has to write a name in a notebook, leaving the team dumbfounded by the simplicity. But the magic falls short. Since the ID was a fake, the victim on TV is still alive, and the villain's arrogance gives way to absolute panic when his perfect power fails miserably. Backed against the wall, he hits nuclear panic mode mode. The villain takes the Dark Pact with the Beyond, tossing half his lifespan into the fire to buy the ability to kill just by looking at someone's face. With cheat mode activated in his eyes, the scared rabbit turns into a pit bull. He hits the streets again thinking he's the boss, knowing that anyone crossing his path will get an instant ban from life. The escape is interrupted by a mere traffic cop. The uniformed pawn pulls out his ticket book while the detectives watch from afar, thinking this will stall the killer, but the cosmic hack is on. With no need for documents, the new magic eyes hand him the cop's floating name on a silver platter, and the psychopath writes down the lethal sentence right then and there. The witchcraft hits the off switch fast. Right in the middle of the chase, the traffic cop completely loses control of his own body and the motorcycle when the invisible heart attack hits him dead on. The damage is brutal and merciless. The crash permanently crushes the poor guy into the asphalt, proving that burning half a lifespan bought a lethal button that doesn't fail. At HQ, the super detective's brain puts the pieces of the horror together. He solves the riddle. The bastard can now see names just by looking, which throws the police's shield of fake IDs straight into the trash. The hammer comes down, smashing the table at HQ. With a sociopath roaming free and capable of killing with a single stare, the leader breaks the silence and orders an immediate, fierce manhunt before anyone else dies. Adrenaline is pumping through this moron's veins. The guy thinks he's Thanos himself with his stolen power, proving that any sucker in his way is gonna bite the dust instantly. This hunt has turned into a bizarre playground where he makes all the rules. Back at base, the suits are almost crapping their pants at the news. If the villain doesn't even need your name to kill you, approaching him barefaced is pure suicide. Now it's a game of hide and seek, because one little peek guarantees a body bag. Behind the scenes at the TV station, a genius tactic comes into play. The live stream needs to keep rolling to fool the sucker and hold his attention, but without catching civilians in the crossfire. The virtual bait keeps shining while the crowd bails from the building. The chase gets a ridiculous buff so the cops don't become chalk outlines. Taking to the skies with the chopper guarantees a view of the whole map. This wipes out any chance of bumping right into the psychopath in the alleys of Tokyo. Acting all untouchable, the killer kicks down the station's door. The fool is absolutely certain that breaking into the place is gonna be a piece of cake. He thinks he's gonna grab his prize and keep his pretty little hands clean. The psychological trap snaps shut and the target's peanut brain melts. The idiot swallows the bait hook, line, and sinker, diving headfirst into the route the cops set up. The super predator just put on his own leash. To face off against this super OP demon in the building, the team hands out heavy firepower and lethal toys. They wear heavy helmets to hide their identities. No sucker there can afford to slip up and let their pretty face get filmed, but the fairy tale starts rotting away inside. The dead silence in a building that should be bumping makes the moron's instincts scream like crazy. It smells like bullshit, and he finally realizes something is off. Even so, he pushes forward and finally finds his trophy at the end of the tunnel. The loudmouth is right there, turning his back like a sitting duck in front of the cameras. The hunter just waits for the live feed to start so he can pounce. But the sweet taste of victory turns to ashes in his mouth. A useless wall of text on the screen rubs it in his face that the live stream was never gonna happen. The fool finally finds out he fell for a fake little show and got demoted to a mere extra. Before the guy can even cry over his screw-up, the trap fully snaps. Surrounded by a bunch of faceless cops, the big guy finds himself completely cornered. He ends up tossed in the trash without his coveted lethal trump card. With nowhere to run, the psycho decides to risk his own skin. The killer's tantrum leaves everyone dumbstruck when he goes in for a blind brawl. Things escalate in a second, turning into a bizarre frenzy of mass attempted murder. Riding the chaos of the clash, the coward gets that golden millisecond. The bastard tears through the police barricade like paper and breaks out of the circle. He takes off doing an Olympic runner cosplay, hauling ass down the hallways. The disaster takes to the streets outside. The psycho steals a sweet ride and floors it. The indoor ambush turns into a frantic drag race, with the serial killer raising hell right on the city asphalt. Showtime demands an immediate tactical cheat code. With the street race going down below, the dude in the chopper becomes the operation's only compass. The aerial view stops the cops from losing the motorized killer's trail, but the illusion of a clear road turns to ashes when the end of the line flashes right in his face. A monstrous barricade of squad cars slaughters his little dream of freedom. An impassable wall rises up, out for blood, cutting off the street. The Shadow Crew was going hard in secret to set this up. The cops who had pretended to back down put together this massive backup all on their own. It was all built on pure improvisation and heroic loyalty. The trigger for this unexpected backup was watching the original partners eating dirt. Seeing their bros flirting with the grave acted like a turbocharged Red Bull. This stubborn cavalry rode right back into the war so nobody would die alone. Throwing it in reverse is nothing but a nightmare now. The cops brutally seal off the target's rear from all sides. The idiot is left stranded on an asphalt island, completely cut off from the rest of the universe. The massive impact of the chase shreds his only remaining little escape route. That fancy car turns into a crushed coffin of twisted iron. His free ride was completely shut down by the SWAT meatheads. His desperate mind resorts to one last dirty trick. In a bizarre freakout, the animal uses his own flesh as a shield, crawling out of the wreckage. He tries to bluff to force a ridiculous draw with the cops who are armed to the teeth. The SWAT crew has zero patience for this cheap little act. The lethal shot is called off, but they go in for a flawless surgical takedown. The move simply obliterates the idiot's pathetic illusion of power. The humiliation comes full circle. The clown's mind melts completely, pinned to the ground, while the leash changes owners for good. With the trash properly kicked to the curb, the suits coldly declare that game over has finally arrived. The dust settles on the street, but these task force idiots know the real chaos is just getting started. The police chief refuses to keep warming a seat at headquarters and demands to put his neck on the line at the extraction point. The big boss of the force swallows his massive ego and dons a ridiculous mask to move in. The priority here definitely isn't throwing his weight around, but hiding his face so he doesn't end up dead meat at the killer's hands. The sucker is finally cornered and handcuffed on the asphalt, but for the cops, cuffing the guy is just the beginning. What this crew really wants is to drag out the bizarre trick he used to whack so many people. Desperation makes the human trash puke up the truth right then and there. Hearing that the ultimate lethal weapon is just a freaking notebook sounds like a junkie's delusion, leaving the team looking completely dumbfounded. The manhunt finds the source of the panic among the criminals' junk. The very thing that made the whole planet crap its pants is seized, looking like just a harmless piece of stationary trash in the cops' hands. But touching the thing unleashes hell. The extra's brain just glitches out, and holding the object shoves a bizarre Resident Evil tier monster right in his face that was just chilling right next to them. Far away, the investigative mastermind's brain sparks upon hearing the radio. He connects the dots and figures out the game's hack. The team's freakout is a curse triggered just by laying a hand on the notebook. The juicy evidence arrives at headquarters, and the smartest madman on Earth gets a spiritual dropkick the second he touches it. Seeing a hideous beast breathing down his neck makes his science degrees only good for wiping his ass. Peace doesn't even last 10 seconds, because the prime suspect loses his cool and anxiously shoves his hand onto that piece of crap. That desperate grab at the notebook makes the kid's brain explode with forgotten epiphanies. The forced download of years of rotten memories fries the mass murderer's brains with insane lag. His spasms turn the room into a burning circus, making the brass cock their little pistols in fear of a violent meltdown. Once the freakout passes, the guy slaps the goody two-shoes mask back on with disgusting cynicism. Using the crew's shock as a smokescreen, the hardcore psychopath plays the clueless card like any regular idiot, pulling the strings of the game once again. The police turn their focus back to the bizarre paperwork, cross-referencing the messy scribbles with the stiffs in the morgue. The paranormal becomes concrete evidence, guaranteeing a cell for the useless figurehead they caught on the street. The ultimate trophy of sadism shines in the psychopath's silence. Months of playing dumb led to the perfect victory, tricking the smartest nerd on the planet into handing the killing machine right back to his archenemy. The checkmate absolutely wrecked them all. The frenzied retaliation kicks off. Making an absolute fool out of the world's greatest detective requires a psychopathic plan with some Oscar-worthy backstage prep. The first step is insane. The umbilical cord connecting to the supernatural freak must be ruthlessly severed to trigger a nice little brain reset, and that's when the plot hole shines. The dirty trick to stay in the loop, even after ditching his main weapon, is already in the bag. The point of no return is crossed. The predator simply trashes his biggest advantage and relinquishes ownership. To force the demon to follow this schizophrenic script, he pulls out the ultimate blackmail. The target is the monster's pathetic obsession with her own pet girl. A disposable sucker is chosen. A moron so predictable he'll hog the entire police spotlight, leaving the real culprits laughing in the shadows. To play the saint, the plan borders on madness. He dives headfirst into a cage to be monitored, and by frying his own memories, it becomes impossible to spill a confession. In love with his own ego, the answer is glaringly obvious. With his brain reset, he knows his clueless self will play detective and investigate his own massacre. Claiming the real trophy just requires being in the room. Who gives a shit who cuffs the target first? What matters is that during the shakedown, he gets to touch the hidden weapon at the exact same time. The workaround is surgical and right on his person. A bizarre little finger dance turns a stupid wrist gadget into a James Bond tier safe. The hidden slot is tiny, but big enough to send a sucker straight to hell. Once the little scrap of paper is used, it vanishes, leaving no trace of this foul play. The Sixth Circus ran flawlessly. With his memory back, our golden boy finds out the whole mess played out beautifully, and the little king knows exactly whose neck to sink his teeth into. Pulling a suspicious move right under the nose of the world's greatest detective borders on insanity. But holding on to that little notebook casts a magical illusion, turning him invisible to the idiots around him. While the cops play house with logistics, the real knockout blow lands in the shadows. The one-way ticket to hell is signed on the sly, right in the middle of all the commotion. The strike is raw and instantaneous. The loose end takes a kick to the teeth in the most savage way possible, and the slaughter protocol runs flawlessly. The cops piss their pants in a panic. Watching their only witness bite the dust out of nowhere leaves a bunch of grown men bumping heads against the unexplainable. The first trophy hits the shelf. With the scapegoat tossed aside and the trail wiped clean, the arrogant crosshairs lock straight onto the last sucker standing on the map. The suit's sudden death throws cold water on the investigation. The detectives deduce that the coward could have used the magical weapon to kill himself and escape police interrogation. With no useful human answers, the bizarre creature plays dumb to protect the real psychopath. The weirdo detective quickly realizes he won't get a single word out of that beast, leaving only the notebook itself as a clue. Cross-referencing the notebook's evidence, the timeline falls into place in a terrifying way. The exact days the deaths occurred match up perfectly with the delusions written in the crazy blonde's secret diary. Then comes the time to dissect this devilish weapon. The suits finally start reading the macabre tutorial scribbled on the first few pages, trying to understand the magnitude of the problem they have on their hands. Halfway through the reading, the investigation stumbles upon the sinister 13-day rule. It's a cruel prank that promises to kill anyone who goes 2 weeks without writing names on those pages. The impact of this nonsense flips the board upside down. Since the playboy and the crazy girl had been locked up for over 50 days, it would be impossible for them to still be alive if they were the real killers, granting them an ironclad alibi. Obviously, this is all a colossal trap. Before wiping his own memory, our sociopath calculated this exact farce and had fake rules scribbled in just to make a fool out of the detective. To make matters worse, another rule screams like an untouchable life insurance policy. Any idiot who tries to destroy the notebook will cause the instant death of everyone who has touched it. It's a veritable death grip around the cops' necks. With these fake rules swallowed as absolute truths, the most brilliant hunchback on the planet is backed into a corner. Divine math has proven that the lovebirds have a titanium alibi against the law. Ignoring the weirdo detective's instincts, the task force throws in the towel to the math of the evidence. Releasing the psychopathic lovebirds becomes an official order, destroying the useless siege that made everyone's life hell. But clearing his own name doesn't conclude our idiot's plan. To keep holding the reins of this mess and spying on the police, his masterstroke is keeping up the cheap cosplay of the good guy detective. Unsatisfied with the loose ends, the hunchback dangles bait right in the gothic freak's face. He bluntly asks if there is some magic eye capable of scanning identities, leaving the winged goddess cornered. Realizing that the sociopath himself had already tipped him off, the monster gives the green light. The ugly beast confirms the existence of the X-ray power, ruthlessly rubber-stamping the task force's suspicions. The investigator adds the time frame of the fake rules to the suspect's current blank stare and pieces together a terrifying puzzle. The theory of a total memory reset in her head beautifully emerges as the only acceptable excuse to cover these gaps. But the freak resorts to good old cynical ignorance to protect the secret. Playing dumb by claiming to know nothing about human biology, the goddess throws up an argumentative wall that not even the supreme nerd dares to cross. With the fake rules firmly nailed into everyone's minds, the claustrophobic captivity comes to an end. The crazy blonde's release is decreed with the stroke of a pen, kicking the balance of power right back into the manipulator's lap. Now out from behind bars, the two share a soap opera embrace. What looks like a cute crying session of a couple in crisis actually serves as a wonderful camouflage for the protagonist's scumbag move. The manipulator had already surgically mapped out the room's blind spots and microphones. This forced intimate embrace creates an impenetrable shield against the surveillance of the weirdo and the nosy police. Riding the wave of this tactical makeout session, the silent command goes straight into her ear. Dig up the original weapon planted out there. While the cops look away out of sheer secondhand embarrassment, the two comfortably secure their triumphant victory. Light's bizarre plan is set in motion. The blonde heads to the exact spot where the lethal weapon is stashed away from the cops' Big Brother surveillance. Our favorite sociopath show has finally started. And there's the trigger. The little notebook of doom is finally back in the hands of this crazy chick. It's ready and waiting to fry the poor girl's brain and turn nightmare mode back on. The damage is instant. Like a burst pipe, all her deleted memories flood her empty head in the blink of an eye. The ugly truth and her burning thirst for light come rushing right back. The master's command is blunt and straight to the point. Wipe out Kira's biggest pain in the ass. To keep her on a tight leash, Light wraps the hit order in a bogus romantic promise. He preys on the blonde's ridiculous neediness to forge the perfect killing machine, but the house of cards comes crashing down miserably. Her memories might be back, but the damn name she needs to kill the target has vanished. Their ace in the hole simply kicked the bucket, and the plan immediately blue screens. Her frustration turns into an epic meltdown. The pressure of being the big savior and choking right in the tutorial makes reality crash hard. This dark alley doesn't seem to have an exit sign, and that's right where the plot armor kicks in. An ugly as sin supernatural beast spawns out of nowhere. It casually shows up right at the peak of the girl's crying session. Hitting the fuck it button on the consequences, the crazy chick finds a suicidal shortcut to fix her screw-up. She goes completely rogue and makes the worst possible decision for her own lifespan. The ultimate simp couldn't care less about the consequences of gambling with her own life expectancy. To her, living to be 100 without the approval of her manipulative Prince Charming isn't worth a chewed-up piece of gum. She orders her own coffin right then and there, driven by pure, blind obsession. Exodia finally hits the board. The secret pack mule struts right into the middle of the police station, armed to the teeth. She's ready to deliver the checkmate that will put an end to this whole mess. Meanwhile, Windows finally reboots for the goth goddess, watching it all unfold. She catches on to the sick malice behind the kid's plan. It becomes glaringly obvious that he rigged a sadistic mousetrap just to squeeze this exact suicidal sacrifice out of her. Anxiety hits the roof when the blonde shits on the script and reveals what she did. Not only did she completely botch the ridiculous mission of remembering the name, but she embraced a suicide pact to cover it up. Out of nowhere, she signed that damn Shinigami ideal all over again. Needing to keep the crazy train on the tracks, the chess master flips the script immediately. He equips the trophy husband skin, spewing sweet nothings about a fake romantic future just to keep her leash nice and tight. It's a cold, disgusting level of manipulation. While the ultimate simp is whining about her goldfish memory, the fuckboy's psychopathic CPU is already running on overclock. His previous petty anger goes down the drain, making way for an absurdly inflated ego. The crazy chick's installment plan suicide just dropped the perfect loaded gun right into his lap. With the pieces realigned on his mental chessboard, the manipulator shoves his pack mule right into the line of fire. Now, with the killer vision hack unbanned from the server, the lethal trap is set. The mousetrap surrounding the bald detective snaps shut with absolute brute force. Light dumps all the dirty work in Misa's lap. Since he's being watched 24 hours a day, the girl becomes his only tool to keep the killing spree going without getting his own hands dirty. To keep this leash nice and tight, he exploits her greatest weakness, pure emotional neediness. Light sells the illusion of a perfect romance, treating the girl like a lapdog to gain the freedom he so desperately craves. Meanwhile, at HQ, the world's greatest detective's brain is frying nonstop. L theorizes about the notebook's bizarre mechanics, getting dangerously close to unraveling the dirty tricks used up to that point. But L flips the board and realizes he himself is the prey. The detective figures out that his rival's insistence on staying at the base is an invisible leash, a pathetic attempt to limit the investigation. And it doesn't take long for the bomb to drop in their laps. Panic swallows the entire task force when a new late-night bloodbath is plastered on the screen, shattering the illusion that the nightmare was over. The suit is so brazen that he purposely alters the facts. He dumps the blame for the murders onto a mere human, setting the perfect stage to force the alien ghost's hand to intervene. The penny finally drops for the monster. The entity realizes how deep the hole is. The pathetic girl she swore to protect was played for a fool in a new pact, burning through even more of her own lifespan. The The useless cops try to force Elle to forget about the girl for good, since a miraculous little rule would theoretically clear her name. But the crazy bastard is stubborn, and his gut screams that this whole story is shady as hell. Elle then drops a logic bomb on the table. To him, locking up suspects is useless in court if they can't prove the fairy tale notebook is the murder weapon, demanding a practical test of its magic. The detective doesn't give a shit about the team's moral whining. The plan is already in the oven. He's going to make a convicted killer sign his own death warrant to prove the notebook's power. Cold and sick. The entity finally grasps the level of the brat's brilliant sadism. The bastard left no room for escape, ensuring that the pathetic girl's only lifeline is for the magical abomination itself to take action. The macabre math adds up in the monster's mind. The only way to save the girl from the slaughterhouse is to rip the detective's throat out first, even knowing that extending a human life will turn her into instant ash. On the inside, Light is already popping champagne. He mentally challenges the monster, knowing perfectly well that its blind passion for the girl crushes any of the entity's survival instincts. Taking down his rival is 100% guaranteed. At HQ, L's processor reaches its overclock limit. He brilliantly figures out that the so-called miraculous rule is just a cowardly alibi. If he forcefully breaks that clause, the whole little theater of innocence will go right down the toilet. His stone-cold ruthlessness speaks louder, and the lethal paperwork is brilliantly set up. L plans to use human lives like little bingo numbers in the equation to finally smash the culprit's face in, with zero room for error. The black hole becomes clear to the entity. This little practical test will annihilate the fabricated lie, and send Misa sliding straight into the electric chair, crying out for an urgent drastic intervention. The apocalypse is officially greenlit. To save the useless life it adopted, the beast breaks the most sacred rule of its scumbag race, throwing the first punch of retaliation by pulling the enemy's plug. The blackout brings everything to a halt, and bitterness cuts through L. His greatest ally drops dead, struck down by an impossible force, while the sadistic success of Light's strike is devoured in a cynical fucking silence. The suicidal sacrifice is completed without a blink. Messing with the fate of human ants exacts the highest price: dust and an immediate end for the rebel entity, cruelly swallowing up the greatest intellectual brawl this hellhole has ever witnessed. The first domino falls. The task force spirals into total panic when the connection to the operation's main contact abruptly dies. This eerie silence makes it glaringly obvious that these detectives' sense of security has just been shattered. But the elderly ally wasn't going to go down so easily. Even in his final seconds, he triggers a maximum security protocol on the server. This proves to everyone that his preemptive paranoia was always his greatest weapon. The psychopath's absurdly dirty trick is finally revealed. He turned a Shinigami into a weapon of mass destruction. The monstrous entity dies in absolute silence, sacrificing its own life solely to protect the blonde girl it loves. That's exactly when things go completely south. A massive heart attack takes down the eccentric leader of the operation. The invisible hammer drops mercilessly, snapping the sole pillar holding up the resistance against Kira right in half. The two greatest geniuses on the planet collapse to the floor clinging to each other, but only one of them is smiling on the inside. The predator finally holds his limp prey in his arms. This brings a brutal end to the months-long game of cat and mouse. In this dramatic millisecond, all doubts go down the drain. With his final breath, the detective obtains the irrefutable proof that had been gnawing at his mind since day one. Staring into the boy's eyes, he finally knows for sure he's dealing with a demon. Knowing the blind extras aren't watching, the psychopath drops his good guy facade. He makes a point of flashing a sickening, wicked smile of victory. All of this just so his rival can descend to hell swallowing this colossal humiliation. The light fades, but the detective's final gaze isn't that of a man who lost everything. He dies knowing his paranoid instincts were 100% correct. It's a bitter consolation prize he swallows right before it's game over for good. With his rival dead, a little theatrical display of hysterical crying takes the stage. The brainwashing takes hold of the grown men in the task force, who are now caught like deer in the headlights. The red carpet is rolled out for the alpha wolf to put a leash on the investigation. Hope takes a bullet to the back of the head. The doctor stammers out what everyone already sensed, confirming the death. The diagnosis buries the most epic clash of egos this precinct has ever witnessed once and for all. The divine bill finally comes due for the Shinigami. Violating the god's golden rule exacts the ultimate price, evaporating the otherworldly monster. In its place, nothing remains but a useless pile of sand for the humans to stare at. The killer comfortably settles into the king's throne. Using the team's grief and tears as a foundation, he earns the complete trust of the task force. Thus rises the reinforced concrete of a new dictatorship, disguised behind blatant lies. With no one left to stand in his way, and the cops turning into mere pawns on his chessboard, world domination is no longer just a distant dream. From this point forward, his absolute reign becomes the dark new normal. With L's corpse going cold, a silent automated distress alarm triggers. The encrypted message leaks through the web's shadows. It's the official doomsday notice that shit has hit the fan and the super detective has kicked the bucket. At that exact moment, our psychopathic protagonist tastes the delicious flavor of absolute victory. His biggest pain in the ass has been successfully deleted from the face of the earth. Now, the coast is clear for Light to play God and screw humanity over with no one in his rearview mirror. Meanwhile, the police brass are already sick and tired of funding this clown show of an investigation. The pressure to shelve and forget the case hits the roof with the detective's death. The jobs of all these useless uniforms are hanging by a thread. Sniffing out their despair, Light pitches the fanfic of the century. Hide the corpse and lie to the authorities that L is still running the whole damn show. The psychological trap is successfully set so no outside meddlers can steal the spotlight. The mind games reset the board. Blind and cornered, the cops themselves throw themselves on the floor begging Light to wear the skin of the guy he just murdered. It's a surgical strike right between the legs of justice. Playing the reluctant kid, he cries crocodile tears over the weight of the responsibility. But on the inside, he's laughing his ass off. The manipulative psychopath just officially became the supreme overlord of the investigation. To cement his reign and become an untouchable god, the little dictator demands total privacy. He pulls the perfect bluff of renting an isolated hideout to coordinate the mess far away from their families and snoops. The next headache is deciding what hole to hide the death notebook in. The suckers swallow the manipulator's bait whole and conclude that only old man Yagami has the incorruptible aura to hold onto this live grenade. Daddy embraces the weapon of mass destruction without batting an eye. For Light, it's an absolute combo of success. The weapon is now guarded by the most pathetic boomer, ridiculously easy to predict and use as a doormat. Without the genius freak to pump the brakes, the megalomaniac takes the leash completely off. What used to be a game of survival turns into a pure fetish for total domination. The goal now is to have humanity crawling on all fours in his new little world. To make sure there are no loose ends, he moves in with his crazy blonde groupie. The hideout is part of the scheme, finally chaining the ticking time bomb inside the psychopath's own secret lair. The scumbag knows exactly which buttons to push. He embraces the needy girl with cute fake promises, applying a stone-cold brainwash. Her loyalty becomes rock solid, without her realizing she's just disposable toilet paper to the master. But while the peacock gloats, the dead detective's friendly ghost was quietly scheming in the dark. That brutal panic alarm from the beginning starts spitting out its final seconds on the screen before the blast. The timer hits 0 and the trigger from beyond the grave fires dry. A desperate alarm leaks across the foreign net, spitting out to the heirs that the cake-addicted emo's death is far from ending this bloody clusterfuck. The siren crosses the globe until it hits England. The tragic warning drops right into the inbox of the mothball-scented suit who runs a bizarre asylum disguised as an orphanage. This underground madhouse shelters arrogant mini-geniuses, trained in a hyper-competitive mental meat grinder. The real goal of this kitty cult is exactly to clone bizarre successors to solve L's messes. Knowing the planet is melting down, the old director gets up sweating bullets. He rushes to dig up the two mutant brats who have enough brains to go toe-to-toe with Kira's intellectual voodoo. The official invite is spat out, tearing the two weirdo geniuses away from their stupid little toys. They are sucked straight into the blender of a totally uncontrollable global shitstorm. And that's where the pathetic whining turns into a pure cerebral hate machine. The pale guy's dirt nap didn't guarantee Kira's victory, it just wiped the board clean. The macabre hot potato has been passed along, and the insane new hunt hits the turbo button. Our wannabe genocidal maniac swears he's beaten the game. Without the weirdo detective breathing down his neck, this psycho built his perfect little world as an absolute dictator, where the game seems finally over. The old suits get screwed over, forcing an awkward smile. They've already served as docile doormats and now literally become dead files reeking of dust, erasing the tracks of his ridiculous little lethal power. Throwing his weight around from his stolen chair, our sociopath steers the international cops. He spits out a brilliant little bluff on camera, getting on his fake knees to ask them to camouflage the rotten identities of criminals. And the masses throw gossip into the fire, doing his cowardly dirty work. The whole data package goes down the tubes on the internet, guaranteeing the fake idol every psychopathic luxury to reign unscathed. This shameful theater runs smoothly for 4 dragged-out years until the fat bill comes due. The nerd near runs over sluggish clipboards, going straight for the American suit's jugular to claim the inheritance left behind. The skeleton in the closet leaks out, dusting the balding heads of the scared Americans. Near proves that the little killing toy isn't some tactical military weapon, but an actual hard-earned object sending souls down a lethal drain. A fake task force emerges in the shadows, shielded from the psychopath's invisible hand. The platinum blonde kid puts together a badass squad with off-the-charts IQs, sealing a major pact focused on a desperate comeback against the maniac. Despite the explosive situation, the king's royal rear gets stuck in the bureaucratic asphalt, cementing the cursed little brick. He cutely hugs his invisible little chair, laughing, stupidly shielded by the sworn trash who would gladly blow themselves up for him. The maniac tyrant's wings push against the cracking roof, laughing like a sadistic demon. The slaughterfest makes the bizarre, cheap humiliation official on paper, embracing the fact that the crook has become the fat justice on the throne. Things shift into a bizarre family soap opera gear, with the lion papa barking on the blind porch. He fakes a stupid, lethal confidence, ignoring that the stinking, crazy devil is sitting comfortably on the pathetic couch in the living room. The youngest sister drags herself around, focused on her pathetic, silly little shirt from her blind university. She beautifully serves as a massive shield for the serial killer to sweep corpses under the dirty, fluffy rug with a cursed laugh. The tractor of doom knocks down comic bricks, tearing the house party in half. The news denies them any rest, demanding rifles, screaming an alert that the top dog with a badge was taken in a stupid blast. The universe, laughing at the irony, drops the fake, suited-up god right into the hot seat of the cursed, cute control room. From his VIP seat, he crushes the master controller on a stupid leash, trying to stick little knives right into the police's own faces. The maniac-horned mastermind shifts into blind gear, catching lethal, comic dark Wi-Fi. This sick jolt sets off a gnarly trap, slitting the throat of the cute and useless invisible lethal empire. In the filthy, deflated, stupid pit, Light soils his pants, laughing with a hairy, cursed terror. The fake god realizes that a blind rookie running wild has comically cornered him right on his own invisible throne. And then the rebellious extra jumps out the lethal, comic, rustic window of ethics. It's the cursed Mello shredding the rules in a sweaty underworld, cocking his gun for a blind beatdown against bureaucracy with no comic bullshit. The blind, fat little boss has already passed out, exhausted and dizzy, crying roughly into the comic drain. The kidnapping melted his brain cells, crushing his soul with open arms, ready to spill the beans at the first cute comic scare. But the blind wall goes up thick, lethal, stupid, comic, and rustic. The wannabe little blonde dwarf runs into a styrofoam boss who doesn't know shit, crumbling the disgusting gossiper's catch in the comic swamp. Rubbing his last 2 remaining neurons together, the platinum blonde mobster puts the puzzle together, drooling with pure sick greed. This maniac realizes the bizarre existence of 2 notebooks and decides to steal them both to sit on the absolute throne alone. Out of nowhere, the doorbell rings like a little spit of bad luck, breaking the silly silence. An American suit pops out of the sewer hunting the little boss, threatening to kick the bucket over and shatter the crappy police's flimsy theater. And then the turd grenade explodes beautifully. The cocky gringo demands with a full mouth that the idiots hand the damn magic weapon over to American hands, melting the clueless cops in a panic. The gringo shreds the gossip right to their faces and vomits pure logic to rub bitter truths in. A grotesque nightmare crushes everyone. A bizarre third mafia popped up in the shadows, bringing both Japanese and Americans to their knees on the asphalt. The genocidal maniac's brain fries at max electrical capacity. Shifting into 5th gear, it becomes blatantly clear that a third devil has entered the arena, picking a fight with both the bizarre police and Kira, driving the arms race Russian roulette crazy. But the little party takes a tumble on the asphalt, crushing the Golden Theater. A mafia lackey shows up drooling in panic with some sweaty gossip that blows up the little club's biggest strategic advantage. The suited-up corpse went completely cold in a perfectly surgical comic suicide. It becomes painfully obvious that Kira played puppet master to shred the weed by the root, tying up his own magic little string. The panic pot boils in the useless gang's ass. Without the golden corpse, the blackmail goes down the stinking toilet, and the clowns give a weak little clap in the dark, proving the plan sank deep into the garbage juice. But the little blonde dwarf running the shit show doesn't cry a single sweaty drop. Instead of getting his panties in a twist over the useless dead guy, the maniac sits cutely, laughing at the wipeout, and already sharpens his knife for the next magic trick. The chocoholic deduces with a dirty laugh that the horned fake god wears a police badge and watches from the front row. To throw the brick brick back, the roulette of cruelty spins hard and sinks its teeth right into the lion papa's heart, crowning the spoiled little girl as the next bait. 4 years ago, in a bizarre orphanage for mini geniuses, the seeds of this whole mess were planted. The two kids trained to replace the greatest detective on the planet are summoned for an emergency meeting. The news hits them like a ton of bricks. The guy these idiots spent their whole lives imitating has kicked the bucket. The ultimate legend simply bit the dust. With no officially named successor, power is left up for grabs. The lack of a signed will kicks the doors wide open for a full-blown cockfight fueled by extremely fragile egos. The idea of working together gets a giant hard pass. Holding hands is seen as spitting in their own faces. This petty clash of egos isn't just a rebellious phase, it's what molded the rotten personalities of these two. The junior psychopath decides to go completely rogue. He wants to hunt down the killer using dirty tactics that would make any judge pass out, just to prove his rebellion defies all logic. 4 years later, the results of this meltdown appear. The kid has buddied up directly with the Mafia, and his evil plan now involves mentally breaking the police chief through a kidnapping. The gang that took the mobster in knows exactly what they need to do. This scum's initial mission is to dig around until they get their hands on the killer's secret supernatural weapon. At HQ, the police team throws a fit, refusing to cave to 2-bit thugs. Things get heated with an American suit ignoring the local task force like they're useless NPCs. For the genius embedded in the police force, this is all an opening. He bets all his chips that the hostage exchange is going down soon, setting a mental trap to strike right on target like a venomous snake. The police circus moves to a completely hidden bunker. They lock the whole team in a cage away from the sunlight to prevent any gossip from leaking out to the streets. A slick little hack drops the American's real identity right on a silver platter for him. The itch to take the guy out right then and there is overwhelming, but he holds back. Killing him now would be like tattooing "I'm the villain" on his own forehead. Collective panic takes over the room. They remember that the kidnapped hostage knows the identity of every single cop inside. The sheer terror that the victim might crack under torture, and they'll all end up in body bags, traps the team in the bunker for good. Suddenly, the phone rings, and sheer panic dominates the room. The crew jumps to the machines, trying to trace the signal like crazy. It's the Mafia calling again, and the cat-and-mouse game is back on at the worst possible stage. The thugs laugh as they announce that diplomacy just went down the drain. The hostage police director has already become a statistic and been iced. It's a bloody warning to show that these guys aren't playing games. And that's when the real kick in the nuts hits hard, with the Mafia changing targets. To get the weapon, they've now kidnapped Chief Yagami's own daughter. They've thrown ethics out the window, and shit just escalated dangerously to the family level. While this amuses his demonic companion, our protagonist boils with pure hatred. He realizes the amateur hole in his own plan. Leaving his little sister vulnerable was pure stupidity, and his glass ego cracks from underestimating the gang's audacity. The hackers discover that the crime is being orchestrated from across the ocean, but the deafening silence on the trace spits the psychopath's worst nightmare right in his face. His little sister really did get snatched, and the shit has officially hit the fan. With no way out, Papa Yagami dials the most nerve-wracking number of his life. He calls home praying it's just a prank, keeping his voice steady so he doesn't freak out his wife on the other end of the line. But his last shred of hope is kicked away. His wife tearfully confirms that their daughter's bed is empty. The Yagami family has just been dropped into a macabre chessboard, where the slightest slip-up guarantees that heads are definitely going to roll. The ultimate dilemma kicks down the door. The Mafia backs the police chief into a corner, demanding humanity's deadliest magical weapon in exchange for his own daughter's life. The game has turned into a grotesque nightmare, but the badge ends up speaking louder than blood. In a brutal decision, the old man chokes back his fatherly tears and chooses justice. He agrees to sacrifice his own daughter for the sake of the force's petty rules. Except our undercover psychopath nips this moronic idea in the bud. He understands perfectly that blindly following these rules right now means handing the game over to the enemy on a silver platter. Paranoia grips the room, and the conclusion becomes obvious. They realize there's a mole on the team leaking the police's routine straight to Kira, turning the force into a minefield. Taking control, our sociopath plays his trump card to keep the lapdogs on a short leash. He convinces the idiots that any leak will result in the girl's brutal death. Everyone is forced to operate under absolute military secrecy. Watching it all unfold, the god of death gets the irony of the situation. He mocks the kid, rubbing it in his face that this whole mental gymnastics routine has a clear motive. The killer still cares about his little sister, and is terrified of her ending up in a body bag. The protagonist's radar then locks onto the real enemy. He deduces the Americans are using this mess as a lame excuse. Their true objective is to steal all of that godlike power for themselves. The worst possible nightmare fries our sociopath's brain. If the enemy scum steals the notebook, it's not just his precious family that turns to dust. The megalomaniacal god empire he built will go straight down the drain. Far from there, the weird albino successor catches wind of the crisis. To this bizarre kid, the kidnapping isn't some soap opera drama. It's just another useless little puzzle piece he just snapped into his genius mental board. The albino's radar points to a damn ghost from the past. He realizes the villain of the hour came from the exact same orphanage for weirdos as he did. The whole mess turns into a global espionage crisis with a bizarrely personal touch. Back at the task force, the phone rings loudly, and anxiety makes everyone's blood run cold. It's the call from the kidnappers they've been dreading. The scared rats scramble to record every damn detail of this lethal communication. The father jumps into the line of fire and answers the phone. He chokes back his tears to play the tough, cold-blooded negotiator. The emotional toll of chatting with the lunatics holding his little girl almost makes his head explode. The deadly cards are laid out on the negotiating table. The ransom demands a grotesque international excursion to hand over the evil little book. But a damn roadblock pops up when the villains refuse to show the girl, making the trade a certified act of suicidal stupidity. Finally, a short proof-of-life video pops up on the screen. The image hits everyone in the face like an invisible pair of brass knuckles. The girl's deplorable state serves as a grotesque form of psychological terror, designed to force the weeping old man into surrender. But the police's hacker witchcraft actually works. They manage to breach the enemy's firewall and trace the file's origin. It's the very first crumb of victory they get to taste tonight. The theater of horrors now has a damn address. With the location in hand, the father's outburst swallows up whatever prudence the team had left. Taking matters into his own hands, the kamikaze old man puts his own life and the demonic notebook on the line. He decides to fly in headfirst and settle the circus face-to-face in enemy territory. Soichiro puts his fucking foot down and takes responsibility for the whole mess. Pulling his deputy director rank and father of the year shield, the old man decides to march with the evil notebook straight into a slaughterhouse of idiots. But Soichiro has already embraced suicide mode. The old man fully understands he's marching straight to his own grave, but since his face is already plastered all over the bad guy's radar, he ends up being the only viable sacrificial lamb for this bizarre delivery. And then the juiciest moral dilemma pops up. Hand over the god of death's little toy or risk a cheap fake? The conclusion is brutal. If the villains test the book and notice the bootleg, the little girl is history in that exact microsecond. Light steps up to the diplomacy table and calls the Americans to set the stage. But deep down, this sociopath's sick brain is already cooking up a way to turn this whole mess in his favor. The genius move to keep tabs on the old man is muting a device to turn it into a completely untraceable bug. This bizarre setup lets the losers listen to every disgusting breath and live threat during the showdown, without relying on obvious walkie-talkies. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, a terrifying deduction drops like a bomb. The Americans figure out that the killer is deeply infiltrated, playing the police like puppets, and Light's perfect facade finally starts to crack beautifully. The call connects, and the Americans come in kicking the door down. They call the poor bastards in Japan and spit the truth right in their faces, making it obvious they know they're exchanging spit with a cheap knockoff and shutting down their little charade right out of the gate. The mysterious brat introduces himself with just a single letter of the alphabet, and the protagonist almost shits his pants in panic. His sickening intuition kicks in, and the idiot immediately realizes he's staring down his dead rival's bastard spawn. Not giving a shit about expectations, the American punk shocks the herd by handing over the tactical crown of the operation. It's peak manipulation, dropping the entire ticking time bomb of a bullshit success or an apocalyptic explosion right into this fake bitch's lap. And that's when the sheer dirtiness of this bloody strategy reveals itself. The American crew would rather let the death toy fall into the Mafia's hands for a little while, turning this whole mess into juicy bait to steal the notebook and lock the protagonist up. The little death clock finally beeps in Japan, and the clowns split up. The old man draws the absolute shittiest straw of all, which is literally marching with the doomsday weapon in his lap straight into the enemy's den. The old man spirals into a bizarre depression, but Light fakes empathy and gives him a forced scolding. The asshole rubs the massive trauma a poetic death would cause their family right in his wrinkled face, pushing the whiny old guy to actually try and survive. But the circus barely blinks, and the useless police instantly lose the reins of this little game. time. The criminal's strike is immediate, shredding any defense and forcing the old man to swallow the enemy's rules before he can even let out a measly fart. With no way out, the police squad bends over for the criminal's logistics. Forcing the old man to hop on a chartered little plane is a brutal low blow that completely massacres any lingering hope of tactical backup in this mess. But our asshole protagonist processes the low blow and catches a stroke of dumb luck in this mountain of shit. Working his brain into overdrive, he realizes this new little dance actually makes life easier for a hidden ally, sending out a digital whisper to milk this advantage. Flying way up in the stratosphere, the root psychopath of this whole mess gets on the radio and tightens the leash on the old man. The scumbag makes a point of leaving his target totally in the dark, making it crystal clear that he's the one playing God with everyone's lives now. Poor Soichiro's system goes into absolute shock. The old guy hits the worst brick wall of his life, cling to his tacky little uniform as a badged lawman or kneel to a father's despair, handing over a literal nuke to absolute lunatics on a silver platter. And then the madness reaches the stratosphere. The villains prove they have absolutely no brakes and yank the plane's yoke, dragging hundreds of innocent extras into a dark hole and rubbing it in the old man's face that there are zero moral boundaries in this shitshow. The situation embarrassingly spirals out of the government's control. The route deviation sends authorities into a panic, and the radio silence only confirms the worst, a bizarre ghost hijacking where no rules apply anymore. The brutal truth is that the plane wasn't taken over by brutes, but by the pilots themselves. It becomes obvious that any attempt to play hero will result in a colossal bloodbath. With the pilots adjusting the cabin, the tragic fate of the journey is sealed. The bizarre operation to hand over the little death note enters its most irreversible phase. Meanwhile, a child genius on the other side of the world starts piecing this puzzle together. The white-haired brat instantly realizes it's a heist orchestrated with surgical precision by an extremely dangerous enemy. A spy's report from on board reveals an unusual graveyard piece. The villain is just sitting there like a regular passenger, which makes the situation incredibly suffocating and dangerous. Looking at this chaos, the penny finally drops. The Mafia basically bought the flight's entire structure months ago, showing a level of global influence that feels like cheating. It's at this exact moment that our false god's fragile ego faceplants onto the asphalt. Locked in a room, the kid realizes he has zero authority to boss around the US military or intervene. With nowhere left to run, the useless protagonist humbles himself and cries uncle to the person he hates the most. Letting the Mafia play with his pet lethal weapon would be 1,000 times more pathetic. This radioactive alliance based on pure despair is forged. One wants help, and the other uses his hijacked satellites, forcing the two idiots to work hand in hand. Thanks to a bargain with demons, a camera catches a henchman's face. The exact second this photo is seen, the imbecile's heart enters a countdown to the coffin. But the hacker-like speed of this death flashes a massive red flag in the brat's head. He instantly realizes that no normal investigation would find the guy so fast, raising some heavy suspicions. The Mafia, however, turns the tables entirely. The bosses announce that the drop won't happen at the agreed destination anymore, and the plane changes its route mid-air. The little rules turn into a sadistic ultimatum. The police daddy must drop the lethal toy off alone and without playing hero, or else his daughter and the passengers will die. The absurd order also demands silencing the entire global media. The detectives are forced to hit the mute button on the planet to ensure no one films the hijacking. The mobsters then rub the proof of life in daddy's face. Seeing that scared little face on video crushes the cop's mind, knowing he's marching straight into a slaughterhouse. With the girl's life confirmed, the relief evaporates the moment the plane drops and lands in the middle of the desert, making the physical ambush completely hit the fan. Carrying the stupidity of the world on his shoulders, the old man walks alone in this giant sandbox. He holds the demonic little book like a macabre trophy straight to the villains. But the drop doesn't go down out in the open. The mobsters dug an underground bunker purely to blind the million-dollar satellites and humiliate any aerial surveillance from the team. Trapped in the sewer, the old man bumps into the girl alive. However, the poor thing is still tied up like a hostage prize, serving as cheap blackmail for the Mafia to dictate the rules. The trap's design prevents any hand-to-hand funny business. As soon as the notebook is dropped into the contraption, the little gate spits out the girl, stopping the cops from attempting any betrayal. Before vomiting up the hostage, the villains force the old man to perform a lethal test to prove the little notepad is magic. The Puritan cop is forced to murder someone live in the sewer. Cornered, Daddy's despair eats his cop ethics for breakfast. He breaks his own principles and writes the name purely to get his daughter out of that hellhole alive. With the witchcraft proven, the Mafia delivers the merchandise and the family shares a melodramatic little hug. But it leaves a bitter taste, since they just handed control of the planet to the bad guys on a silver platter. Launching the counterattack, the toxic duo points satellites to spy on every helicopter in the sky. They swear they'll crash the desert escape route and take back the reins of this game. However, it's a checkmate right in society's face. The escape plan defies logic and the little notebook slips away in a completely unreachable manner, leaving the police drooling while the Mafia takes absolute control in pathetic fashion. Light tries to shift the blame to the universe. He pulls a ridiculous bluff, questioning if the American government is working hand in hand with the kidnappers to steal the notebook. But the weird mini-successor shuts him down right away. He rubs it in his face that the Mafia acted alone and the disaster is still very much alive. Meanwhile, the Mafia ties up loose ends at lightning speed. The bosses sever the only physical link tying them to the dirty kidnapping, ensuring a dead silence. The proof that the Mafia means business comes with the deaths on the rescue plane. Light realizes they tested the notebook and surgically timed heart attacks for the exact moment of landing. Even though the rescue is a success, Light's dad's brain has turned to mush. Crushed by the guilt of handing the notebook over to the mobsters to save his daughter, the old police chief steps down. Light's cheap trick to keep him in power misses the mark. The old man's hero complex speaks louder, refusing to pretend he still has the moral high ground to boss anyone around after handing over a nuclear warhead. That's when the white-haired weirdo spots an easy target. Near drags the old man to an isolated corner, drooling to suck up every dirty, uncensored detail of the negotiation. Parallel to that, over in the Shinigami wasteland, things start heating up. The original owner of the notebook discovers the colossal mess he's gotten himself into, and the drama is literally life or death. Without the death note in hand, the monster's lifespan will miserably tick down to 0 and he'll turn to dust. With no one to clean up his mess, the freak jumps out of his own dimension. A weird monster spawning out of nowhere is exactly the final crap cherry on top that Light's flawed plan needed. Back on Earth, the old man's interrogation steps up a notch. The Americans start hunting for weird cracks in the rival boss's mind, looking for any strange tick that might have leaked over the radio. The gears turn and the old man reveals a bizarre tick that no one paid attention to before. That disgusting sound of someone endlessly munching on food over the phone. For our little weirdo near, that dirty wrapper crinkling sound is a dead giveaway. The detective's giant brain connects the dots straight to a bizarre childhood buddy. Light devours this information and absolutely shits bricks. The idiot gulps, realizing the American team has cracked the crime boss's identity while he's still completely in the dark. And as if things weren't already hot enough, a haunting, massive problem drops from the sky. The OG notebook owner finally sets foot on Earth, focused on taking his property back by force. To stop this amateur apocalypse, the bizarre flying monster party gets kicked out of the room. It's the only viable workaround for Light to bicker with the demons without blowing his cover to the Americans on the radio. The winged rookie's demand hits like a blunt punch, but the answer plunges him straight into the sewer. Ryuki reveals the deadly toy isn't with either of them, burying the return in a deep pile of crap that not even the demons know how to clean up. A useless mafia has taken control of the underworld. Wielding the most overpowered weapon in the universe, they broke the criminal hierarchy and became the #1 target for every police force on the globe. To make the mess worse, the original monster who owns this overpowered item decides to come down to Earth to collect his due. He comes to retrieve his lethal toy after the previous Phantom lost possession of it. Meanwhile, a suited American investigator calls out of nowhere, pretending to propose a marriage of convenience against the mob. This nerd's mind games clash directly with the Japanese task force's operation, but the exposure destroys the protagonist's genius facade. The American rival mercilessly points out the police's stupidity, melting away their little theater of unshakable justice in the face of a brain that actually works. Right then and there, a death warrant is signed in his mind. His sanity evaporates, and the feud stops being just about retrieving the weapon, turning into a sick obsession to put all these worms in a coffin. But the Mafia strikes first, with pure brutality and no warning. They go full berserk and start gunning down the top brass of the American agency before breakfast. The surprise attack shocks both sides of the investigation. The American kid discovers his base has turned into a graveyard, while the protagonist realizes the Mafia was humiliatingly faster. Cornered by the bloodbath, The American investigator swallows his pride. He suggests the impossible, a temporary circle of friendship uniting the two agencies that were previously trading barbs. A cursed deal is struck between the parties. The Japanese team agrees to leak the weapons instruction manual, while the American group accepts to spit out the kidnapper's entire dirty rap sheet. The trade moves forward and the golden intel is served. They discover that the bastard who stole the stuff goes by the alias Mello, triggering a red alert in everyone's mind. The investigation connects the dots to a bizarre orphanage in England. That place was never a cute shelter, but a nerd factory created to spit out clones of the greatest detective who ever lived. The protagonist's brain short-circuits at the revelation. He realizes the American investigator, known as Near, isn't just a simple suit, but the radioactive little seed his old archenemy left planted. The protagonist pieces together the past of this asylum. He discovers that Mello refused to play second fiddle to Near and ran away, splitting the late detective's legacy into two chaotic fronts. Tracking the duo seemed impossible until a former student of the orphanage steps in. Using a perfect visual memory, she draws the faces of Near and Mello, finally putting an ID to the phantoms. Any average loser would wet their pants seeing that the deceased left two little pests obsessed with tearing his head off. But to the egocentric protagonist, the chance to crush both rival seeds at once just makes his heart race. Down in the Shinigami realm, Sito is sweating bullets because he lost his precious Death Note. He makes a fool of himself, begging the other lazy gods for help, and realizes his only way out is to hunt down the human who stole his stuff. The monster's brain finally starts working and he finds an obvious shortcut. Instead of wandering blindly through the human world, his genius tactic is to track Ryuki's footsteps, hoping to find the answers with him. Meanwhile on Earth, peace goes down the drain. The mobster Mello calls the Japanese task force in the middle of the night, forcing the police chief out of bed to answer the villain. The entire police squad listens in shock as Mello rubs it in their faces that the stolen notebook works perfectly. The news shatters the detective's morale, while Light schemes on how to turn this damn game around. Playing dirty, Mello uses the sanity of the old man's kidnapped daughter as a bargaining chip and demands to know who took over L's throne. Panic hits Light like a punch to the gut, as his double life is at extreme risk. Completely cornered, Light takes the reins and makes his dad spit out a blatant lie. The bright idea is to throw Matsuda under the bus, claiming he's just a pathetic puppet playing the fake L. When the torturous call finally ends, Chief Soichiro breaks down and apologizes to his wife, crushed by guilt after seeing his daughter's severe trauma. The old man turns into a bottomless pit of despair. Far away, a clash of titans breaks loose. The American agency SPK abruptly calls the Japanese base, forcing the late L's two know-it-all heirs to sit at the same virtual table and butt heads. Investigator Near crunches the data and exposes an obvious weakness in his enemies. He instantly realizes the Mafia guys didn't get the Shinigami eyes free pass to kill just by looking at their targets' ugly faces. That's when Near plays his wild card. He spits out that he already knows exactly which maniac is leading the gang, an aggressive rival waging a bloody war to see who inherits the late L's crown. Light takes in the analysis, and it dawns on him how the terrorist's mind works. Mello suffers from a ridiculous inferiority complex and is turning the hunt for Kira into a macabre reality show just to stroke his own ego. This revelation sets up the chaotic board for a three-way brawl. L, Kira, and Mello are now massive thorns in each other's sides, and the only way to take the trophy is to beat the competition to a pulp. To escalate the game, the mobsters go into turbo mode and aim for the top of the food chain. Mello pulls up a chair and hacks a VIP line to have an intimate chat with the President of the United States. The maniac delivers a gut punch to the presidency by explaining a ridiculous bonus feature of the notebook. He reveals its absurd power to hijack free will like a puppet and toy with the target's life before their funeral. This bizarre glitch throws geopolitics into the trash. The warning is crystal clear. With this brainwashing, any general can be turned into a remote-controlled zombie to press the nuclear launch button, escalating the threat into a global apocalypse. With their total submission sealed, the criminals start piloting the US government by remote control. The pyramid of power flips upside down, and Kira gains a crazed enemy using an infinite money hack on the board. Mello wastes no time and lays it all out. The chocoholic knows that whoever holds the notebook dictates the rules, and he makes a point of rubbing this advantage in the face of the most powerful man on the planet. The walls are definitely closing in. The suit's illusion of power pathetically crumbles. Harsh reality hits hard. the government doesn't run shit. With the notebook split between the Mafia and Kira, the entire country becomes a hostage in this private pissing contest. Cornered, the old geezer realizes that saying no just means getting a staged suicide as a parting gift. To keep his head on his shoulders, the coward needs to guarantee VIP immunity for the criminals. It's a deal with the devil signed with a gun to his head. On the other side of this war, the leash is tightening around our egocentric protagonist's neck. With the world kissing his rival's boots, Light's reputation is in the gutter, and he needs a crazy wildcard move. Just getting the notebook back isn't enough. He wants to wipe L's two cheap knockoffs off the face of the earth. The tables turn when the US president himself, in an absolute panic, breaks protocol and goes looking for help. Even knowing that the Wish.com L can't hold a candle to the original legend, the old man is fresh out of a plan B. His massive ego has been shattered by despair. Light confirms his theories and realizes he's holding all the cards, and the guillotine. The psycho decides to turn this political shit show into a colossal trap. It's the golden opportunity to obliterate the chocoholic and the useless platinum blonde in one fell swoop. With the alpha male in charge of the room, Light hijacks the whole damn negotiation. He corners the suit to spill all the government's dirty laundry, wanting to gauge exactly how deep of a black hole the Americans have dug themselves into. The price to save the nation is steep. Light demands a brutal squad of assassins from the government, completely undetectable by Nier's little gang. It's literally a high-end private militia, bankrolled by laundered taxpayer money to do the dirty work. To put the icing on the sociopathic cake, his masterstroke locks the American in a mental cage. Demanding absolute loyalty, the master of the world turns the president into a glorified snitch against Nier's allies. Pure, sickening genius. But chaos sprouts out of nowhere and becomes the jackpot in the karma lottery. A message from the needy little blonde solves the blind hunt for the mobsters at the speed of light, short-circuiting the protagonist's criminal mind. Light immediately hunts down his favorite killer sidekick, needing those magic little death eyes of hers. While she swoons over a pointless romantic dinner, his brain ruthlessly calculates the route to the massacre without an ounce of pity. The dirty trick works flawlessly when analyzing the henchmen. The damned X-ray vision points out the glitch in the Matrix. The lack of a lifespan on one of the mobsters' faces is the dead giveaway. This chump is the true owner of the paper nuke. The fact that the lackey is still breathing and hasn't become disposable cannon fodder exposes the Mafia's weakness. If the boss trusts him, finding this miserable stooge is the equivalent of plugging the exact zip code of the enemy's lair straight into Google Maps. Target locked and puzzle assembled. The madman just has to swing by HQ and trigger the VIP militia he extorted from the president. The plan is sadistic. Unleash the military dogs to gun down the mobsters and snatch the notebook back. The kid's narcissism breaks right through the stratosphere. In his sick mind, victory against the entire world is already guaranteed. He's practically salivating with twisted excitement at the thought of slaughtering his pathetic rivals, rubbing it in humanity's face that he's the king of this bloody chessboard. The thin thread separating the vigilante from full-blown megalomania has officially snapped. The bastard grabbed the Grim Reaper's scythe and dove into a cesspool of arrogance where every human is just a pawn in his little play. The games are over. The brakes are completely off. Our favorite sociopath scores some golden intel. He finally uncovers the secret identity of the suited-up mobster holding onto the stolen notebook. Piecing together the criminal's rap sheets, he comes to an obvious conclusion. Wherever these suited bad guys are, Mello is definitely right there in the middle, holding everyone's leash. He makes direct contact with the President of the United States. Light calls up the old man in the White House and swears the leader of the American elite squad is on his side for the firefight. He bluntly lays it out. Getting the notebook back requires a swift, aggressive breach the exact millisecond they find these goons' hideout. The squad's overpowered tactic is unfair and deadly. Since the heavy hitters will breach the door wearing tactical helmets without showing their faces, the notebook's dark magic turns into a literal paperweight. But upon receiving the foreign satellite feeds, our anti-hero starts to sweat. He sees that the rival brat, Nier, is already tracking the gang's every move from up above. Light picks up on the golden rule of this sick game of hide and seek. If the albino kid is hunting on the same map, the bad guy's real Batcave is hiding somewhere else. To find the hideout, our psychopath resorts to some hardcore voodoo. The plan is to hijack a random henchman's brain, forcing the sucker to spit out the gang's exact coordinates right before he dies. While the cops waste time messing around at HQ, the Dark Lord simply walks out the front door in true invisible boss fashion. When the damsel steps into the room, the dark magic works its charm. The cute little letter sent by his manipulated stooge holds the ultimate prize for the chess game he's been playing all by himself. The sleazy envelope spits out the treasure trove. Far from the prying eyes of satellite cameras, the dirty piece of paper reveals a fresh address out in the middle of nowhere. With the signal clear, his finger finally smashes the green button for the massacre. The orders given to the dogs of war are simple. Secure the notebook, no matter the cost. The breach goes down with jaw-dropping violence. The elite Rambos charge in like blind tanks, thinking they'll just steamroll the thugs without breaking a sweat. But their swagger goes down the drain in the blink of an eye. An ugly swamp monster-level freak pops up on the screen, tearing the squad's morale to shreds and sending their despair into overdrive. Back at Nerd HQ, Light's ego shatters into 1,000 pieces. The freak-out exposes his massive screw-up. The squad wasn't trained to go toe-to-toe with a demon that completely ignores the laws of physics. The ugly beast rips the guys' helmets right off with sickening magical precision. Their tactical anonymity goes straight in the trash, and every sweaty exposed face stamps a one-way ticket to hell. With their names flashing full screen on the security cameras, the crime den turns into the gang's own private death row. Blondie took Kira's master plan and shoved it right back in his face. The scoreboard shows a disgusting, humiliating massacre. Light chokes down the tears of his own failure as he watches his little toy soldiers drop dead on the screen, serving as nothing more than a smokescreen for Mello to escape completely unharmed. The hunt for the Dark Notebook continues. The macabre god of death decides to play spy at the task force headquarters to find out where his lost property is. He needs the notebook back at all costs. Meanwhile, Pretty Boy Light uses the Mafia's hacked data to track down the current owner. With the target identified, the tactical net begins to close in. The ghostly radar points straight to the organized crime hideout. The colossal creature breaches the enemy base, walking completely invisible through a room full of mobsters. Tired of playing Ghost, the beast deliberately touches the owner to materialize on the physical plane. The dimensional barrier breaks, and coming face to face with the monster in the little room completely shatters the gang's tough guy facade. The mob boss wastes no time and forces all his men to rub their hands on the notebook. This forced pact ensures everyone can see the creature and will obey blindly from now on. Out of nowhere, the tension is broken by an earthly vice. Upon realizing the hulking monster enjoys eating their candy, he stops being an untouchable god and becomes an easy target to manipulate. The interrogation strikes gold and exposes the entire game. Straight up, the entity blurts out that the notebook's main rule is a colossal lie, made up solely to cover for the original killer. With this advantage, a wicked plan forms in the boss's mind. He decides that some useless grunt in the gang will make the deal for the supreme eye power, securing the benefits without putting his own skin at risk. The death hack goes online. With the new eye power, true names magically pop up in midair, turning the Mafia into the perfect threat detector. Extortion runs wild in the hideout. Using the promise of returning the little book as a leash, the mob boss demotes the terrifying god of death to a mere guard poodle to watch the front door. When the elite troops finally raid the hideout, the tables turn violently, with the invisible bouncer doing them a solid and the magic eyes activated. The Mafia fires with dead-on accuracy and shreds the tactical squad to pieces. The humiliation is total, and the police pull the plug on the operation. They flee, swallowing the bitter pill that 30 million in military weaponry is useless against a gang protected by a magical entity. Far away, Light squeezes his own dark pet for answers. The blabbermouth explains that the little book in the Mafia's hands belongs to another Shinigami who came down to Earth just to get his wallet back. With his plan ruined, the sociopath decides to unleash his blonde partner. He orders the girl to drop her shallow modeling routine and focus exclusively on the psychological retaliation he's brewing. While the hellish payback is brewing, the mob boss tries to interrogate the prisoners, but the intruders swallow poison capsules with a smile on their faces, choosing death over giving up who ordered the raid. Foaming at the mouth with rage after being ghosted by dead men, the mob leader resorts to his ultimate trump card. He orders a direct line to the country's supreme leader, trying to use his maximum influence to turn the tide. Shock floors the boss when he finds out the politician is already dead too. Connecting the dots, he realizes that the raid and the suicides were orchestrated by the original killer, who crushed the Mafia's ego just to prove who really rules the world. Fleeing the urban chaos, the Yagami family tries to scrape together an ounce of peace. After suffering at the hands of the Mafia, locking themselves in an isolated hole is literally the only option to avoid death and save what little sanity they have left. Mr. Yagami, at rock bottom, carries the weight of having handed over vital information to the thugs to save his daughter. The despair hits so hard that he starts wanting to off himself, thinking that just breathing only puts his family at greater risk. Meanwhile, Nier makes the coldest decision possible regarding all this carnage: sit on his ass and do do absolutely nothing. He realizes that jumping into the crossfire right now is suicide and prefers to let Kira's and Mello's fan clubs kill each other first. Far away, Light begins to map out his counterattack by cornering Ryuki. Since the Apple Eater lied about the notebook before, our sociopath points a finger in the Shinigami's face, demanding obedience for the bizarre scheme he's about to set up. Except Ryuki immediately kills the vibe. He makes it crystal clear that trying to bribe a demonic monster to do dirty work is a massive shot in the foot, and he refuses to shred the mobsters for free. Without breaking a sweat, Light flips the script and changes the plan, snatching the notebook right out of Misa's hands. It's a sneaky combo to prevent her from being exposed by the enemy's magic eyes and to pocket the arsenal of destruction for himself. With the rules manipulated in his favor, Light gives the green light for the blonde to play Kira in the shadows. The circus is 100% set up for him to play dumb among the police while she does the culling. The sociopath then activates God mode and makes a call to police HR. Using a cyberduck voice, the bastard introduces himself as Kira to his own father and the team, dominating everyone in the room. To prove it's not a prank call and seal the deal, Kira makes a Mafia-style proposal. He sets the exact date and time to wipe out the henchmen, handing the perfect scenario on a silver platter for the cops to clean house. Pretending he can't kill the enemy boss from afar, the sadist lays his final trick on the table. He promises to give the police the cheat code to read names floating over people's heads, absurdly tipping the scales of power. The joke comes to life when the Dark Beast himself shows up at the office like a goth delivery guy. Ryuki hands the murder clipboard straight into the squeaky clean hands of the law agents, who are left in absolute shock. But the suckers finally read the fine print of this evil deal. To activate the demonic eyes hack, some idiot in the little group is going to have to sell their soul and rip their own life expectancy in half. The police panic because nobody wants to meet their maker early. In the midst of despair, the lack of brain cells takes the wheel, and the useless Matsuda puffs out his chest, agreeing to be the sacrificial lamb out of blind hatred for the Mafia. But here comes the plot twist to screw up the perfect plan. The chief cuts Matsuda short and takes the responsibility upon his own chest. The old man slams the table, claims the devilish curse for himself, and plays the human shield to save the squad. The old man embraces death to clear his honor, swearing to hunt down the criminals personally and ordering his own coffin for free. And for poor Light, this has turned into a beautiful karmic nightmare. Winning the Psychopath of the Year trophy now requires sending his own smiling father to the slaughterhouse. Soichiro puts on his alpha dad pants and takes the suicidal burden upon himself. The old man refuses to let his subordinates carry this heavy lifting. The hammer has dropped, leaving zero room for crying or debating over who will seal the demonic pact. Meanwhile, Light processes the family drama with the coldness of a psychopath. For his genius plan to run smoothly, throwing a human into the fire was absolutely mandatory. The rotten-brained kid knows that his father's hero complex turned him into the perfect cannon fodder. The harsh reality check smacks the squad of goofballs right in the face. Burning through their lifespan is one thing, but getting their hands bloody crushes the cops' Boy Scout ethics. An awkward silence takes over the room, announcing the impending doom coming at full gallop. But a tactical hurdle makes the shit hit the fan. The cops realize a cursed glitch. The mobsters are already using the magic vision hack. Any barefaced infiltration would send the team down the drain the exact second they were spotted. To escape an open-chested slaughter, the team adopts a trash-tier stealth mode. Knowing the Mafia can read their IDs just by looking at their faces, the raid requires some heavy biker cosplay. The helmets become their only cheap shield against an enemy that predicts corpses. Light's filthy manipulation takes flight to clear the field. The sociopathic genius realizes it takes a monster to beat a monster, recruiting his demonic pet to shred the Mafia's defense magic. It's the perfect tactic to brazenly shield the team. Playing the cowardly architect, the protagonist dodges the bullet and puts the guys on a tactical leash. Snitching coordinates over the radio is the ideal scheme. This way, this jerk conducts the symphony of corpses from the absolute comfort of his bedroom. With the Mafia's exits theoretically choked off, the Paw Patrol surrounds the place. Now they have to tank the real purgatory of every attack. The timer flashes in the team's face as they deal with the schizophrenic torture of waiting for the right moment to strike. The Mafia's Casper-like monster is caught lurking by the back door. The success of this scummy ambush now hangs on a Vegas-level bluff. Everything relies on tricking a winged freak that doesn't even die. The masterstroke goes down smoothly, and the big beast agrees to sit quietly. Completely squeezed by the pressure, the enemy monster becomes the group's lapdog. With the cosmic barrier smoothly crippled, the tactical invasion lane is wide open like a blood-slicked water slide. Seeing that the ground is clear of freaks, The sociopath smashes the green button for the climax. Feigning zero guilt, he gives the fatal order. It's time for beloved daddy to rip away half of his own life in exchange for the ultimate demonic X-ray eyes. And the old man doesn't even blink. He throws this heavy burden of darkness on his back for the crew and seals the deal with the apple-loving monster, burning through his lifespan in a blood contract permanently stamped on his soul. The test drive of the forbidden magic runs way too smoothly, giving the old man his own private satellite. The lethal dark magic becomes the squad's eyes before they even smash the first lock. The circus spins perfectly aligned with the twisted script the evil genius wrote. Out of absolutely nowhere, the old guy spits out that the big bad guys have no names and zero lifespan written on their faces. It's the shining signal that our favorite sociopath fast-tracked the sweep with a magical pen stroke. The Mafia's defense dropped dead to the floor, rolling out a pristine red carpet. Going all out, the cops storm in, kicking the door down. With no living henchmen and the ghostly freaks left in the dark, the assault turns into a humiliating steamroller. The time has finally come to rip the deadly gothic toy out of the Mafia's paws. The SWAT raid on the Mafia hideout kicks off with full force. Watching through the cameras, Light has a front row seat to the operation. The objective is clear: corner Mello and retrieve the Death Note. Mello quickly connects the dots. He realizes the SWAT team is serving as Kira's eyes. If his face is caught on the police cameras, he knows he'll be killed on the spot. Desperate, Mello hands the Death Note over to his remaining henchmen. He orders them to fall back while he tries to escape through a secure route. Back at headquarters, Light gulps. With the frantic shootout raging on, it's impossible for his father to use the Shinigami eyes and see the target's names. Kira's perfect plan starts to fall apart. The tactical police throw a gas grenade, breaking through the Mafia's last line of defense. Amidst the smoke and panic, the henchmen finally let the Death Note slip from their grasp. SWAT finally takes control of the area and recovers the notebook. With the primary objective secured, the focus shifts to hunting down the mastermind behind it all. Left with no way out, Mello hits the base's self-destruct button. In an instant, the situation is turned upside down, and the police completely lose control. To avoid losing their lives in the explosion, SWAT changes their strategy. They decide to give in to Mello's demands to make the villain lower his guard. Following the mobster's rules, the officers are forced to drop their weapons. They are left completely vulnerable to the cornered kidnapper's orders. What Mello doesn't realize is that the officer walking toward him has made the Shinigami ideal. This crucial detail is a one-way ticket to the criminal's death. Through the camera feed, Light confirms that his father managed to see the enemy's true name. Mello's face and identity are finally exposed to the police. Hearing his real name broadcast over the police radio, Mello goes into shock. He instantly realizes that Kira orchestrated the entire raid and played him. But Light's father hesitates when it's time to pull the trigger. Instead of killing Mello immediately, he offers him a chance to surrender, using certain death merely as a threat. Back at headquarters, Light seethes with rage at the screen. His father's morality has become a frustrating obstacle to his plans. For Kira, showing mercy at this point is an unforgivable flaw. Mello refuses to back down and threatens to hit the base's detonator. He gambles that an officer with such a strong sense of justice would never sacrifice his own men just to kill him. But Light's father's coldness is surprising. He warns that he won't back down, as every officer there already knew this mission could be a one-way ticket to the grave. The standoff reaches its breaking point. On one side, the officer demands the surrender of a completely cornered Mello. On the other, Light falls into absolute despair, terrified that his father's good heart will end up ruining the entire plan. Mello smells cowardice and decides to toy with the detective's morality. He figures out the police chief doesn't have the balls to be a cold-blooded killer, exploiting this pathetic weakness to force a stalemate and turn the tables. On the other end of the comms, Light is in a cold sweat out of sheer desperation. His own father's rusty moral compass is ruining his perfect chance to eliminate this threat. He seethes with hatred over the team's hesitation. Cheap mercy exacts its toll in the worst possible way. A surprise extra shatters the fragile upper hand the cops thought they had, and Soichiro's refusal to shoot becomes his own one-way ticket to the afterlife. The armed cavalry finally kicks the door down to intervene. The little psychological drama turns into an all-out bloodbath, wiping out any chance of resolving the situation peacefully. The panic button is slammed with zero hesitation. Seeing the walls close in, the villain decides blowing everyone up with him is better than defeat. throwing any survival instincts out the window in a suicidal gamble. The smoke clears and the squad scrambles to assess the damage as the nightmare becomes official. The blonde mobster escaped the trap without a trace, proving this whole bloody circus was a pointless waste. With his father on death's door, the evil genius deletes the word grief from his brain. He's already weaving a cold, diabolical plan, deciding to recycle the old man's dying breaths to send his enemy straight to hell. The police fan club forms a circle of despair in the ICU. While the background characters cry rivers for their wounded mentor, our favorite sociopath focuses on squeezing one last drop of bloody utility out of this deathbed. Using those incredibly expensive demon eyes, the old man stares at his son and gets duped by the fine print in the magical rules. He dies swearing his little angel is innocent, completely numb to this monstrous lie. His patience disintegrates, and the deadly notebook is shoved right into the sedated old man's trembling hands. It's a wildly desperate final push to make the dying man do the dirty work before his life battery runs out. The violent outburst is so insane it breaks the audience's brain. The crew tries to hold the kid back, thinking it's just a grief-stricken tantrum, completely oblivious to the diabolical manipulation hiding behind this little act. The flatline hums a fatal game over, and the father kicks the bucket for good. He takes the magic name that would have saved the plans to his grave, stamping the ridiculous failure of that cold strategy onto everyone's foreheads. The waterworks start pouring, and to the suckers in the room, it's the wailing of a grieving orphan losing his hero. But behind the scenes of his mind, the tears are a pure tantrum from a little genius freaking out over seeing his golden opportunity go up in smoke. Seeing that flying creature absolutely melts the cop's brains. But for the ringmaster, this weirdo is pure dynamite ready to spill secrets, making Light desperate to kick him out of the picture ASAP. The dust settles with a bitter cosmic joke. The old man dodged the curse and dropped dead in complete peace, sedated by a sweet lie, while the living rat is left to bear the cross of his own theatrical act until he spirals into madness. With his dad dead and Mello MIA, our favorite sociopath's plans went down the drain. Light tried whining to his contacts to save his skin, but got a swift kick in the ass. Now this moron has to sweat bullets to act before Nier does, praying his squad of useless pawns doesn't notice he's the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. But before he can even catch his breath, the phone rings. It's that white-haired stalker Nier, gripping the bone like a rabid dog and refusing to let go. This poorly timed call is already frying the last few brain cells of our protagonist with a god complex. Light's big head almost melts when he realizes this isn't just paperwork. The albino midget is digging up heavy contradictions, setting up a deadly trap. Almost shitting his pants on the inside, Light swallows his tears, puts on a poker face, and keeps playing the little saint for his crew. Meanwhile, over at the American HQ, the pint-sized detective lets the shit hit the fan. Analyzing the whole circus, Nier deduces that the notebook maniac wasn't playing blind Russian roulette, but orchestrated the entire theater. The rotten cherry on top? Japan's own goofy vigilantes helped make this disaster work with smiles on their faces. Adding the squad's stupidity to the villain's bizarre hard-on for wiping out specific extras, the detective's conclusion hits like an anvil. As schizophrenic as the idea sounds, this macabre dance only flows this smoothly if the cops and the serial killer are sharing the same bed. And then, he spits out the final verdict with the coldness of a psychopath, the fake hero leading Tokyo's morons and the unhinged maniac everyone wants to lock up are, without a shadow of a doubt, the exact same useless carcass. The bomb drops right there in the room. Nier knows damn well that shouting to the four winds that L is the devil will blow minds. He drops this bait on purpose over the comms. The goal is just to shove the seed of paranoia right up the Japanese team's asses and force whoever is controlling this shit show to slip up big time. Back in Japan, the venom of psychological terror is already kicking in. Having to swallow the pressure from these obsessive detectives pushes Light straight into the pit of despair. The idiot realizes that the only way to sit back on his imaginary throne is to reap everyone who crosses his path at the speed of light. But before he can strike, the earth shakes with an emergency diplomatic meltdown. The bloody massacre kicked down the police's doors and shoved a finger right up the white-collar bigwigs' asses. A worldwide breaking news broadcast forces these useless suits to hit the pause button on their little game. And then the colossal bomb goes off. The Americans drop their pants and surrender publicly. They scream into the microphone that they're done playing tag, treating the invisible maniac as untouchable and basically legalizing this murderous bullshit for the whole uncomfortable world to swallow. For our little notebook king's sick ego, this is an absolute orgasm. While the cops pick their jaws up off the floor at this monumental cowardice, the sociopath's little brain is setting off fireworks. Global terror has finally turned into mass submission, and the pendulum of power has swung to the psychotic side for good. Seeing the entire planet spread its legs cut the American agent's funding, but it only filled the albino brat with disgust. To him, sucking up to a lunatic who thinks he's Jesus Christ is an unforgivable embarrassment. No matter how many politicians tear up the Constitution, the midget refuses to give up the hunt. Meanwhile, over at the Japanese HQ, the vibe turns into a horror movie. Out of nowhere, the group's goofy extra, who only existed to clown around and get beat up, decides to cough up the dark hairball stuck in his throat. Nobody there was prepared to see the court jester dropping some depressing philosophy on the clock. Paranoia sprouts like weeds in the room. The mental terror of pissing in the wind while the planet applauds the enemy finally crumbles the cop's heroic ego. The tears flow freely, forcing these hypocrites to chew on a lethal doubt. Have they been barking up the wrong tree since day one? And out of nowhere, the prodigy boss himself, who was supposed to be the pillar against the devil, starts subtly running damage control for this collective depression. With a pat on the back, he diffuses the idiot extra's outburst of outrage, tossing the entire discussion into a blender. Playing psychiatrist, Light shoves a masturbatory monologue down everyone's throats. The bullshit excuse gets poetic as hell. The psychopath is painted as a suffering saint, biting the bloody bullet of sin to save humanity, leaving the badge-wearing morons completely hypnotized. The low blow silences the crew's existential whining, protecting Light's little world. But inside his rotten little mind, his delusion screams a single verse: whoever has the gun, wins. This so-called morality is recyclable trash, shoved in dry and written in blood on the panties of the last one standing. The lapdogs finally spread their legs, suffocating any rebellion out of pure canine obedience. While these losers sink into mental submission, our psychopath's ego blasts through the roof of the universe. The ultimate orgasm was psychologically frying the last little group of nobodies who still dreamed of hanging him. The media rides the wave of the United States' cowardly surrender. The idea of Kira taking over the planet turns into a glorified block party, with the population cheering on this bloodbath like it's the World Cup final. This reality check crushes the Japanese task force's morale. They finally grasped the scale of the mess. It's no longer cops chasing robbers, it's a handful of dudes fighting the entire world's religion. But Light twists the crisis in his favor. Knowing that losing their official seal would destroy the team, the kid acts fast by playing sugar daddy for the operation with dirty money, tying these idiots into a cult-level dependency. Deep down, however, Light is scared shitless. His biggest fear is that the geniuses in the States might put the pieces together, so he needs to rile up the herd before the Americans ruin everything. Meanwhile, on the good guy's side, desperation makes the group try to appeal to the god of death, but the monster slaps a flat no in their faces, rubbing it in that the rules of the afterlife are untouchable, and spiritual tracking is impossible. Over in the States, the political fallout hits the fan with the confirmation that the government chickened out. The American task force is deleted from the Matrix, turning into a clandestine little group left in the dust without badges. Without the government's leash, Nier's logic cuts like a razor. He figures out that the sadistic killer left some suckers alive on purpose because he needs breathing puppets to keep up his sick little theater. So Nier sets up a master trap. He throws classified data into the fan, planting the rumor that the current detective is the villain himself in disguise, just to poke his opponent's ego and force a tantrum. With the math of doom finalized for this trap, the atomic bomb drops right into Lidner's lap. She instantly realizes she's just become the sacrificial lamb offered up to the gods of chaos. But Kira's sick brain doesn't miss a beat and immediately sniffs out the scam. The psycho realizes that his annoying little rival didn't pull the handbrake and just sent a Trojan horse his way. As a counterattack, the herd button is activated. Turning the panic into a bizarre TV cult ensures that the mob itself will do the dirty work of shielding him from the suited bureaucrats. Meanwhile, Mello throws the rules out the window and bypasses the paranoid cameras. Lidner blatantly covers for the intruder, saving the blondie's skin so he doesn't turn into a ketchup stain in the hallway. To pull a fast one on Nier's hacker, Lidner fakes a blackout in her own shower. This break-in routine fries any nosy microphones, opening up a chance to swap classified intel intel in absolute secrecy. That's when the agent backs everyone against the wall and spills the Americans' insane conclusion. She reveals to Mello that the little saint leading the Japanese is the exact same demon they are trying to hunt down, except sneaking out in the dark is a brutal insult to the blondie's inflated ego. Instead of taking the back door, the impulsive psychopath kicks down the front door and turns on psycho mode. Diplomacy takes a bullet to the face and friendship turns into an express kidnapping. The guy shoves a gun to the spy's throat, forcing her to bust open the enemy's playground under threat of a body bag. The American fortress is breached, but the platinum-haired nerd just chills in his seat. He calculates the tantrum in the Excel spreadsheet of his mind, rolls out the red carpet, and lets the blonde terrorist waltz right in clapping. For the leather-clad rebel, this is the sweet taste of success. Becoming a walking target in the middle of his enemies proves that throwing a crazy fit bulldozes the other side's chess game, and from here on out, he's the one calling the shots. The absurd meeting finally goes down. L's two greatest successors, who took completely opposite paths, clash head-on to see who has the biggest ego. The blonde mobster's invasion makes the SPK crew cock their guns. They want to gun down the cocky intruder on the spot, turning the hideout into a pressure cooker ready to blow. But logic beats the urge to shoot. The Wild West vibe turns into an intense mental game between the two arrogant prodigies, forcing the team to lower their weapons so they can negotiate. But being peaceful just isn't the intruder's vibe. With an inflated ego, he tests his rival's limits by pointing his gun straight at the white-haired leader's brilliant head. That's when the white-haired kid's bizarre coldness shines. He simply doesn't blink with a gun barrel in his face, not giving a single damn about the threat. Faced with this coldness, the gun is lowered, and the white-haired kid's only photo is returned peacefully. This shields his identity from the Death Note, sealing a somewhat awkward peace treaty. Before taking off, the blonde drops a massive bombshell as payment. He reveals that at least one of the Killer Notebook's little rules is pure fake news, blowing the agency's minds. With the intel delivered, the alliance ends right there. The white-haired kid accepts the challenge. From now on, it's a mad dash to see who can smash the fake god's face in first. Far away, the true notebook killer realizes the walls are closing in. Instead of gunning down his own investigation team out of desperation, the golden boy decides to use his colleagues as bait to reel in these new rivals. Playing hardball, the psychopath calls the US president directly. The suit tries to play dumb, but the killer hacker corners the old man, threatening a massacre if he doesn't comply. The old man chickens out instantly. Terrified of meeting his maker early, the president rolls over, begs, and agrees to hand over the secret agency and all their data to the villain. With the governments in his pocket, the killer puts his circus puppet on TV. An old guy driven by likes and ratings becomes his bizarre spokesperson, thinking he's untouchable because the god of death has his back. The live broadcast gives it to them straight. The world has a new owner, and the global suits have already dropped their pants for him. The killer has become the emperor of Earth. The little TV speech turns anyone who goes against the new god into an enemy of humanity. Overnight, the cops trying to catch the guy become the criminal scum hunted by their own people. While the detectives sweat bullets watching TV, the real psychopath is laughing his ass off on the inside, sitting right next to them. He manipulated the media, cornered the team, and turned the tables with a dirty checkmate. But the white-haired kid watches this whole circus without an ounce of fear. He analyzes the clown show on TV and realizes instantly that this show of power is just the desperation of a panicking killer feeling the heat. Near starts putting the pieces together. Analyzing the stolen data, the kid surgically uncovers the fake rule covering the real culprit's ass. Panic hits the roof at the police base with a surprise call from the brat. The direct contact catches the crew with their pants down, forcing the leader to shit bricks in full defense mode. And then the nuke drops right in the middle of the conversation. The blatant mention of a god of death proves the kid crossed a line that this bunch of idiots swore was completely hidden. The talk shifts straight to the notebook's supposed rules. The kid surgically targets the golden alibi that's been holding up the protagonist's lie since day one. Ignoring the mortals, the tactic turns into a macabre interrogation. The kid tries to squeeze the truth right out of the apple-eating entity. The confirmation that the weird freak is physically there in the room changes the whole war. The disguise drops, and hiding the damn murder weapon becomes impossible. The whole scenario becomes terrifyingly obvious. The kid's conclusion exposes the fraud at the top of the police command, isolating the fake hero from his blind fan club. The kid exposes a moronic flaw in their little story. Leaving this useless team alive only makes sense if the psychopath is one of them, needing to use his buddies as human shields. That's when the kick comes to the main pillar protecting our sadistic protagonist. With disgusting coldness, Nier decrees that the 13-day rule is pure invention. The cops finally realize the massive shitstorm. Without this useless guarantee, the perfect alibi evaporates, and the past murders gain an obvious explanation. To prove he's right, the brat throws his good guy shield in the trash. He volunteers to get his own little hands dirty and run a bloody test, ruthlessly squeezing the villain. The situation turns purely radioactive for the two-faced snake. Accepting the test destroys his bulletproof alibi, but trying to get cute and assassinate the brat early is a no-go, since nobody knows his name. Knowing that blocking the game would scream his guilt, the bastard passes the hot potato to the group. Playing the nice guy leader, he aggressively brainwashes the fools into making the decision for him. And the paranoia works perfectly. The team decides to tell the kid to kick rocks and ignores the test. The psychopath got exactly what he wanted without putting a single dirty finger on the line. With that fire put out, the sociopath already deduces where the next bomb is coming from. It's only a matter of time before the other prodigy, the emo rival, says screw it and tries to attack the clown HQ in Japan, until the damn phone screams with a macabre number. The prediction didn't even take 5 minutes, and now the most unhinged enemy in history is kicking the door down. Our sociopath takes the wheel immediately, telling them to put it on speaker. Laughing like a maniac in his own mind, he sees the bloody trap perfectly set to wipe out this rebel successor. This clandestine call leaves the police task force completely dumbfounded, but our sociopathic protagonist was already expecting it. The cat and mouse game reaches absurd levels of paranoia, because now they know exactly what kind of monster they're dealing with. Then comes the masterstroke from the other end of the line, a cheeky invitation straight into the lion's den. It's a blatant trap to kidnap a useless member of the task force and try to squeeze out the little secrets of the notebook. Light doesn't back down and throws the human bait into the fire with an official stamp of approval. He couldn't care less if the guy gets tortured, because he's already severely brainwashed his lackey on what he can or cannot spill. But the parallel cyber trap is already set up by our villain. Kira goes full hacker and creates a bizarre tracking system that bypasses security, using the city's own cameras to screw over the enemy. But then the script throws in an insane plot twist and changes everything. The target of this whole charade was never the mobster, which triggers the third faction into the shit show and drags the last remaining weirdo into the ring. Mello sets up a delicious trap, tossing the live bait straight into the lap of the other detective agency. All this just to see if the current police boss lets his mask slip. This is the moment Light realizes the colossal fuck-up he made by underestimating the sheer madness of these rivals. While he's sweating bullets, the gossip circle between the two detective gangs is officially formed to destroy his life. The leaked audio turns Light into an extra watching his own grave being dug. He is forced to swallow every minute of this damn interrogation without a single mute button to save his pathetic theatrics. The interrogation starts pulling no punches, making it obvious to any idiot listening that the two rival factions are holding hands. This sinister team-up completely sidelines the Japanese task force into oblivion. Backed into a corner, the police agent maintains a disturbing silence. It becomes very clear that this tough guy act has nothing to do with honor, but is rather the result of the absurdly tight psychological leash Kira put on him. Staying quiet ends up shooting the operation right in the foot. The rivals pull off some crazy Wi-Fi telepathy, cementing the shared paranoia that the police themselves are harboring the genocidal maniac under their wings. And then comes the fatality to let the shit hit the fan. The discovery that the notebook's magical little rule is fake news disintegrates our little villain's shield of lies, leaving Kira's ass completely exposed to be kicked. Light's goose is officially cooked, and his instinct screams at him to wipe everyone off the face of the earth. But if the whole crew drops dead from a heart attack mid-call, he basically tattoos "I am Kira" on his forehead, so he's forced to just lay back and watch. But our megalomaniac would never just take a beating quietly, so he summons a completely wild card plan B. Using his false prophet's skin, he riles up his sheep to vandalize the enemy building and take the trophy without getting his own little hands dirty. Kira's fanatical herd becomes a weapon of mass destruction. Upstanding citizens with their brains totally melted by this justice bullshit turn into Light's pitbulls, ready to smash anyone's face in. To To secure his Best Actor Oscar, Light turns on the mic and plays dumb on expert mode. He puts on the mask of the distressed boss demanding answers from his lackey, playing clueless about the apocalypse going down outside. But Nier doesn't buy a single ounce of this dime store acting and is absolutely certain Kira is eavesdropping on everything. With the mousetrap snapped shut, the genius needs to pull a miraculous escape route out of his ass before the living dead break down the door. The media becomes Light's main weapon. A live broadcast incites an angry mob to surround the rival building, creating a deadly trap. The idea is to use fanaticism to block any escape route and force the sacrifice of Nier's team. With the coordinated attack on a secret base, Nier deduces the obvious. There is a leak. He openly accuses the Japanese police team of harboring a traitor. Cornered, Light tries to deflect suspicion by manipulating his colleagues' emotions. Nier's accusations make the pieces start falling into place for Aizawa. Light's bizarre effort to hide information reignites the same suspicion the former lead detective had. The internal conflict grows and threatens to crumble Aizawa's defenses. On the other side, with the mob about to invade, Nier's team demands an escape route. To avoid a cowardly massacre, a pragmatic strategy is revealed. The plan now is to use an immense fortune to test the attacker's true nature. A rain of money is poured over the crowd, creating a colossal subversion of expectations. The moral crusade instantly falls apart. Kira's supposed fanatic army turns into a savage brawl for bills falling from the sky. Frustration consumes Light as he watches his perfect plan turn to dust. He made the rookie mistake of overestimating the loyalty and principles of the society he is trying to rule. The relentless army ended up cannibalizing itself out of pure greed. Taking advantage of the chaos, Nier's team deploys the perfect disguise. Blending in with the riot police who arrive to contain the uproar, they get a free pass. With this, they walk right out the front door unnoticed by the cameras. Light's hands are tied as he watches everything unfold. He notices the enemy's infiltration tactic but has no way to intervene directly. If he orders his own team to attack the disguised officers, he will essentially sign a confession that he is the real Kira. The dust settles, and the silence of the emptied base confirms Light's tactical defeat. The SPK team simply vanished into the night, neutralizing the threat. To top it off, they even took the Japanese detective Mogi along with them. The escape worsens the mood within the police, and Aizawa recalls old information about a fake rule in the notebook. He realizes the gravity of this clue. If this rule is indeed a lie, the absolute alibi that cleared Light's name years ago ceases to exist. He knows that raising any accusation now would be signing his own death warrant. The decision is made in absolute silence. Aizawa chooses to investigate his own boss, diving into the shadows to uncover the truth alone. Trying to cover up the night's failure and the growing suspicions, Light gives a heroic speech about hunting down the TV spokespeople. He inflames his subordinates' sense of justice. It's a masterful manipulation that uses the global threat as motivation. Meanwhile, at Nier's new base, the hostage interrogation hits a dead end. Mogi refuses to leak any information about the Japanese task force. His intact loyalty frustrates attempts to extract clues against Light. Faced with his silence, Nier's tactic turns to a psychological trap against the task force. He knows he has already planted the seeds of doubt on the other side. The game is now about patience, waiting for the contradictions to make one of the investigators cross the line and hand Kira over on a silver platter. Light realizes that his current spokesperson has become a useless public figure for his covert plans. The only way out now is to discard this piece and find a new pawn to take on the role of executioner. The Chosen One's resume is impeccable. Working in the judicial system, he understands how the law operates and possesses an absolute devotion, bordering on delusion. He is the ideal puppet, ready to obey without question. Meanwhile, the painful truth begins to dawn on Detective Aizawa. He realizes that the recent information leaks could only have come from within their own team. The ruthless logic points to their very own leader. During a direct contact, Nier deals a very low blow to the task force. He lies, claiming that a captured colleague was just executed with the killer's signature. It's a calculated trap to see who on the team will break first. Light quickly reads between the lines of this brutal tactic. By forging this death, his rival wants the team to believe that Light had their colleague silenced to protect his secret. He realizes he is being cornered by his own subordinates. With no margin for error, he evaluates what to do with his current partner. If he keeps her, the plan crumbles. But if he eliminates her, the blame falls squarely in his lap. The only escape route is to accelerate the transfer of power before the bomb goes off. The climate of paranoia leads Aizawa to seal a secret pact with his teammate. His partner gives him carte blanche for the investigation, guaranteeing protection protection, and silence. The gears of betrayal begin to turn right under Light's nose. Under pressure, Light sends cold, direct orders to his partner. She must erase absolutely every trace and destroy the physical evidence. Furthermore, she needs to dispatch the primary weapon to a new pawn. But the final instruction is the most drastic of all. The command requires her to relinquish all power and, consequently, her own memories. It is the definitive end of her journey as the second executioner. For Light, the defensive groundwork is laid. Without her memories, the girl becomes a perfect shield and a phantom against any police interrogation. With the executions continuing on the outside through his substitute, his position becomes theoretically untouchable once again. The decision is made, and Aizawa ditches any tracking devices to act in the shadows. The silent mutiny takes its first practical step. He goes straight to the enemy source, taking every risk. At the clandestine meeting, Nier comes clean and drops the bomb. He confesses that the story of their colleague's murder was a lie. It was all just a perfectly calculated psychological push to force this exact moment of rebellion. With the truth on the table, the final commitment is made, and the alliance is consolidated. The sharing of confidential information is finally going to happen. The internal net closing around Light begins to tighten in a way that can no longer be undone. Far away, the fate of the world falls into the hands of the chosen man, Teru Mikami. With a meticulously structured life and an absolutist view of the law, he is the exact methodical substitute that the plan requires. With the power fully transferred, the contingency plan is underway. While the task force tightens its net looking for a slip-up, the board changes. The true mastermind gains an invisible advantage, allowing the carnage to continue without having to lift a finger. Aizawa is at his breaking point. The doubt planted regarding the 13-day rule changed everything. If it's a lie, the only possible conclusion is that the task force chief himself is the killer they are hunting. Determined to act behind his team's back, Aizawa gets into the SPK car. The meeting is meticulously calculated to avoid leaving a trail. It's a point of no return that could cost him his career and his life. Meanwhile, Light Yagami is completely in his element. With no physical evidence at headquarters and the killings outsourced, he laughs behind his subordinates' backs. He feels he has already delivered the checkmate. Far away, Aizawa's long blind journey comes to an end. Nier finally allows the detective to enter his domain. The stage is set for the greatest clash of information in the investigation. Nier evaluates the visitor coldly. He concludes that if this were a trap, the detective would be wired with trackers. The fact that he arrived completely unprotected proves he is not Kira's spy. With the alliance forged, Aizawa gets straight to the crux of the matter. He puts the notebook rule that sustains his chief's innocence on the table. If they can prove it's a fake, the mask will finally fall. The weight of suspicion makes the detective give in and leak confidential information from the past. He reveals the existence of a suspect who was locked up for months and was only cleared precisely because of that rule. The boy's logical response is crushing. If the killings continued during the confinement, the suspect should have been released on the spot. The fact that they waited for the rule to be discovered indicates that the investigation was manipulated from within. Aizawa tries to justify it by explaining the extreme tactic used at the time. The suspect's own father staged an imminent execution to see if he would use supernatural powers to save himself. Nier dismantles this premise in seconds. Since the suspect didn't have the weapon in hand at the time, the theatrical stunt proved absolutely nothing. Aizawa realizes the absurd mistake they made in the past. The real scenario takes shape, a plan bordering on absolute genius. Nier deduces that the culprit created a fake rule, relinquished his power, and trusted that the police would do his dirty work for him. Nier explains that he only had to order the Shinigami to write the fake rule. The shock hits the detective hard. Aizawa finally understands that his chief let himself be handcuffed on purpose. Nier goes in for the kill and demands to know the identities of the original suspects. However, Aizawa clings to the remaining loyalty he has for his badge. He backs off and refuses to give up the names directly. Patiently, the young man bypasses this moral barrier and asks only for the minute details of the confinement. Aizawa yields and agrees to tell him everything, without realizing that for a genius, names are the least important detail. With all the pieces he needed in hand, Nier abruptly ends the conversation. Satisfied with the confirmation of his suspicions, he dismisses the informant without offering any further explanations. After the detective's departure, Nier's team doesn't understand his extreme confidence given the censored information, but the boy assures them that Aizawa's attempt to hide the names failed miserably. The detail that demolished the disguise was the staged execution in prison. Nier concludes that the drastic threat of murder-suicide would only make sense if there were a blood tie. Only a father would pull the trigger on his own son. By combining this tragic family dynamic with the fact that the suspect took over the original detective's position, the equation is complete. Nier delivers his definitive verdict. The man behind the fake L is Light Yagami. Nier finally solidifies his theory. For the SPK, there's no room for doubt. The second L and Kira are one and the same, using the mantle of the world's greatest detective as the perfect cover. To prove this, Nier orchestrates a strategic leak of information. He decides to use Mello to pressure the Japanese police, forcing a rash move that would expose the killer's true identity. The manipulation works, planting the seed of doubt in Aizawa's mind. Away from Light's prying eyes, the detective decides the investigation's initial focus will be the person closest to the task force leader. Leaving no room for error, Aizawa sets up an around-the-clock surveillance plan. The goal is to completely isolate the girl, ensuring she has no way to communicate with the outside world. The ultimate test now is patience. They must monitor the suspect in silence and see if the global bloodbath continues, even with her under absolute police control. Tension erupts at headquarters when Aizawa confronts Light with brutal honesty. He lays his cards on the table and confesses to siding with the enemy to get answers, putting an end to his blind obedience. On the inside, Light is short-circuiting. The isolation begins to suffocate him, severing his main chain of command and preventing him from calling the shots for his proxy executioner in the shadows. Far away, the rival criminal syndicate cross-references old data and reaches an absolute conclusion. They realize they've just found the second lethal weapon, the greatest trump card they could ever dream of. But Light's loss of communication also sparks other consequences. Left unchecked, chaos erupts in the media, and television ushers in a new, sickening phase of the cult of Kira. The cult's TV spokesperson begins extorting money from the public, promising to build a temple. By turning Kira's ideology into a profitable circus, the fanatic makes a fatal tactical error. Watching it all unfold, Light seethes with rage. Unable to issue orders due to police surveillance, he watches his former spokesperson act out of sheer greed, threatening his true follower base. But a new piece on the board comes into play. Witnessing this corruption, the mysterious man chosen by Light coldly analyzes the situation, deducing that the real Kira would never tolerate such a thing. He brilliantly pieces things together and concludes that Kira is cornered, unable to punish the false prophets. The proxy understands that he won't receive any direct orders and will have to act on his own. To ensure there are no obstacles, he makes the ultimate sacrifice, trading half of his remaining lifespan for the Shinigami eyes. He seals his fate to deliver ruthless judgment. The first sentence of this new era is carried out. Greed exacts its toll in real time, striking down the corrupt broadcasting executives on television and putting an end to the scheme that tarnished the new world's name. While the police panic over the sudden deaths, Light feels the relief of a colossal victory. His new proxy acted purely on logical deduction, becoming the perfect autonomous weapon to continue the massacre. To understand this new piece on Light's chessboard, we need to go back in time. Taro Mikami was never a normal child. From an early age, his moral compass already operated at an almost uncontrollable extreme. Ever since he was a kid, Mikami has seen humanity in a frighteningly simple way. To him, there are no gray areas or redemption. The world is exact math. You're either an ally of justice or evil incarnate that needs to be erased. Unable to ignore the abuse around him, he decides to take a stand. Without hesitation, the boy throws himself onto the front lines, acting as a shield for those who couldn't defend themselves. But his reward for playing the hero was almost always bitter defeat. Left bruised and humiliated, he learned that simply being right wasn't enough to overcome pure, unadulterated violence. The true fracture in his soul occurs when survival instinct takes over the others. The very people he had protected end up giving into fear, leaving him completely isolated against the world. That is, until karma strikes brutally. The bullies who tormented everyone else suffer a fatal accident born of their own sheer recklessness, and the universe seems to finally validate Mikami's worldview. But this tragedy comes at a devastatingly high cost. The weight of the disaster falls squarely on his shoulders, as the bully's recklessness ends up claiming the life of his own mother as well. To keep from losing his mind to grief and guilt, his psyche collapses and rationalizes a twisted logic. He begins to view his mother's death not as a tragic accident, but as a necessary sacrifice for the greater good. This is the point of no return. Mikami fully embraces moral extremism, cementing his absolute belief that anyone who harms society must pay with their own life. Simple as that. To put his crusade into practice as an adult, he sets his sights on the heart of the legal system. In the law, he finds the perfect tool to legally exercise his calling, deciding who deserves to be punished. His routine continues until an event shakes the entire planet. A mysterious force begins exterminating the worst of human scum en masse, dealing out the exact brand of relentless justice Mikami has always preached. To him, this is the pinnacle of his existence and the ultimate proof that he was never crazy. The suffering, the social isolation, and the loss of his mother were all worth it. His god has finally awakened. His extreme loyalty and blind fanaticism yield the ultimate prize. The supreme deity sees Mikami's potential, contact is made, and he is anointed with the greatest power of all, the Death Note. With absolute power in his hands, Mikami slips into an obsessive trance. Every condemned name becomes a ritual to purify the world, and the presence of a creature of darkness in his own bedroom only validates his sacred mission. This is where his megalomania crosses the final line. Believing his god is resting, Mikami elevates himself to the status of a direct divine avatar, taking full responsibility for judging humanity. His sanity is completely gone. With a new proxy taking the reins, the board changes completely. The hunt for Kira gains a new layer of complexity and demands new strategies. To find any loopholes, Mogi takes on the role of a full-time babysitter. He keeps a close watch on Misa, keeping up the charade of a quiet life to try and catch her slipping up. But by investigating the girl's past, Mello realizes something crucial. Her current relaxed behavior doesn't match that of an active serial killer, making it clear that the power to kill is no longer with her. Far from all this physical surveillance, Nier decides to dig straight to the root of the problem. He reviews Yagami's own background, focusing on his bizarre transition from prodigy student to undercover police consultant. Analyzing their college years, Nier perfectly understands the original detective's suicidal move. The former investigator used a fake name as a shield to force a face-to-face encounter with his number one suspect. The final deduction is devastating. The pieces of the past align: the dead detective's rivalry, Light taking on the role of Kira, and the girl's fanaticism confirm that the task force's facade has crumbled. But a timeline detail changes everything. The mass executions continued seamlessly while the suspects were under heavy surveillance. Nier reaches the terrifying epiphany that the power has changed hands to a new executioner. The plan takes shape. To expose Light once and for all, the equation is simple. They just need to catch him in the exact moment he contacts this new proxy to give orders. Meanwhile, this new god's influence has already infected even the most ordinary corners of society. Companies start declaring their support for Kira, global submission becomes official, and fear becomes the rule. At police headquarters, Light feels the noose tightening around his neck with the growing suspicions. Any slip-up or unplanned contact with the outside world will hand his location and guilt to Nier on a silver platter. Far away, his master's prolonged silence leads the new proxy to a dangerous deduction. He concludes that the lack of orders means his god is cornered and unable to act. Determined to re-establish contact, the replacement decides to take drastic action. He infiltrates the country's highest-rated television show, setting his plan in motion in front of the public. Using the excuse of sharing his opinion on the show, the proxy sends a coded message. He cries out for clear guidelines, forcing direct contact with his master in front of the whole world. The risk of this move is absurd. Light realizes that this lackey's fanaticism is a double-edged sword, threatening to expose the new proxy's existence to anyone paying attention. The replacement then dictates the new rules of the game. He sets a short deadline to choose a new spokesperson, forcing the plans forward in a way Light cannot intervene. Days pass and the ultimatum is met. Kira's new voice to the world is officially chosen and announced, catching the task force by surprise and shifting the entire dynamic of the investigation. The chosen one assumes a position of absolute power. She accepts the monumental burden of being the only official bridge of communication between the god of the new world and humanity. And that's when fate smiles upon Light. This spokesperson is none other than his ex-girlfriend from college, an insane coincidence that drops the perfect tool to regain control right into his hands. Kira's new voice lays down the rules on a national broadcast. The message leaves no room for compromise, announcing a ruthless justice that will judge every living human being. It marks the end of tolerance for any moral deviation. The deciding factor for choosing this woman was her genuine hatred for crime. They share the exact same twisted worldview. This makes her the perfect cog to spread terror without questioning orders. But internally, the situation borders on perfection for the manipulator. The fact that he chose exactly someone with whom he has a romantic past creates an undeniable opening. It is the perfect excuse to take direct action. Given this scenario, backing down is not an option. Instead of acting in the shadows and risking a fatal slip-up, the smartest move is to blow the doors wide open. He decides to use the detective task force itself as a shield. At this critical moment, the task force's secrets begin to crumble. Confidential information is exposed to their rivals, revealing the hidden link between the police and the enemy's representative. The checkmate of this maneuver is laid on the table. The proposal is to abandon the overseas bases and bring the entire siege back to their home turf. The command center will be moved directly to where the enemy has control. That is when Light plays his card with the detectives. Instead of hiding the past, he openly reveals his college connection to the new spokesperson. He knows that confessing this now is the perfect excuse to get close to her. He then begins to shape the team's perception, explaining that he has known her ideology deeply since their student days. He assures them he knows exactly which buttons to push to make her let her guard down. The bait he plans to use is brilliant. The idea is to sell the illusion that the police secretly support the murders and need guidance. It is the perfect way to stroke a fanatic's ego. The plan is approved, but internal distrust takes its toll. The team's demand to monitor every word of this upcoming meeting is proof that leadership is not entirely free from suspicion. On the other side of the world, the rival investigation does not miss a beat. The hidden romantic link from the past is discovered independently, and their intelligence sees this as a vital, incriminating piece of evidence. The final decision is made official by the external team. The comfort of the remote base is abandoned in favor of a direct confrontation, forcing the enemy to make a mistake under extreme pressure in their own backyard. The task force finally lands back in Japan. The strategist doesn't waste a single second. As soon as he sets foot on Japanese soil, he takes the first step of his plan, initiating direct communication with the target. During their contact, the woman's pride gets the better of her. An old jealousy surfaces when she refuses to allow the presence of the investigator's current girlfriend, confirming that her rationality is completely compromised. And that is when the manipulator's true nature takes the reins. To bypass this obstacle, he doesn't hesitate to humiliate his own current partner to appease the spokesperson. Her blind trust is successfully earned, securing direct access to the enemy's core. Knowing he is under strict surveillance from his own team, he takes a calculated step and contacts the enemy's new spokesperson. He needs her to reach the true executioner. Over the phone, the seductive pitch kicks in. Playing the old destiny card, he crafts a romantic narrative about how their careers have finally brought them back to each other. It is a predictable tactic, but incredibly effective at stroking the target's ego. The bait works perfectly. The spokesperson gives in completely to her vanity, promising to shake off her own security detail. She demands maximum privacy in a hotel room, willingly lowering her defenses. To silence any doubts from his team, the strategist serves up his own privacy on a silver platter. He gives the detectives permission to bug the entire hotel room. It is the ultimate proof of loyalty, so his parallel investigation can happen disguised in plain sight. Before the meeting, a TV announcement by the spokesperson changes the rules of the game. She decrees on national television that the words of the entity she represents are now the absolute law of the world. The promise now is to eliminate not just criminals, but anyone deemed harmful. Internally, the manipulator realizes his new proxy is slipping out of control. He knows he will need to use the hotel meeting precisely to put a leash back on this operation. The stage for the meeting is set. The hotel room turns into a veritable espionage trap, meticulously rigged by the team to ensure not a single whisper escapes the government's surveillance. Upon arriving at the location, the woman makes a crucial decision. She dismisses her own security detail at the door and forbids any sweep of the room. It is a display of blind trust in her host. The reunion takes place, and right off the bat, he drops his emotional bait. Breaking the professional barrier, he confesses a personal desire for that moment. The spokesperson is caught completely off guard. To add weight to the lie the task force is listening to, he builds a narrative of ideological conversion. He claims he changed his mind over time and started seeing reason in the enemy's actions. It is the perfect justification to convince both the woman and the detectives on the headsets. But then, the flow of the plan is broken and the dialogue simply dies. A sudden, prolonged silence takes over the surveillance. The task force is left completely in the dark about what is happening on a non-verbal level. The illusion that it is just a romantic mood is immediately shattered by veteran Aizawa, who demands absolute focus. His intuition screams that this emptiness of words is not intimacy, but danger. He senses that something much bigger is slipping by unnoticed. At the time of parting, the final card is played. Abandoning the detective persona, the strategist forces an immediate follow-up meeting by going for a direct flirtation. The subversion of expectations throws the woman completely off balance. The mental trap closes successfully. While she tries to come up with rational excuses to justify the invitation, he ensures the focus remains strictly emotional. The path is set. Forge a blind passion to turn her into an undetectable messenger. The charade works with precision, and the task force buys the performance, applauding their leader's tactical sacrifice. But in the middle of the room, Aizawa's intuition triggers a red alert regarding the true intentions of this manufactured romance. The internal net is tightening. The new broadcast shocks everyone with a brutal rule. The new Kira decides to punish even those who have already paid for their crimes, proving that the extremism has spiraled out of control. Watching everything, the mastermind realizes his substitute's fatal mistake. The original plan of creating a perfect world is turning into pure terrorism, and he urgently needs to intervene. The problem is the intense surveillance he is under. Trying to maintain a facade of calmness, his mind races to come up with a risky strategy for direct contact. To throw off the police, he stages a crisis of conscience in the room. He fakes deep remorse over having to use an old journalist friend as bait, setting the psychological stage. The game advances when the spokesperson announces on TV an opening for dialogue. It is the perfect communication loophole he needed, disguised as impartial journalism. Using the investigation as an excuse, he takes the front line of the case. The destination is a luxury hotel, creating the perfect alibi to get closer to the target. The meeting takes place in absolute isolation. The simple act of confiscating the guest's technology ensures that no external wiretap ruins the manipulation to come. He decides to use intimacy as a tactical weapon in the room. The physical contact breaks down any of the woman's defensive barriers, a pure calculation to ensure obedience. Outside, the investigation team monitors everything uncomfortably. They think things are moving too fast, completely oblivious to the cold plan behind the scenes. Suddenly, an unexpected contact changes everything. The substitute killer calls the journalist, forcing the mastermind to adapt his plan in milliseconds in front of the police. The extremist's intuition on the line does not fail. He quickly notices the changes in the spokesperson's voice and figures out the investigator's presence in the same room. With the walls closing in and threats rolling, the original mastermind is forced to act. Left with no alternative, he must intervene to confront his own out-of-control creation. The ultimate gamble is made over the phone. Using a veiled code and a masked assertion of power, he reclaims his throne in an attempt to tame the beast. The confirmation hits the substitute like lightning. His aggression evaporates instantly, giving way to religious submission upon deciphering who is really speaking. Taking advantage of the chaos, the mastermind finds the ideal loophole. He convinces the journalist that the killer himself demanded a sweep, forcing the removal of all police bugs from the room. With the environment finally blind to the investigators, a dangerous confession is made. The naked truth is revealed, and the journalist's devotion to her idol gains a familiar face. With the alliance forged, a brilliant operational plan is drawn up on the spot. A circuit invisible to the police is created to pass silent orders in future meetings. To seal this dark pact once and for all, he makes a grandiose promise. By offering her a false status of divinity by his side in the new world, her unquestionable loyalty is guaranteed. Back at the task force's theater, the lie is already rehearsed. A perfectly digestible narrative is delivered using the fake romance to justify ongoing contact with the woman. The master plan is consolidated to perfection. Under the official excuse of investigating through romantic dates, the new lethal chain of command is officially online right under the nose of the law. Nier decides to close the distance and reveals he is moving the SPK base to Japan. He transfers his team straight into enemy territory. Meanwhile, the Kira task force outlines its own infiltration strategy. Using the fame and appeal of the second Kira is the perfect move to gain unrestricted access to the TV station. Suddenly, an unsolicited digital intrusion warns that the preparation time is over. Contact between the two fronts is established abruptly. The mask of justice immediately returns to his face. The imposter accepts the call, taking up the mantle of the world's greatest detective with a terrifying naturalness for the verbal clash. On the other end of the line, the strike is delivered without warning. The revelation that the continental divide no longer exists hits like a tactical bomb, bringing the biggest threat straight into the killer's backyard. But his psychopathic arrogance takes the reins of the situation once again, turning the threat into an opportunity. If the enemy has given up the safety of distance, he has just placed himself within reach of a fatal attack. Nier confirms the strategic invasion and decides to dangle dangerous bait. He purposely hands over classified information to test his opponent's reactions. The detective voluntarily reveals the exact number of living members on his team. Light is caught off guard by this vulnerability handed to him on a silver platter, knowing that no one commits tactical suicide for nothing. By withholding the agents' faces, the plan forces the killer out of the shadows. It is a calculated move to force the enemy into making a hasty decision if he wants to eliminate this new threat. Instead of being intimidated, the challenge is immediately embraced. protagonist. Both recognize they are sacrificing their own pawns on the board to force their opponent's mistake, making the hunt mutual. The inevitable promise is spoken aloud. They know hiding behind screens and phones won't last forever, and the end of this story will require a physical face-to-face encounter. Nier makes it clear that conventional rules no longer matter, turning everything into a pure and simple clash of egos. It's a straightforward duel to prove who has the superior mind, and Kira completely agrees. Light understands he's not just dealing with brand new opponents, but with the ghost of his former enemy moving the pieces from beyond. L's shadow continues to dictate the pace of the board to ensure his downfall. The stage is set for the final act with the certainty of an inevitable physical encounter. In Light's megalomaniacal mind, this deadly battle is just the last obstacle before ascending as the supreme god of a new world. The task force tries to process the unusual proposal they've just received. To the investigators, it makes no sense for the SPK to propose an in-person meeting unless a lethal plan is already in place. The American leadership makes a drastic decision. The time to settle everything in person has come, even while acknowledging the bitter truth that the world has practically surrendered to the invisible killer's rule. The SPK is already absolutely certain of the executioner's identity. The problem is that brilliant deductions aren't concrete evidence, and they lack that undeniable physical detail to definitively prove his guilt to the world. Meanwhile, the global judgments continue at full throttle. This exposes the reality that there is a second executioner acting on the streets, someone extremely loyal and with supernatural advantages. The major breakthrough is understanding how the isolated leader and this new executioner communicate without ever meeting. The answer lies in the media, where the famous television spokesperson acts as the perfect human bridge. The tactical team suggests the summary execution of the suspects. If their guilt is already a certainty, pulling the trigger seems like the quickest solution to save lives, but the leadership immediately rejects the idea. Nier refuses the easy way out, as assassinating the target would throw the entire legacy of the original investigation in the trash. He wants to humiliate his opponent, building irrefutable proof to rub failure in the enemy's face. Knowing that a direct confrontation would be suicide, the approach changes. The strategy now is to use the current executioner and the spokesperson as bait, aiming to force a mistake from those acting on the killer's behalf. As the pressure mounts, the Japanese task force focuses on their only remaining tactical advantage. They set up wiretaps to monitor their own leader's daily meetings with the spokesperson, maintaining relentless surveillance. On the way to the meeting, the killer's mind races. He analyzes Nier's stance, perfectly understanding that the detective will only accept victory if he manages to confiscate the weapon and expose his identity to the world. Inside the meeting room, everything is manipulated to seem like a casual and safe conversation. Since the task force is listening to every breath through the microphones, a perfect audio theater must be staged to keep up professional appearances. But the true communication happens in silence, through coded messages. Complex scheme is set up to bypass the audio surveillance, forging orders and creating a parallel network right under the police's noses. The weight of the truth finally falls upon her during this silence. Light decides to share the greatest secret in the world, handing the spokesperson absolute knowledge of how death works and destroying any innocence she had left. With her loyalty secured, a new secret protocol is established. Light engineers a physical correspondence system, creating a fully analog loophole that Nier's technology and surveillance have no way of intercepting. The secret connection is finally activated far from there. Under the pathetic guise of fan mail to a public figure, the logistics of genocide are transmitted, and the power to kill begins to be sent through the mail. The strategy works perfectly because it is sustained by pure, blind faith. The executioner doesn't question the strangeness of the code, accepting the orders as divine law and sealing once and for all the deadly triangle that has just been built. Takada's influence reaches an absurd level. The new spokesperson for the New World is no longer just a TV presenter and now requires an impenetrable security detail. To breach this barrier, Nier makes his strategic move. Capitalizing on the need for female bodyguards, he decides to infiltrate one of his best agents into the spokesperson's inner circle. But Light sees through the maneuver behind the scenes. Instead of eliminating the spy and raising a red flag, he makes a cold, calculating decision to feign ignorance and use her presence to his advantage. Fate exacts a swift toll. Past and present collide head-on in an inevitable and tense encounter between the discarded piece and the board's new queen. Fury overrides her survival instinct, completely ignoring the extreme risk and the tactical setup around her. The former darling's frustration explodes into an impulsive and desperate attack. But desperation meets elite training. The undercover agent intercepts the threat with surgical precision, cementing her trust and proving why her hiring was a brilliant decision. With the spy established in the security detail, the team focuses on understanding the new chosen one's greatest asset. Takada's unquestionable ideological alignment with the new world draws everyone's attention. It becomes clear that this puppet's strings are being pulled directly by Yagami. He is using the police investigation itself as a front to dictate the rules of the game on television. But there is a major paradox in the investigation. The true owner of the notebook is under intense surveillance and cannot receive direct orders, which means the new executioner is acting entirely on his own. The team's final deduction is brilliant. This current killer eliminated the former spokesperson on his own initiative, taking time to carefully select and elevate the new face of the campaign. To find this needle in a haystack, they scour Takada's past media appearances. Eventually, a specific individual catches their eye for being in the right place, with the perfect speech. The checkmate begins to unfold in a chilling way. The profile of this man of the law is an exact match, revealing a perfect substitute who acts as a faithful replica of the original ideology. Since direct contact is still impossible, this new killer has made a dangerous decision. He has begun interpreting the higher will, deducing what Kira would do and carrying out sentences based on his radical intuition. All the loose ends finally tie together in Nier's mind. Since Light and the new spokesperson attended university together in the past, it created the perfect bridge for the master and his new disciple to communicate in the shadows. With the enemy strategy completely deciphered, their tactics shift drastically. The order is to abort the broad searches and focus entirely and exclusively on this single man, initiating the true hunt. The media's influence in favor of the killer only grows, but the game changes when Lidner, an experienced SPK agent, manages to infiltrate as an advisor and now breathes the same air as the enemy spokesperson. Light, calculating as always, casually reveals the spy's identity to the task force. By exposing the truth first, he deflects suspicion from himself and creates a perfect alibi in case the agent dies. However, all this media focus is just a massive smokescreen for the investigation. While the world is distracted by the spokesperson, the real strike aims straight at the man holding the notebook. The hunt moves from theory to the streets. The relentless pursuit begins, finally placing the new primary target under direct physical surveillance. Across the city, the former suspect watches her life fall apart. Confined and monitored, she feels the weight of a ruined career while the forced distance from the man she loves consumes her, until an unexpected phone call turns her routine upside down. A direct invitation to a private dinner, coming from none other than the most dangerous woman of the moment, demands the prisoner's immediate presence. The meeting takes place in a private room. The undercover spy is forced to sit at the table with them, serving as an eyewitness to prevent surprise attacks, in a clear tactic of territorial control. The initial mood of the meeting reveals everything. While the hostess maintains a barrier of untouchable elegance, the guest decides to embrace the chaos and the drinks to cope with the stress of the situation. The provocation soon turns into a perfect media trap. The idea thrown on the table is to use the audience of a national broadcast to force a public commitment, cornering the guest with no room to refuse. Driven by sheer impulsiveness, the retaliation shatters the limits of prudence. The provocation touches the ultimate taboo, accusing and directly connecting the hostess to the executioner behind the global murders. What seemed like just a clash of egos turns into a direct, lethal threat. The hostess shows who is in control, hinting at using the devotion of dangerous fanatics as a tool for absolute silencing. While this clash takes place, the true disciple follows his meticulously calculated routine. Little does he know, every step he takes on the street is now being closely monitored in a game of cat and mouse, until an unforeseen event sparks his extremist sense of justice. An unacceptable scene unfolding just inches away serves as the perfect trigger for his internal judgment. Disregarding the risks of a public setting, he decides to carry out his divine sentence right then and there. The lethal weapon the investigation has been seeking so desperately finally goes into action in his hands. The ruthless punishment materializes at the exact predicted second, With the elimination happening brutally, the espionage team finally understands and proves the lethal method in practice right before their eyes. Nier is finally absolutely certain that the monitored man is the new extension of the killing power. The fatal incident on the train wasn't a coincidence, and the missing piece of the puzzle has just fallen perfectly into place. Arresting the current executioner would close the case, but the true puppet master would get away scot-free. For the detective's successors, simply nipping the evil in the bud is unacceptable. The real goal is to unmask the untouchable villain. Logic dictates that the new executioner isn't alone. If the supernatural creature decides to alert its master about the pursuit, the team's entire operation will blow up in their faces before it even begins. The game just got absurdly risky. As the hunt intensifies, the game master meticulously cultivates an atmosphere of intimacy. The perfect charade of a peaceful romance serves to ensure the absolute loyalty of his new spokesperson. But the House of Cards trembles with the secret meeting between the two women in the strategist's life. The surprise completely shatters the control he thought he had over the situation, triggering an internal panic. Left with no way out, he makes a ruthless decision to bypass the disaster. To keep the most useful piece on the board, he belittles years of loyalty and sacrifices the status of his former partner, ensuring his new ally's obedience. Arrogance goes to the spokesperson's head, making her feel in absolute control of the relationship. She makes a lethal threat, using the very power of the shadows as blackmail, unaware of the danger of testing the master's limits. Exploiting his ally's neediness, the protagonist manipulates her into seeing the Kira entity as a despicable tyrant. He distances himself from the image of a killer and positions himself as an embittered martyr, securing her obsessive devotion. His masterstroke comes with the proposal of a secret pact of rebellion. He suggests that the two of them overthrow the false god together, giving the woman a grandiose and romantic purpose that traps her permanently in his web. The prolonged silence on the line leaves the police tense, believing it to be the emotional weight of the proposal. However, this empty space is exactly the loophole he uses to pass written instructions, completely invisible to the monitors. With psychological control established, she receives her first brutally calculated tactical order. Her mission is to use her media presence to confront Kira on national television, which will justify direct communication in the future. The investigation's conclusion is grim. Nier understands that the enemy turns affection into chains, keeping a harem of infatuated executioners so that the dirty work and risks fall entirely on them. But the surveillance on the new executioner reveals a terrifying anomaly. The suspect executes his victims in public flawlessly, yet there is no trace whatsoever of the supernatural being that should be glued to his side. Intensive field surveillance finally bears fruit. The team intercepts a break in the target's cold routine, an isolated verbal reaction that sets off all the investigation's red flags. The confession slips out unintentionally, confirming the supernatural connection. A misunderstanding and a minor stumble in his own environment are enough to make the target blurt out the answers the team was looking for. This information is pure gold. The detective instantly deduces the enemy's current state. Without the creature's protection to watch over him, the new executioner is just an ordinary man, working blindly and completely exposed. As both sides prepare for the clash, the collision between the two women used in the operation creates an unbearable atmosphere. Their forced cohabitation exposes the impatience of the one who feels in control against the one who has lost her usefulness. Everything finally clicks, and Nier deciphers the master's true intention. Severing the connection with the entity was a maneuver to cover his tracks, which now leaves the investigation team with a massive tactical advantage. With this certainty, Nier makes the bold decision to remove the Shinigami threat from the strategic equation. The hunt is no longer against the beyond, but becomes earthly, and the plan to corner the substitute is set in motion. Nier puts the pieces together and spots a massive loophole in the game. The new executioner doesn't have an invisible supernatural being protecting him. With this vulnerability confirmed, the strategy isn't simply to raid. The idea now is to find a window of opportunity to secretly tamper with the enemy's weapon. Meanwhile, on the other side, the suspicion within the Japanese task force reaches its breaking point. They decide to look into their own leader's privacy to hunt for answers. Knowing that the leaders' meetings only have audio monitoring, they realize a glaring blind spot: written communication. To test this theory, a silent trap is set. A tiny detail is planted in the room to prove prove if there was any physical exchange of messages. The suspect conducts the meeting keeping up an impeccable facade, fully aware of the audio bug, but completely oblivious to the physical trap in the room. As soon as the meeting ends, Aizawa returns to the room with the perfect excuse to check the secret trap, praying that he's wrong. But his worst suspicion is confirmed. The secret marker is gone. The trap worked perfectly and revealed the deception. It's the definitive proof. Aizawa is now absolutely certain that the leader of his own team is the killer they've been hunting for years. Unable to act on his own and unable to trust his colleagues, he crosses enemy lines and contacts the rival investigator to share the intel. The puzzle of the operation comes together perfectly. The leader gives the orders, the intermediary transmits them, and the new executioner pulls the trigger. Desperation kicks in, and a tactical infiltration is suggested to intercept the messages before they vanish and the evidence is lost. But the rival command rejects the idea on the spot. They coldly dismiss any reckless action that could alert the enemy and ruin the operation. The harsh truth is exposed. The only reason the task force is still breathing is because they serve as a useful alibi. Ceasing to be a shield and becoming a threat would be fatal. Instead of a direct attack, the plan shifts to a deep psychological game. The idea is to use the enemy's massive ego against him. The rival investigator steps into the spotlight, forcing the situation to become the only irresistible obstacle on the killer's board. With the bait set, the message is direct and painful. The Japanese police are officially cut out of the offensive play, demoted to mere bystanders. Any heroic or improvised action from the team now wouldn't help at all. In fact, it would only blow the real trap that has already been set in secret. Swallowing his resentment, Aizawa accepts the demotion. He takes on the continuous risk and decides to bet all his chips on this ice-cold plan to ensure justice. Meanwhile, the primary target notices the strange movements but makes his classic mistake. Blinded by arrogance, he completely dismisses the internal threat, exactly as the trap predicted. Light makes a bold promise to the team that the case will be closed soon, but he has no idea that every word of his is being coldly dissected by someone right next to him. Aizawa quietly puts the pieces together, and the conclusion hits hard. He increasingly suspects that the man in front of him is the true architect of this entire bloodbath. On the other side of the scale, the mind commanding the counter-offensive simply waits. The sabotage plan, based purely on the enemy's arrogance, is already fully set. New Year's Eve finally arrives at headquarters. The team tries to focus on work and use the TV programming to maintain a facade of normalcy, ignoring the mutual distrust in the air. The broadcast of the country's biggest event goes live, drawing the eyes of millions. It is a monumental stage that, unbeknownst to anyone, will serve as the catalyst for chaos. Suddenly, the nationwide announcement about the main star's sudden disappearance sounds a red alert. The investigation goes into immediate shock upon realizing they have lost control of one of their pieces. Absolute crisis mode is activated at HQ. Checking the trackers confirms that the signals have been compromised, forcing the leader to acknowledge that an external force has breached the operation. And the problem worsens when they realize that Mogi, the agent assigned to protect the girl, has also gone radio silent. The task force concludes that a total security breach has occurred. In Aizawa's mind, the pieces fit together in a dangerous way. He begins to suspect that Light himself orchestrated this disappearance to get rid of an unwanted engagement. Far from there, the truth about the disappearance is revealed. The bodyguard wasn't taken by force. The agent himself facilitated the kidnapping operation, becoming the jailer of the one he was supposed to protect. Before the task force can act, enemy contact is established right on the main panel at HQ. The leader knows that refusing the call would be signing a confession of guilt in front of everyone. On the other end of the line, the adversary outright confesses to the kidnapping. He lays the truth on the table with the calmness of someone who now holds absolute control over the situation. Nier comes clean and admits he took the girl as collateral. Light tries to play dumb, forcing his rival to reveal his intentions and expose his plan. To keep up appearances in front of the team, Light assumes the posture of an outraged detective. Internally, however, he loves the situation and is perfectly willing to dance to his rival's tune. Direct communication with the hostages is established. The captured investigator maintains a cold, strictly professional distance, showing no personal loyalty to his former boss. At the end of the call, a bitter realization hits Light. He realizes that his own subordinate trusts the kidnapper more than him, highlighting the distrust within his command. The adversary then plays his most aggressive card, declaring that he wants to defeat the criminal using pure intelligence. The team goes into shock upon hearing their leader being directly accused of being the killer. To neutralize any risk of rescue, the enemy decrees that the hostage will remain locked in total isolation until the end of the case, eliminating any possibility of negotiation. Except Light is laughing on the inside at this decision. While the enemy thinks he's in control, Light has already transferred his power to a hidden player. planning to use this very trap to annihilate his opponents. Ignoring the behind-the-scenes tension, the New Year's broadcast runs its course. The turn of the year is announced on TV as an irreversible global transformation, masking the imminence of a bloodbath. Nier, however, perfectly understands his rival's moves. He consolidates his psychological dominance over the situation, anticipating that the enemy's supposed genius is, in fact, a blind step. The intellectual siege finally closes in. The false leader's isolation becomes inevitable, and the sheer arrogance of both sides will dictate who survives the grand final clash. The media blackout creates the perfect opening. While the enemy team is busy with the live broadcast, the investigators get the green light to begin the infiltration. The target has a very obvious Achilles heel, his own routine. This almost sickening predictability is exactly what will be used to take him down. Taking advantage of the distraction from a TV event, an almost suicidal order is given. The mission is clear and terrifying: to reach and touch the deadliest weapon in the world. The spy knows he has signed his own death warrant if he fails. Headquarters briefing is cold and calculating. Even facing imminent death, he must only observe without reacting. Every second spent picking the lock is a silent torture. The risk of a surprise interruption is massive, and the adrenaline of invading the enemy's personal space hits the roof. Contact is made and instincts scream. The air becomes unbearably heavy with the expectation of coming face to face with a lethal monstrosity. But the infiltration proves to be a surgical success. The absence of any supernatural danger brings an absurd relief, and the enemy's best-kept secret is breached. To understand the scenario, the investigation focuses on a specific lethal time frame. It is a loophole that allows dictating a victim's actions for almost a month before their inevitable end. This rule becomes the ultimate test of loyalty and security. If the agent survives beyond the maximum stipulated control period, it means the mission is legitimate and he hasn't been compromised. Far from there, the silence hides the real conversation. Using primitive methods to bypass surveillance, the information is quietly revealed to maintain the Allies' unwavering loyalty. While maintaining a fake and affectionate dialogue out loud, the real order is dictated brutally and pragmatically on paper. The emotional detachment to protect the covert operation is absolute. On the other end of the wire, a veteran's intuition ignores the excuses of stagnation. The terrible reality takes shape. The meetings are not an investigation. They are the enemy's true command center in action. Oblivious to this, the architect of this illusion can barely contain his inner satisfaction. With a massive ego, he celebrates the rival's move as confirmation of his imminent victory. Determined to strike, the investigation's leadership doubles down with an almost suicidal maneuver. The new order is to temporarily steal the weapon and completely document its entire history. The risky operation is an absolute success. The command center is flooded with the world's most guarded secrets, exposing years of a bloody history that was once untouchable. Cross-referencing this evidence destroys any chance of an alibi for the suspect. The analysis of the carnage reveals the executioner's mechanical routine and fanatical precision, laying bare his weak point. With the puzzle pieced together, the defensive phase comes to an end. Armed with the exact mechanics of the weapon and the habits of its user, they now know how to set the final trap. Nier begins dissecting Mikami's routine using the newly acquired photos. He notices an obsessive pattern of organization, exactly one page filled out per day. This absolute predictability is the fatal opening the team needed to structure their strike. And the best news follows shortly after: the total absence of a Shinigami accompanying the target. This changes the entire board. Without a supernatural entity to tip them off about the surveillance, agents can get much closer than they would otherwise dare. But caution prevails to avoid a surprise massacre. To ensure the undercover agent hasn't triggered a mind control trap, a 23-day quarantine is imposed. Surviving this incubation period guarantees the coast is clear. While the police count the seconds during this passive surveillance, Light uses the lull to his advantage. He capitalizes on his enemy's false sense of control to orchestrate his own underworld counterattacks with surgical precision. Far away, Kira's spokesperson maintains an unshakable facade of perfection at public events. Her disguise as an untouchable celebrity serves as a brilliant shield. To the public, she is merely a figure of authority, hiding the fact that she is the main cog in the killing machine. But the security barrier around her is useless when a Trojan horse is already inside. The investigation team has planted their own elite agent directly into the innermost circle of her escort. This proximity completely shatters the enemy's defenses. The fresh intel breaches the defenses and arrives cleanly at headquarters. A complete mapping of the communication triangle between the targets has finally materialized. The risky early espionage has yielded definitive results, closing the net. The quarantine period finally expires. A definitive order cuts through the team's silence, putting an end to their defensive inertia. From this second onward, the hunt enters an unavoidable collision course. Light uses his private meetings to orchestrate an immediate counterattack. Using written notes to bypass any wiretaps, he passes vital instructions to Kira's spokesperson to act in the shadows. Meanwhile, the pursuit of Mikami enters a critical phase. The undercover agent tails the prosecutor closely, mapping out every inch of his methodical and obsessive routine in search of a single slip-up. And the target continues to act exactly as expected. Blinded by his fanatical devotion, the proxy fulfills his role as a ruthless executioner. He truly believes he is cleansing the world at the behest of his god. Light's arrogance takes over as he receives visual confirmation that the plan has worked. Surrounded by clueless investigators, he is already savoring the taste of an undeniable victory. On the other side, Nier receives the final confirmation he needs on his monitor. The target's routine proceeds without a single deviation, keeping the meticulously set stage intact for his next move. This is exactly what Light wants. He needs Nier to feel secure and believe he's in absolute control. This way, the detective will proceed with his plan, walking straight into the trap that has been silently set for him. The long silence is broken by a message delivering a direct summons. A challenge for a face-to-face meeting has been issued. The invitation for the final duel, promising definitive proof, is on the table. Maintaining his facade as a cooperative detective, Light accepts the terms without hesitation. Showing his face is the only way to end the hunt. But for Kira, it's the perfect opportunity for a massacre. As the details of the meeting are finalized, the true weight of the situation reveals itself. It becomes clear that this won't be a diplomatic gathering, but an execution arena. The final confrontation is inevitable. The moment that defines everything finally arrives. Preparations for the ultimate showdown begin, and the rules of the game must be strictly established before anyone makes their next move. Nier's first condition is clear: isolate the board. The idea is to put absolutely all active pieces in the exact same place, leaving no room for unknown variables. But on the inside, Light is celebrating. By focusing all of the opposing team's attention on the main encounter, the path will be completely clear for the lethal trap he has already set. Choosing the battlefield becomes the next critical step. The requirement is absolute isolation, ensuring that the outside world has no idea, nor any way to intervene in what is about to happen. The boy prodigy then makes an unexpected demand. He requires that the murder weapon itself be brought to the location of the final clash, pushing the stakes to the absolute limit. And to guarantee his own survival, a non-negotiable rule is imposed. Anyone can be the carrier, except Light. It becomes blatantly obvious that he is suspect number one. Without hesitation, Light accepts the humiliating condition. He willingly gives up physical control of the weapon, choosing to play the game of appearances to keep his investigator mask intact. The agreement is finalized, the pact is made, and the official countdown to the end of the world as they know it has just begun. 3 days is all that separates them from checkmate. Both end the communication with the absolute certainty of victory. It is a clash of gods, where both sides firmly believe they have already manipulated the other right into their own grave. Light's next strategic meeting takes place under crushing pressure. Knowing the walls are closing in, he must be swift and lethal in transmitting his final orders without breaking character. And that's when the silent masterstroke happens. While keeping up a completely harmless conversation to fool anyone listening, the true death sentence is passed along on paper, right under the police's noses. Light's master plan is set. The coordinates for the confrontation are defined, and Nier's death sentence has already been decreed. In Kira's mind, it's the perfect checkmate. But destiny loves irony. Light's illusion of control is about to be shattered by a variable no one expected to act just yet. Mello decides he is tired of waiting on the rules of the game. He creates chaos at the most vulnerable moment, targeting the single most crucial link in Light's communication, Kira's own spokeswoman. The brilliance of Mello's plan is revealed in its layers. The initial attack was just a distraction, while the real strike comes disguised as salvation, offering an escape route that seems viable. The spokeswoman complies, believing she is being rescued by an ally in the midst of the crisis. She has no idea she has just handed herself over to the most dangerous man in this war. The farce ends, and the brutality of the new reality hits hard. By completely subjugating his prisoner, Mello doesn't just pull off a kidnapping. He drops a ticking time bomb right in the middle of Light's perfect scheme. With the clock ticking down to the final meeting, the spokeswoman's sudden absence leaves a massive hole in Kira's strategy. In a single suicidal move, Mello has just forced all players to take extreme measures. The planned distraction runs into a heavy security detail. What was supposed to be a quick diversion turns into a high-risk suicide mission. Far from the initial kill zone, the centerpiece of the psychological war is successfully extracted. The prisoner falls into enemy hands, breaking through a defense that seemed impenetrable. But the hostage's training kicks in and the identification is complete. She realizes she holds the most lethal information possible, the true identity of her captor. The communications blackout must be absolute. The kidnapper removes every trace of the outside world to ensure no rescue force arrives before the secrets are extracted. Away from the enemy's watchful eyes, the hostage's defensive play works perfectly. With her hidden advantage secured, the prey silently prepares to become the predator. Blind to the chaos, the architect of the kidnapping believes he has complete control over the narrative. The forced silence feels like an absolute guarantee of his imminent victory. The disappearance of such an important public figure triggers an institutional crisis. The authorities assemble an emergency task force, and the pressure on the search efforts reaches extreme levels. This revelation forces an unlikely exchange of intel. Both sides of the investigation must align what they know about this unpredictable kidnapper who broke all the rules. Until the unthinkable happens, the prisoner finds a flaw in the captor's security and activates a secret line of communication straight from captivity. The master manipulator works in split seconds to process this advantage. He enforces silence in the room, needing to balance his role as a detective with managing the conspiracy. Acting with cold precision, she relays the logistical data through the channel. The captivity turns into a beacon of intel, guiding the rescue force straight to the enemy's throat. In this isolation, the true nature of the conflict is cemented. The victim turns into the executioner, driven by absolute devotion to eliminate her master's biggest thorn in the side. The message reveals that she executed the captor, but the cost was her own freedom. Completely cornered, she begs for her allies' intervention before she is discovered. Inside the police car, the master manipulator puts on his best act. He fuels the search team's panic, using the very force of the law as an unwitting escort. But the real decision has already been made in silence. Knowing that the hostage has become the greatest risk to his empire, he triggers a lethal mechanism kept in reserve to silence dangerous allies. The consequence of this betrayal is absolute destruction. By the time the squad cars finally arrive, a deliberate inferno has incinerated any hope of rescue and any evidence that could lead to the real culprit. While the detectives beside him process the grief of the failed mission, the orchestrator hides a dark smile. With the tracks reduced to ashes, he savors what he believes to be his ultimate victory. The news hits like a bombshell as the fire consumes everything. With the hostage's death confirmed, forensics hands are tied, and the killer's trail goes completely cold. With no evidence left, the board is reset for the endgame. Years of pursuit and sacrifices converge on this exact moment, making a direct confrontation inevitable. The silence is broken and direct contact is made, bringing the weight of inevitability into the base of operations. It is the moment of truth. The death pact is sealed with no changes to the schedule. Both willingly march to the slaughterhouse, absolutely certain that the other is the one who won't make it out alive. The official countdown begins. The fate of everyone involved is locked into a set date and time to be decided, with no possibility of turning back. But to make the rendezvous, they need to bring the main bait. The murder weapon, held under extreme custody, is pulled from isolation, demanding a breach in security protocols. To avoid traps, the genius investigator makes a lethal tactical demand. He specifically dictates which task force member must carry the weapon. This eliminates any loophole for manipulation along the way. What the team doesn't know is the true scale of the betrayal. The killer's plan was never just to defeat his rival, but to outsource the slaughter to his blind apostle, massacring allies and opponents all at once. Far away, this hidden executioner embraces the murder weapon with a terrifying reverence. To him, mass murder isn't dirty work, but the fulfillment of the most sacred duty possible. The task force reaches the city's blind spot, an abandoned warehouse. It's the perfect macabre setting for the reckoning, ensuring total isolation from society. After the sweep, the stage is officially validated as neutral ground, free of tricks or traps. With the location cleared, the final line is finally crossed. The group steps deeper into the complex, heading straight for the epicenter of the ultimate confrontation. All the pieces are on the board, and neither side can back down now. The clash finally takes place, and the resistance plays a heavy psychological card. The rival refuses to assume his own identity, wearing the original detective's mask as a provocation. It's a brutal war of egos. While the god of death in the shadows watches his favorite entertainment, the meeting begins with an absurd amount of tension. The rival uses anonymity as a shield, driving suspicion through the roof in the very first second. The investigation team immediately realizes they are not dealing with an amateur, but someone who understands the rules of this deadly game. Internally, the architect of chaos decrees it's the end of the line for the investigator. On the other side, the boy draws a clear line. Today, the killer's twisted idealism will be completely destroyed. The psychological confrontation starts off heavy. The boy throws a terrifying truth on the table. The fact that the time and place were set days in advance means a mass execution might already be scheduled. The weight of this information crushes the task force's optimism. To deal with the threat, the investigator proposes a macabre waiting game. A 30-minute timer is started to test who will keep breathing. It's pure psychological torture that forces everyone to stand still, just waiting for the Syth to drop. Time drags on until the 30 minutes of agonizing silence come to an end. The absence of deaths changes everything. The first major threat has been neutralized, and the relief shifts the balance of power in the room. With the safety protocol validated, the resistance leader finally drops his main defense. By revealing his face, he makes a calculated display of trust, marking the beginning of the real trick-free interrogation. The brilliant minds finally face each other as equals. Each carries the absolute and unshakable certainty that they have already won. The mental chess game is over, and now it's only a matter of seconds to find out which foolproof plan will crumble first. Impatience takes over the task force, but the young investigator pours cold water on the situation. The true outcome doesn't depend on anyone inside. They need to wait for the arrival of an external variable, a substitute killer. The boys' plan depends entirely on that environment. The abandoned warehouse is a meticulously chosen mousetrap to force this substitute to use the only available entrance to check their target's faces. To make matters worse, the investigator warns that the executioner isn't coming empty-handed. He will bring the ultimate weapon with him, as he needs direct visual contact and a real name to finalize the execution. Panic escalates quickly. If the executioner is coming to clear the area, logic dictates that anyone who knows about the existence of the supernatural rules will be eliminated without hesitation. The warehouse has just turned into a collective death row. The investigator's final instruction is brutally counterintuitive. When the door opens, no one must try to intervene or protect themselves. The architect of chaos absorbs this order with hidden satisfaction, watching his enemies voluntarily disarm themselves for the slaughter. The air in the warehouse grows heavy as the executioner finally arrives and checks the inside. The silent judgment begins, and everyone realizes what is happening. The finish line has been crossed, and every person in that room has just been marked for death. The executioner uses the ultimate trump card of his supernatural pact, performing a lethal sweep of names with just a glance. In the midst of this process, the system itself validates the identity of his supreme master, the only untouchable one in the carnage. Consumed by fanatic devotion, the executioner readies the final weapon without hesitating for a single millisecond. The instrument of death comes into play, and the countdown to the extermination of the entire task force begins in earnest. The psychological clash reaches its breaking point. The architect of chaos already tastes triumph, while the investigator's calmness proves he believes he has turned the trap to his favor. Two egos at their peak, waiting for the timer to end to see which plan survives. The clock is ticking, and the weight of anticipation fills the warehouse. The point of no return is finally here. Every passing second of inaction is mental torture for the team, knowing there's a killer out there dictating everyone's fate. Out of sight, the execution ritual reaches its climax. The proxy executioner pours all his obsessive devotion onto the pages. He is absolutely certain that he is purging evil and fulfilling the sacred will of his god. But allowing this attack is the investigation's true strategy. Their survival won't be a miracle. It will be the perfect bait. By letting the execution fail at the last second, they create the ideal scenario to expose the only person spared from the massacre. Yet the architect of this chaos doesn't show a hint of frustration at the ambush. Quite the opposite. To him, this apparent enemy trap isn't an unforeseen setback, but rather the delicious confirmation that everything is playing out exactly according to his script. The true masterstroke is revealed within his mind. All the investigators' efforts to sabotage the threat were useless. The target of their tampering was nothing but a cheap decoy. The genuine lethal weapon has been kept in the shadows until this very second. The fanatical dedication of his allies cemented this deception. They staged an exhausting daily performance under the scrutiny of spies, delivering exactly what the investigation wanted to see. With the stage set and the trick pulled off, off, the final act draws near. The realization strikes the killer's mind like an inevitable sentence. The enemy's intellectual limitations have guaranteed the total destruction of the task force. The checkmate was orchestrated to perfection, and absolute victory is now just a countdown away. Back to the reality of the room, the answer is delivered bluntly. The mass execution process has been formally initiated. The metaphorical trigger has already been pulled. There is no longer any way to stop what has been set in motion. The grim confirmation hits the investigators hard, shattering the false safety net they had relied on. Their survival instinct clashes with sheer paralysis. The reality of the lethal trap they willingly walked into finally dawns on them. Euphoria reaches almost toxic levels in the mastermind's head. He is fully aware of his undeniable victory, yet he wages a fierce psychological battle against his own ego. This triumph demands the utmost patience to avoid blowing his cover too soon. Accepting that the point of no return has been crossed, the rival detective makes his definitive move and calls the threat to center stage. His argument carries a grim logic. If everyone's extermination is inevitable, maintaining anonymity has completely lost its purpose. The zealot willingly abandons stealth and decides to face the condemned. He crosses the threshold into the warehouse not with the fear of a criminal, but with the ecstasy of a divine entity about to witness the final judgment. Unable to contain his fanaticism, the executioner completely gives himself away, swearing absolute loyalty to his master in front of everyone. He continues the deadly countdown out loud, convinced that the investigators in the room are nothing more than walking corpses. The countdown enters its final stretch, with a mere 3 seconds left before the task force drops dead. But undercutting the climax of the massacre, the detective breaks the tension with a monotonous question about the timer. The lack of heart attacks proves the unthinkable. Control of the situation never left the investigation's hands. The silence in the warehouse is broken by the final countdown. Light savors what he believes to be his absolute victory. In his mind, the new world has already begun, and his enemies are about to fall. But time runs out completely without anyone dropping dead. Light's certainty of invincibility shatters all at once as he witnesses the failure of his foolproof plan. The damage gets worse when his ally spirals into despair. Looking for excuses for the failure, he makes the worst possible mistake and verbally exposes their partnership in front of the entire police force. The deduction becomes an irrefutable fact when they analyze the murder weapon. The execution list has one surgical omission. The absence of a single name mercilessly points to the true culprit. Cornered, Light throws his most loyal follower right to the wolves. His instinct for self-preservation takes over, and he desperately denies any connection to the man who just ruined his empire. But the lame excuse falls flat right then and there. The very task force he manipulated for years connects the dots and realizes that his premature celebration sealed his fate once and for all. The right-hand man of the self-proclaimed god of the new world is neutralized and arrested without a shred of dignity. The perfect scheme crumbles right there, in front of everyone, with no chance to react. The crushing blow comes with the explanation of how they survived. The enemy's precaution was extreme, breaching the last line of defense and ensuring the lethal trump card was swapped out, rendering it nothing but a useless paperweight. The ultimate proof of the case is finally exposed to everyone. The instrument of absolute power, which dictated the fate of the world, is now just another piece of criminal evidence seized by justice. In the midst of all that chaos, a completely bizarre encounter takes place. The investigation's calmness in interacting with the entity proves that the psychological terror used for years has lost all its effect. The macabre puzzle reaches perfection with the confirmation of the hidden rules. The cruel method of using torn scraps for silent executions is laid bare, revealing the true coldness behind the murders. Even with the naked truth dominating the room, reality refuses to sink in for Light. His ego cannot accept the end of the line, his mind racing a mile a minute hunting for any logical loophole, until logic itself forces him to understand how the plan fell apart. The realization that the checkmate only happened through the posthumous union of his greatest rivals destroys what is left of his sanity. The genius enters a total collapse of denial. The realization hits Light brutally. The mention of his former rival's name shatters any remnant of superiority. It becomes clear that Nier didn't win alone. Mello's sacrifice was the key piece in breaking Kira's defense. Absolute despair washes over him as he realizes that his subordinate's extreme loyalty is what ruined everything. The perfect plan failed because two killers acted at the exact same minute to solve the same problem without communicating. A break in routine sealed his fate. Driven by the chaos of the kidnapping, his pawn visited the bank outside of his regular schedule. This deviation from the pattern pointed exactly to where the real weapon was hidden. The evidence found in the safe confirmed his defeat. Finding Finding the newly murdered victim's name in the notebook destroyed any possible alibi. With that discovery, the mystery vanished. The timeline analysis exposes Light's entire farce. It clearly highlights the contrast between a forged document, filled out merely to deceive surveillance, and the real killing machine safely tucked away for the final massacre. The ultimate humiliation is discovering that the enemy turned his own trap against him. Allowing the macabre ritual to go so far wasn't a mistake on Nier's part. It was deliberate bait to expose the undeniable truth. But L's successor makes a point of not taking all the credit. He acknowledges that this victory relied entirely on the person who created the chaos needed to make Kira drop his guard. The realization sinks in, carrying the weight of an irreversible decision. Someone had to willingly embrace the role of bait, taking a fatal risk just to create a crack in the enemy's defenses. Nier openly admits the flawed dynamic between him and Mello. One lacked the drive to act, the other lacked restraint. They were incomplete by nature, incapable of achieving perfection on their own. But together, even through conflict and tragedy, they achieved the impossible. By combining the extremes of their personalities, they managed to reach the level of the master they revered and surpass him. The walls close in completely. The undeniable proof that had always eluded them in the past is now firmly pinned on Kira, destroying any margin for a strategic escape. The man who manipulated the entire world completely loses control of the narrative. Cornered, he is challenged to use his greatest weapon, lies, knowing full well there is no way out. The perfect mask he wore for years simply shatters. The shock of his absolute defeat destroys any sense of rationality, and he is swallowed by the weight of his own failure. His empire has crumbled. The weight of the betrayal crushes the investigation team. Years of blind trust finally take their toll, while Nier coldly watches the false god fall into ruins. The manipulation came at a steep price. But then the panic gives way to something much darker. When denial becomes useless, Light simply embraces the absurdity of the situation. A switch flips within him, chilling the blood of everyone around him. That's when the act ends once and for all, with no more alibis or excuses. He embraces his true nature with a sickening pride. The intellectual battle is over, and he wholeheartedly claims his legacy of destruction. With no more lies or calculated disguises, he finally puts his cards on the table. Instead of surrendering, it's a display of pure pride and arrogance. He expects absolute reverence where there should be handcuffs. His ego won't allow him to back down from this revelation. He turns the tables and shifts the blame back onto his hunters. He dares them to imagine the catastrophic consequences his absence would bring, as if his very death would be a crime against the planet. His delusions of grandeur reach their peak as he delivers his speech. He proclaims himself the very foundation of modern society and the anchor holding back absolute chaos. Without a shred of remorse, he displays a twisted conviction that the current peace relies entirely on his tyranny. To sustain his utopia, he relies on the argument of forced peace. The drastic drop in global crime rates and the end of wars become his impenetrable shield. Every murder is justified through cold statistics, where the ends glorify his horrendous means. In his ruthless logic, evil is treated like a lethal virus that devours the weak. And like any infection, the cure demands the complete eradication of its carriers. Empathy vanishes entirely, leaving nothing but a cold surgical pragmatism. His delusion hits its climax, and the mask of the prodigy finally slips for good, giving way to an absolute god complex. He stops trying to justify himself. Now he demands submission and recognition as the one and only savior of humanity. However, the response from the other side is a harsh reality check. That entire epic monologue crashes against a wall of total indifference. The facade of an untouchable deity and his illusion of superiority begin to crumble right then and there. The myth is completely dismantled by Nier, who rejects any philosophical justifications. The verdict cuts right to his ego. There is no cosmic savior. He is called out for what he is, nothing more than a common criminal who got lucky enough to find a weapon of mass destruction. The proof of his psychopathy is exposed through the relentless repetition of his actions. Choosing to keep killing day after day destroys any argument of a noble sacrifice. It becomes crystal clear that this was no accidental burden, but rather a methodical and cruel routine. The ideological clash ends with no room for rebuttals or debate. The judgment passed is final. Years of a supposed global revolution are reduced, right then and there, to a mere diagnosis of lethal insanity. The sentence concludes by defining peace built on terror and submission as the worst kind of tyranny. The core of the verdict is the unforgivable theft of humanity's freedom of choice. His dream of a perfect world dies, exposed as pure evil. Reality finally sets in. The savior of the world speech didn't stick, and all his smooth talking hits a brick wall of total rejection. They've bought into Nier's perspective and now see nothing but a cornered serial killer. His frustration turns into pure contempt for his hunters. Since his manipulation failed miserably, there's no point in keeping up the debate. If they reject the new god, they're now seen as nothing more than disposable obstacles. Refusing to accept game over, his mind shifts into a state of absolute despair, and the final decision is made. It's all or nothing. Since words have lost their power, he decides the only way out is an immediate and lethal extermination. Any remaining trace of control vanishes from his expression. Embracing the most cowardly survival instinct imaginable, he prepares to carry out a massacre right then and there. Ideology is gone. All that remains is the pure urge to kill. Light refuses to accept the end of the line. Even exposed, his arrogance wins out. He sees the investigators as inferior and begins to orchestrate his final move. The key to reversing everything is hiding in plain sight. It is a secret mechanism designed in the past precisely for an extreme life or death situation. To create the perfect distraction, he takes his lies to the extreme. Light builds a detailed fictional scenario, selling the idea that the real weapon still answers exclusively to his rules. Under the cover of the distraction, the final trump card is activated. The silent attack is launched, but a faint metallic click breaks the illusion and awakens the danger instinct of anyone paying attention. Before the move can be completed, a violent intervention neutralizes the threat instantly. The sudden impact completely shatters the sense of invincibility he still carried. Shock takes over the room at the source of the reaction. The shot came from his most loyal and innocent ally, the one who finally realized he had been used as a chess piece for years. Even confronted with the memory of his own destroyed family, Light does not show a single ounce of remorse. The tragedy is twisted and treated as a necessary evil, destroying any shred of compassion that could have saved him. With all reason lost, madness takes complete control. Obsessed, he makes the bizarre decision to use his own wounds and blood to continue the macabre ritual. In that millisecond, the point of no return is crossed. Hesitation evaporates, replaced by the purely reactive instinct of the once submissive ex-partner to stop a monster who refuses to give up. The consequence hits its target without mercy. The force of the impact shatters the illusion of divine superiority, violently dragging the criminal mastermind back to mortal reality. Stripped of power and dignity, the untouchable seeks salvation from those he always demanded worship. The hierarchy pathetically inverts as he crawls and begs for a rescue that can no longer be given. The response is a fatal blow to his narcissism. Being viscerally disowned and insulted by his once loyal peace shatters the ego built upon pure arrogance. The psychological collapse is absolute. Without arguments or any trace of genius left, all that remains is an animalistic panic in a spectacle of pure humiliation. Light snaps completely, blindly calling out even for board pieces he has already discarded. The team simply watches this broken, delirious man, completely incapable of processing his own defeat. The long psychological battle reaches its exhausting limit. The greatest criminal mastermind in history has been completely neutralized, and his empire of terror crumbles with the miserable, agonizing realization of his own mortality. Trapped and with no way out, Light loses absolutely every trace of rationality. The self-proclaimed god of the new world has become a cornered animal, driven solely by survival instinct. He begs for a massacre just to make it out alive. It is the end of the line for his pride. A sick spark of hope ignites in his mind as he focuses on the only entity that could help him. His arrogance refuses to die, and he convinces himself he is still in control of the situation. He genuinely believes he can just give an order and turn the tables. His confidence resurges instantly, and his pathetic demeanor gives way to his old arrogance. Convinced that his salvation is guaranteed, he savors a premature victory. In his head, the tables have turned, and his enemies will fall in a matter of seconds. But then comes the coup de grace. The most brutal twist possible shatters Light's illusion of control into 1,000 pieces with a single sentence. The supposed alliance he thought he had was never anything but a one-way street. The judgment is definitively sealed by the Shinigami. The exact same tool that granted him the status of a deity now acts as the instrument of his most mundane execution. It is the cycle coming to a close with a cruel irony. The true nature of this relationship is laid bare. It was never a partnership. It was merely temporary entertainment for a bored spectator. Once the spectacle lost its appeal and the protagonist needed help, the show was simply cancelled. The humiliation reaches its peak. The grand architect of the new order does not die as a misunderstood genius, but rather throwing a pathetic tantrum. His entire legacy ends stained by absolute cowardice in the face of the one inescapable fate. The psychological torture manages to be worse than the physical one. The god of death brings forth the true cost of playing God. There is no heaven for his good deeds, nor hell for his sins. What awaits him is absolute oblivion, shattering his mind once and for all, until the final price is paid. paid. The same instant, relentless end he dealt to countless people now tears through his own chest. The ultimate judge suffers the exact punishment he used to shape society. Absolute silence fills the air. The self-proclaimed god of the new world fades away, leaving behind only the trail of his own arrogance. With no divine legacy or eternal punishment, all that remains is the irrevocable end of a mind consumed by its own ego. The Shinigami realm is once again a wasteland of absolute boredom. The great human experiment has ended, and the world of the gods of death returns to its eternal stagnation. On Earth, the curtain finally falls on the chaos. All the bloodshed and the temptation of absolute power fade into a silent memory. But for the men who survived the nightmare, the contrast is brutal. They carry the unbearable weight of the truth, surrounded by people who have comfortably returned to their bubble of ignorance. A new dynamic settles between the Japanese police and the Shadow now leading the investigations. It is a stiff relationship, far colder and more calculating than in the past. And the new lead detective's manipulation is cruel. Scheduling operations on the exact anniversary of the final confrontation is a constant psychological reminder of who is truly in control now. Matsuda, however, hasn't swallowed the official version of this outcome. His brain is fried trying to piece it all together, coming up with a theory that completely flips the morality of L's successor. To him, the only explanation for someone as methodical as Mikami making a fatal mistake is a dark one. Matsuda believes Nier used the cursed notebook against him to guarantee his victory. This theory leads to an even heavier conclusion. Mello's sacrifice wouldn't have been an accident, but rather a coldly calculated trigger pulled by Nier to test the trap. But his partner gives the final verdict. That's not logical deduction. It's pure paranoia. It's just a desperate attempt to make sense of an ending that left a bitter taste in his mouth. The truth hits hard. This entire conspiracy is just the unresolved grief of someone who still cared about the boy. Turning the savior into a monster is the only way to justify the pain of executing the friend who betrayed them. In the end, survival became the only valid measure of justice. The line between right and wrong loses all meaning when everyone's very lives were at stake. However, closing the case and replacing the police leadership doesn't erase the impact on the rest of the world. Outside the government offices, the void left by the Punisher begins to spark unforeseen consequences. The final irony is cemented. The arrogant student truly transcended humanity to become a religion, ensuring that the idea of the god of the new world conquered death itself. There is a bizarre emotional dependency deeply rooted in this new generation. The monster the police sacrificed everything to destroy ultimately became the sole source of spiritual comfort and hope for thousands of believers. All that remains of this era of terror is the echo of that sick ideal. The battle is over and the Shinigamis have returned to their boredom, but the weight and legacy of Light Yagami will keep burning within humanity forever. End of the line.